Good morning, guys. It's E here with 25K Trading. It's 9:22 a.m., June 8th, 2017. Right now, I'm back home in Columbus, Ohio. So we should have a great full day here of trading. So we see gold dropping here, 1283 overnight. Japanese and ECB data contributed to that. A decent amount of volume on that drop, so we'll continue to observe that. Um, we have, SPY and the end of the day yesterday, both, bought the dip and ripped upwards as usual, by the dip. And with UJ here, guys, we have UJ here, doing a little dead cat bounce. I'm not too sure exactly what it's doing, but it's doing it's doing some kind of retracement to the upside. U.S. oil down here this morning. We dropped another 1%. We're hitting that $45. So this is if you guys want a long here, I wouldn't, I would certainly be looking to close out my points around here. Let's see. Yeah, so that's a little quick update. Let's look at the overall market. S&P futures up 0.06, Nasdaq futures up 0.3, Dow futures up 0.18. DAX was up for the night. U.S. dollar index, DXY up 0.25%, gold down 0.5%, silver marginally down 0.14%, crude again down heavily here. Natural gas is still up for the day. Watch out for the report at 10:30. We're also expecting Comey here. So Comey's press conference was already released. So if you guys want to go to any website, you can find that as well. The USD, the euro's down 0.33% against the dollar. So is the pound as well. Again, it's the ECB here this morning. The press conference is happening now. So just keep an eye on that stuff when the market, until in 7 minutes when the market opens, see whether or not they say any more stuff. I'm not too sure if that conference is still going on or not. But obviously, the most important one is going to be the Comey's testimony. So his press release is already on the internet. Now, obviously, it's a very, very, very vanilla report or statement. So if you guys, I read only I skimmed through. I didn't really read the whole thing, but essentially, it's kind of like beating around the bush. We have to watch for the grilling. So when that comes onto TV, I'm go ahead and I'm going to feed the audio to you guys. So I know a lot of you guys cannot. Oh shit. Is my video here this smooth here this morning? Is the video working right now, guys? Or is it a little fuzzy? It's fuzzy. Looks good. Cool. Right now it says YouTube is not receiving enough video to maintain smooth streaming. As such, viewers will experience buffering. So I apologize if there's any buffering. I'm at my girlfriend's house and her internet is not that good. It is not that good here at all. And video's good, 1080. Yeah, so the channel is broken down. There's a slight head and shoulders here. We just gotta watch for that in case. But we are on support here. Let me just double check on this resistance. Let me go back to the 1 hour chart here. I'm using my laptop right now, so it's kind of gonna be like I'm a little bit of yeah, I'm not at my house right now, so that's why I have a little bit different things. But yesterday, you notice how JNUG and GXJ especially, we're creating a bull flag here, right? So I'm very surprised GXJ was pretty much climbing back to positive by the end of the day. So let's just see what happens here when the market opens here in the 4 minutes or so. So far it's just chilling on support. Let me check out the support. So this bull flag broke down definitely for sure. So we just gotta be wary of the bear flag here. Not too much volume though. So if you're looking at the GC futures down here, not a lot of volume. I'm guessing they're waiting for the Comey grilling to begin from the Senate. Again, the Comey thing looks like it's passed now. It doesn't look like it's really doing anything. So I saw the Nasdaq up earlier a lot when I woke up this morning about a couple hours ago. Before I fell back asleep, I saw the Nasdaq was up pretty big, and it still looks like it is. I think there's something wrong with my OBS, my Open Broadcaster, and it's not doing what it's supposed to do right now. So it's actually frozen on my screen. So I don't know. Anytime this can drop off. So just let me know here in chat if I do disconnect here. Again, this internet is pretty goddamn terrible. So I'm gonna have to 10 o'clock, Patrick. So literally right after the market opens at 10. Hey guys, I'm gonna restart my OBS, so I'm gonna be offline for 1 second and then I'll be back online. So hold tight. Oh, there we go, guys. Sorry, my internet's really bad here, guys. It's like really bad. I thought it was gonna be better than this, but it's not.
You gotta get yourself a white girl that has better internet.
I keep on telling her to get fucking better internet. She never gets better internet. It's buffering every single fucking time. It's so annoying. My computer back home is Ethernet, and right now I'm just using Wi-Fi. I'm trying to connect to the 5G, but she doesn't know the password for the 5G. What?
It should be the same.
It should be the same, right?
Yeah.
Let me double check here. Let's see if this 5G connection is a little better. No, dude, I'm streaming so low, 1.3. It's really low right now. It's slightly better though. No, slightly better. Yep, no problem, John. That's why I think my clones work pretty well here, guys. By the way, GDXJ is down 1% here, just right off the bat. We're near the lows of yesterday. So I think what's going to happen here is we're going to chill out here. There's a good amount of support right here. Next support here is just 33.35 level. Again, even if we retrace 50% here, I wouldn't be surprised intraday. Just a heads up. Just because it went up so fast, we have really no more juice to go. Even if you look at the lows here to here, 50% is still back near the gap. So let's check out the 50%. So 50% here, right? So essentially, I'm looking at to probably go lower than this 33.35 level here for GX. Let's go back to GDX here real quick. Yep. So right now we're bouncing on support once again, down 1.27. Again, it's because gold is selling off here because of no news from Comey apparently. So let's see what happens here. And also the dollar is pretty strong relatively today. So UJ's a little strong, dollar's a little strong. So we're seeing this come down a little bit. But don't count gold out. Don't count gold out. So I'm gonna sit on my hands first 15 minutes and check out what they do over here. Drop it down here a little bit. I'm sorry about the internet, guys. I apologize for the internet. It's really bad here. Yeah, no problem. I signed off at 1, I think Eastern time. Just wait for this crazy again. Today's a crazy day. Crazy day today, guys. Yo, so remember back in the days where GXJ would be crashing right now if gold is down this much in a day, right? BABA up 10%, 12%. Again, I think I might have talked about BABA earlier in my streams. It's like Amazon. It could be even bigger in the future. In my opinion, it's going to be bigger than Amazon. There are way more Chinese than Americans. And besides, the Americans buy all their shit off Chinese anyway, so. GXJ mounting a little bit. UJ, dollars getting rejected for the top at least. Right. GXJ turning down. And guys, don't be too enthusiastic about Comey's testimony. His press release again, his press release is already down. His press release is already out. Here comes gold. 1280. No volume on the drop, guys. There's no volume here. Notice a lot of volume here. 6.2. No volume here. 6.8. A huge lack of volume here. Just waiting 15 minutes, guys. It's gonna be very, very volatile here. We're gonna chop real hard. Again, we already broke that big resistance, so let's double check that. Right? We're just flagging out to go higher, in my opinion. Even if I GXJ down 2%. GDX down 1.7%. So last time GDX. So remember, last time we were at 12. Remember how I said when gold is going down, gold miners is kind of absorbing it. Last time we were at 1279, GDX was at this 2274 gap down. Last time we were at 1279, GDX was at this 2274 gap down from this gap up. So that big play on Tuesday, essentially that gap was at 1279, 1273. So right now, notice how the gold has shrunk down back down to 1279. However, GDX is not 2275, right? So it's kind of like, I think this is kind of like, the reversal was happening last time. If indeed this is a trend change where if gold comes down, GDXJ and GDX will go down, go down a little bit, and then when gold goes up, GDX and GXJ will go up big. See what happens. Everyone keep an eye out for oil today as well. So again, this is my bounce zone for oil. If oil doesn't bounce here, it should bounce. It should bounce here at least back up to 47 or 46, I think. Another 50 cents. But who the hell knows? There's oil report coming out soon. Or I'm sorry, natural gas. I think everything's been baked in, Earth Mike. The statement's already been out. His statement, unless he says something different in his testimony, his statement already pretty much clears Trump from what I've read. Just a little bit more. I just need a little bit more. 33.11 going long here. I'm trying to long right here, guys. And then I'm gonna long this, and if we do pop, I'm holding the J nug, getting rid of the nugget. Just a little bit more, guys. A little bit more. No volume here today. Little volume here today. Let's go to the 15. Boom. Yo, big drop here. Big drop here, guys. Big drop here. And I'm long. I'm gonna long this. $18.81. 18.80. Trade is in. Trade is in. This is a slight head and shoulders pattern here. Slight head and shoulders pattern. So this is what I'm looking at on the 5-minute though. Shit. Let's go here. Huge pop in US oil. Huge pop in oil. Damn, there's huge volume coming in. I wonder what happened. Is Comey testifying right now or something? Oh boy. Not good. Hold the door. Come on, baby. Bounce for me. I already have a stop in place, 1.5%. Again, initial is down, gap down, go down. So if this is a weird day and everything's changing, the gap down should be a bought just like yesterday. So this is my buy here at 1880, guys. You guys probably got a fucking way better entry. Wish I waited just a little bit more. But I'll stick with my 1680 for now. So this channel here is broken. There's a head. I think it's a head and shoulders on this 5. So again, a 5-minute head and shoulders shouldn't be a 24-hour trade. And we're gonna nice out hammer here. Remember, guys, I'm gonna cycle off my nugget and go into J nugget instead. That is the plan here, guys. So I'm going to sit here patiently with my position. Yeah, it's not good, especially if the 2011 trend line gets defended here. That's not good. Jerry must be real happy though. Not a lot. Jerry must be pretty. Jerry, are you in here? Oh, he is. Let this figure itself out. It's been 20 minutes since the market is open. Really, nothing has happened. Since the drop, guys. I should clarify there. There's a 5 minute, middle 5 minute doji here, guys. A lot of longs definitely just got stopped out here. The thing is, I looked up GDX on my phone the other day, and I saw that literally every single Seeking Alpha is bullish on gold miners. The day before they released this, they tell them to go long. This is what happens, right? But anyway, this is just an intraday drop here. Anything can happen here today. Gold's been pretty crazy. Comey coming here in 10 minutes. You guys hear me in Discord? Or something? No one's talking. You guys hear me? Okay. I can't hear you guys. Let me restart my Discord.
Yesterday, I
Awesome.
watched that JDS do the run. Dust went out at open for whatever reason. I obviously had a stop in late last night that I didn't count on.
Okay, now I can hear everyone in Discord. Awesome.
Yeah, I'm about to go crazy.
Can you hear us, E?
Yep. I can hear everyone now. Great. Awesome.
Yeah, I think that Comey letter was really, really lacking in any kind of detail. I think just
It was beating around the bush.
Changed the game.
Just beating around the bush. Just very simple. It's a lawyer talking. It's a very lawyer kind of statement.
I think a couple questions could change the game. I think a couple questions could really send gold up.
Dude, it's a detailed letter. I wonder how much sleep Comey has got in the last few days.
Did you guys all close out your long positions?
No, I longed this dip here.
But the other day you were up long a day or two ago. Did you close those out or you're still holding?
No, I think I'm still good here. This is a retracement in my opinion. Again, I was looking for that 0.5 the whole time to cycle off my nugget and buy into JNUG. And here's it looks like it's hitting support. Especially, I think it's hitting a big support for me for gold here. That's why I bought in. This 1273 should be a decent amount of support, but who knows? I could be wrong. I'm looking for the support to hold here, guys. See, we have a bear flag here. No bear flag. It's kind of like choppiness to the side here. I'm just seeing if gold. Okay, so gold made it. Let's see the intraday. 1288 to 1273. A $15 move to the downside. So we had a $15 move to the downside here, guys, on gold. You gotta see whether or not it wants to go back up to its $10 range to 1278. That's what I'm looking for, the 1278. Again, Comey here, 5 minutes, guys. They're selling the news here before the news even happens. That's what it seems. But let's see what happens here. Silver, yo, so the silver's not going down. Oh, silver is down. I'm sorry. Silver's down 1.63%. I apologize. But Nasdaq is selling off hard here. But remember how oil's 47? Oh, okay, this is okay. So if you guys longed oil this morning, it's hitting my resistance. It's hitting my resistance right now for oil. 45.76. So again, right now it's just a matter of just waiting. Ooh, Nugget might fill the gap. I really don't like that. I just needed to stop at the 50% retracement. Thinking it might actually knife down to 50%. I'm gonna throw in some Bloomberg here. Guys, let's watch some Bloomberg here. I have it turned up here, so As soon as the testimony starts, I'm gonna start feeding in the audio. Again, next week a rate hike, man. We have a rate hike coming next week. Don't need bad news. That is bad news itself, Ben. Once again, bears are talking shit. I see that, Ben.
Boom, just flattened my position for a $200 loss. I'm going to consider it a gift today.
Oh, you got that back? Fuck yeah, hell yeah.
Yeah, it may drop down and would have got me to even, but I'm going to take the little loss because I'm not going to risk the bounce.
I think this is the retracement of gold. I think this is easily gonna come up here.
Yeah, that was a wild fucking ride. What a mistake.
You see how volatile gold is? You guys see how volatile it is right now at a huge multi-year trend line? This is the volatility I like. This is how JNUG and this is how GX and GXJ used to trade in the past. $10.
I'll get a short UJ in here later.
So we hit this double bottom here and go and see what it does here.
Talking any. Nap?
Oh my god, this is not good. It just hit a lot of stop losses. Damn, gold just literally fell off a fucking cliff. Holy shit. They're beating down here hard. Oh my god. That was so close to the stop loss. Don't you dare hit that stop loss. Don't you dare. Okay, I'm out. I hit my stop loss. Nuggets trying to fill the gap, guys. Watch out. Trying to fill the gaps here. This is when I play defensive now. Hit my stop. God damn it. I hate you. I'm gonna update my stuff real quick. Motherfucker, it just they know how to do this real good. They know how to do this real fucking good. Don't they?
Yep, the manipulation is real.
Look at this. It just tickled my stop loss here. Fuck you. This is just a ton of stop losses being hit, guys. I'm gonna wait for this to go down a little bit more.
Freaking dollar is ripping.
What this line is here. Still targeting the 95.8 on dollar. Thought I placed a good stop too. Let's see what happens if this one's go lower. Okay, the testimony's starting. I'm gonna go long here. I'm gonna re-long here, guys. I'm gonna re-long here just because the testimony's starting right now. Looking for at least the bounce because he's right now he's at the table.
The committee, Senator Richard Burr of North Carolina, newly elected chairman of that committee, and Mark Warner, senator from Virginia, Democratic senator from Virginia, someone who's maintained all along here, David, the integrity of this committee hearing. We hear the gavel into order now. Let's listen now to the chairman.
I'm gonna long here at 1860.
Director Comey, I appreciate your willingness to appear before the committee today, and more importantly, I thank you for your dedicated service and leadership to the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Your appearance today speaks to the trust we have built over the years, and I'm looking forward to a very open and candid discussion today. I'd like to remind my colleagues that we will reconvene in closed session at 1 p.m. today, and I ask that you reserve for that venue any questions that might get into classified information. The director has been very gracious with his time, but the vice chairman and I have worked out a very specific timeline for his commitment to be on the Hill, so we will do everything we can to meet that agreement. The Senate Select Committee on Intelligence exists to certify for the other 85 members of the United States Senate and the American people that the intelligence community is operating lawfully and has the necessary authorities and tools to accomplish its mission and keep America safe. Part of our mission, beyond the oversight we continue to provide to the intelligence community and its activities, is to investigate Russian interference in the 2016 U.S. elections. The committee's work continues. This hearing represents part of that effort. Jim, allegations have been swirling in the press for the last several weeks, and today's your opportunity to set the record straight. Yesterday, I read with interest your statement for the record, and I think it provides some helpful details surrounding your interactions with the president. It clearly lays out your understanding of those discussions, actions you took following each conversation, and your state of mind. I very much appreciate your candor, and I think it's helpful as we work through to determine the ultimate truth behind possible Russian interference in the 2016 elections. Your statement also provides texture and context to your interactions with the president from your vantage point and outlines a strained relationship. The American people need to hear your side of the story, just as they need to hear the president's descriptions of events. These interactions also highlight the importance of the committee's ongoing investigation. Our experienced staff is interviewing all relevant parties and some of the most sensitive intelligence in our country's possession. We will establish the facts, separate from rampant speculation, and lay them out for the American people to make their own judgment. Only then will we, as a nation, be able to move forward and to put this episode to rest. There are several outstanding issues not addressed in your statement that I hope you'll clear up for the American people today. Did the president's request for loyalty your impression that that the one-on-one dinner of January 27th was, and I quote, at least in part, an effort to create some sort of patronage relationship, or his March 30th phone call asking what you could do to lift the cloud of Russia investigation in any way, alter your approach of the FBI's investigation into General Flynn, or the broader investigation into Russia and possible links to the campaign. In your opinion, did potential Russian efforts to establish links with individuals in the Trump orbit rise to the level we could define as collusion, or was it a counterintelligence concern? There's been a significant public speculation about your decision making related to the Clinton email investigation. Why did you decide to publicly announce FBI's recommendations that the Department of Justice not pursue criminal charges? You have described it as a choice between a bad decision and a worse decision. The American people need to understand the facts behind your action. This committee is uniquely suited to investigate Russia's interference in the 2016 elections. We also have a unified bipartisan approach to what is a highly charged partisan issue. Russian activities during 2016 election may have been aimed at one party's candidate, but as my colleague Senator Rubio says frequently, in 2018 and 2020, it could be aimed at anyone, at home or abroad. My colleague Senator Warner and I have worked to stay in lockstep on this investigation. We've had our differences on approach at times, but I've constantly stressed that we need to be a team, and I think Senator Warner agrees with me. We must keep these questions above politics and partisanship. It's too important to be tainted by anyone trying to score political points. With that, again, I welcome you, Director, and I turn to the Vice Chairman for any comments he might have.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And let me start by, again, absolutely thanking all the members of the committee for the seriousness in which they've taken on this task. Mr. Comey, thank you for agreeing to come testify as part of this committee's investigation into Russia. I realize that this hearing has been obviously the focus of a lot of Washington in the last few days. But the truth is, many Americans who may be tuning in today probably haven't focused on every twist and turn of the investigation. So I'd like to briefly describe, at least from this senator's standpoint, what we already know and what we're still investigating. To be clear, this investigation is not about relitigating the election. It's not about who won or lost, and it sure as heck is not about Democrats versus Republicans. We're here because a foreign adversary attacked us right here at home, plain and simple. Not by guns or missiles, but by foreign operatives seeking to hijack our most important democratic process, our presidential election. Russian spies engaged in a series of online cyber raids and a broad campaign of disinformation, all ultimately aimed at sowing chaos to undermine public faith in our process, in our leadership, and ultimately in ourselves. And that's not just this senator's opinion. It is the unanimous determination of the entire U.S. intelligence community. So we must find out the full story. What the Russians did, and candidly, as some other colleagues have mentioned, why they were so successful. And more importantly, we must determine the necessary steps to take to protect our democracy and ensure they can't do it again. Chairman mentioned elections in 2018 and 2020. In my home state of Virginia, we have elections this year in 2017. Simply put, we cannot let anything or anyone prevent us from getting to the bottom of this. Now, Mr. Comey, let me say at the outset, we haven't always agreed on every issue. In fact, I've occasionally questioned some of the actions you've taken. But I've never had any reason to question your integrity, your expertise, or your intelligence. You've been a straight shooter with this committee and have been willing to speak truth to power, even at the risk of your own career. which makes the way in which you were fired by the president ultimately shocking. Recall, we began this entire process with the president and his staff first denying that the Russians were ever involved, and then falsely claiming that no one from his team was ever in touch with any Russians. We know that's just not the truth. Numerous Trump associates had undisclosed contacts with Russians before and after the election, including the president's attorney general, his former national security advisor, and his current senior advisor, Mr. Kushner. That doesn't even begin to count the host of additional campaign associates and advisors who've also been caught up in this massive web. We saw Mr. Trump's campaign manager, Mr. Manafort, forced to step down over ties to Russian-backed entities. The national security advisor, General Flynn, had to resign over his lies about engagements with the Russians. And we saw the candidate himself express an odd and unexplained affection for the Russian dictator while calling for the hacking of his opponent. There's a lot to investigate. Enough, in fact, that then Director Comey publicly acknowledged that he was leading an investigation into those links between Mr. Trump's campaign and the Russian government. As the director of the FBI, Mr. Comey was ultimately responsible for conducting that investigation, which might explain why you're sitting now as a private citizen. What we didn't know was at the same time that this investigation was proceeding, the president himself appears to have been engaged in an effort to influence or at least co-opt the director of the FBI. The testimony that Mr. Comey has submitted for today's hearing is very disturbing. For example, on January 27th, after summoning Director Comey to dinner, the president appears to have threatened the director's job while telling him, quote, "I need loyalty. I expect loyalty." At a later meeting on February 14th, the president asked the attorney general to leave the Oval Office so that he could privately ask Director Comey, again, quote, "to see way clear to letting Flynn go." That is a statement that Director Comey interpreted as a request that he drop the investigation connected to General Flynn's false statements. Think about it. The President of the United States asking the FBI director to drop an ongoing investigation on the Russia investigation. Now, Director Comey denied each of these improper requests. The loyalty pledge, the admonition to drop the Flynn investigation, the request to lift the cloud on the Russia investigation. Of course, after his refusals, Director Comey was fired. The initial explanation for the firing didn't pass any smell test. Somehow Director Comey was fired because he didn't treat Hillary Clinton appropriately. Of course, that explanation lasted about a day because the president himself then made very clear that he was thinking about Russia when he decided to fire Director Comey. Shockingly, reports suggest that the president admitted as much in an Oval Office meeting with the Russians the day after Director Comey was fired. Disparaging our country's top law enforcement official as a quote-unquote nut job, the president allegedly suggested that his firing relieved great pressure on his feelings about Russia. This is not happening in isolation. At the same time the president was engaged in these efforts with Director Comey, he was also, at least allegedly, asking senior leaders of the intelligence community to downplay the Russian investigation or to intervene with the director. Yesterday, we had DNI Director Coates and NSA Director Admiral Rogers, who were offered a number of opportunities to flatly deny those press reports. They expressed their opinions, but they did not take that opportunity to deny those reports. They did not take advantage of that opportunity. In my belief, that's not how the President of the United States should behave. Regardless of the outcome of our investigation into the Russia links, Director Comey's firing and his testimony raise separate and troubling questions that we must get to the bottom of. Again, as I said at the outset, I've seen firsthand how seriously every member of this committee is taking his work. I'm proud of the committee's efforts so far. But let me be clear. This is not a witch hunt. This is not fake news. It is an effort to protect our country from a new threat that, quite honestly, will not go away anytime soon. So, Mr. Comey, your testimony here today will help us move towards that goal. I look forward to that testimony. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Vice Chairman. Director, as discussed, when you agreed to appear before the committee, it would be under oath. I'd ask you to please stand, raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Please be seated. Director Comey, you're now under oath. And I would just note to members, you will be recognized by seniority for a period up to 7 minutes. And again, it is the intent to move to a closed session no later than 1 p.m. With that, Director Comey, you are recognized. You have the floor for as long as you might need.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ranking Member Warner, members of the committee, thank you for inviting me here to testify today. I've submitted my statement for the record, and I'm not going to repeat it here this morning. I thought I would just offer some very brief introductory remarks, and then I would welcome your questions. When I was appointed FBI Director in 2013, I understood that I served at the pleasure of the President. Even though I was appointed to a 10-year term, which Congress created in order to underscore the importance of the FBI being outside of politics and independent, I understood that I could be fired by a president for any reason or for no reason at all. And on May the 9th, when I learned that I had been fired, for that reason, I immediately came home as a private citizen. But then the explanations, the shifting explanations, confused me and increasingly concerned me. They confused me because the President and I had had multiple conversations about my job, both before and after he took office. And he had repeatedly told me I was doing a great job and he hoped I would stay. And I had repeatedly assured him that I did intend to stay and serve out the remaining 6 years of my term. He told me repeatedly that he had talked to lots of people about me, including our current Attorney General, and had learned that I was doing a great job and that I was extremely well liked by the FBI workforce. So it confused me when I saw on television the President saying that he actually fired me because of the Russia investigation, and learned again from the media that he was telling privately other parties that my firing had relieved great pressure on the Russia investigation. I was also confused by the initial explanation that was offered publicly that I was fired because of the decisions I had made during the election year. That didn't make sense to me for a whole bunch of reasons, including the time and all the water that had gone under the bridge since those hard decisions had had to be made. That didn't make any sense to me. And although the law required no reason at all to fire an FBI director, the administration then chose to defame me, and more importantly, the FBI, by saying that the organization was in disarray, that it was poorly led, that the workforce had lost confidence in its leader. Those were lies, plain and simple. And I am so sorry that the FBI workforce had to hear them, and I'm so sorry that the American people were told them. I worked every day at the FBI to help make that great organization better. And I say help because I did nothing alone at the FBI. There are no indispensable people at the FBI. The organization's great strength is that its values and abilities run deep and wide. The FBI will be fine without me. The FBI's mission will be relentlessly pursued by its people, and that mission is to protect the American people and uphold the Constitution of the United States. I will deeply miss being part of that mission, but this organization and its mission will go on long beyond me and long beyond any particular administration. I have a message before I close for my former colleagues of the FBI, but first I want the American people to know this truth. The FBI is honest, the FBI is strong, and the FBI is and always will be independent. And now to my former colleagues, if I may. I am so sorry that I didn't get the chance to say goodbye to you properly. It was the honor of my life to serve beside you, to be part of the FBI family, and I will miss it for the rest of my life. Thank you for standing watch. Thank you for doing so much good for this country. Do that good as long as ever you can. And Senators, I look forward to your questions.
Director, thank you for that testimony, both oral and the written testimony that you provided to the committee yesterday and made public to the American people. Chair would recognize himself first for 12 minutes, Vice Chair for 12 minutes based upon the agreement we have. Director, did the Special Counsel's Office review and/or edit your written testimony?
No.
Do you have any doubt that Russia attempted to interfere in the 2016 elections?
None.
Do you have any doubt that the Russian government was behind the intrusions in the DNC and the DCCC systems and the subsequent leaks of that information?
No, no doubt.
Do you have any doubt that the Russian government was behind the cyber intrusion into state voter files?
No.
Do you have any doubt that officials of the Russian government were fully aware of these activities?
No doubt.
Are you confident that no votes cast in the 2016 presidential election were altered?
I'm confident. By the time when I left as director, I'd seen no indication of that whatsoever.
Director Comey, did the president at any time ask you to stop the FBI investigation into Russian involvement in the 2016 U.S. elections?
Not to my understanding, no.
Did any individual working for this administration, including the Justice Department, ask you to stop the Russian investigation?
No.
Director, when the president requested that you, and I quote, let Flynn go, General Flynn had an unreported contact with the Russians, which is an offense. And if press accounts are right, there might have been discrepancies between facts and his FBI testimony. In your estimation, was General Flynn at that time in serious legal jeopardy? And in addition to that, do you sense that the president was trying to obstruct justice or just seek for a way for Mike Flynn to save face, given he had already been fired?
Well, General Flynn at that point in time was in legal jeopardy. There was an open FBI criminal investigation of his statements in connection with the Russian contacts and the contacts themselves. And so that was my assessment at the time. I don't think it's for me to say whether the conversation I had with the president was an effort to obstruct. I took it as a very disturbing thing, very concerning, but that's a conclusion I'm sure the special counsel will work towards to try and understand what the intention was there and whether that's an offense.
Director, is it possible that as part of this FBI investigation, the FBI could find evidence of criminality that is not tied to the 2016 elections, possible collusion, or coordination with Russians?
Sure.
So there could be something that just fits a criminal aspect to this that doesn't have anything to do with the 2016 election cycle?
Correct. In any complex investigation, when you start turning over rocks, sometimes you find things that are unrelated to the primary investigation that are criminal in nature.
Director Comey, you have been criticized publicly for the decision to present your findings on the email investigation directly to the American people. Have you learned anything since that time that would have changed what you said or how you chose to inform the American people?
Honestly, no. I mean, it caused a whole lot of personal pain for me, but as I look back, given what I knew at the time and even what I've learned since, I think it was the best way to try and protect the justice institution, including the FBI.
In the public domain is this question of the Steele dossier, a document that has been around now for over a year. I'm not sure when the FBI first took possession of it, but the media had it before you had it, and we had it. At the time of your departure from the FBI, was the FBI able to confirm any criminal allegations contained in the Steele document?
Mr. Chairman, I don't think that's a question I can answer in an open setting. because it goes into the details of the investigation.
Director, the term we hear most often is collusion. When people are describing possible links between Americans and Russian government entities related to the interference in our election, would you say that it's normal for foreign governments to reach out to members of an incoming administration?
Yes.
At what point does the normal contact cross the line into an attempt to recruit agents or influence or spies?
Difficult to say in the abstract. It depends upon the context, whether there's an effort to keep it covert, what the nature of the requests made of the American by the foreign government are. It's a judgment call based on a whole lot of facts.
At what point would that recruitment become a counterintelligence threat to our country?
Again, difficult to answer in the abstract, but when a foreign power is using especially coercion or some sort of pressure to try and co-opt an American, especially a government official, to act on its behalf, that's a serious concern to the FBI and at the heart of the FBI's counterintelligence mission.
So if you've got a 36-page document of specific claims that are out there, the FBI would have to, for counterintelligence reasons, try to verify anything that might be claimed in there. One, and probably first and foremost, is the counterintelligence concerns that we have about blackmail. Would that be an accurate statement?
Yes. If the FBI receives a credible allegation that there is some effort to co-opt, coerce, direct, employ covertly an American on behalf of the foreign power, that's the basis on which a counterintelligence investigation is open.
And when you read the dossier, what was your reaction, given that it was 100?
I just want to mute the mic real quick, guys. I moved up my stop losses. Everything's moved upwards. I'm back in the money here, and I'm feeling pretty good. But I moved up my stop losses. Good to mute back here, and I'm going to go play the audio again.
Dean.
And in that time frame, there were more than the DNC and the DCCC that were targets.
Correct. There was a massive effort to target government and non-governmental, near-governmental agencies like nonprofits.
What would be the estimate of how many entities out there the Russians specifically targeted in that time frame?
It's hundreds. I suppose it could be more than 1,000, but it's at least hundreds.
When did you become aware that data had been exfiltrated?
I'm not sure exactly. I think either late 15 or early 16.
And did you, the director of the FBI, have conversations with the last administration about the risk that this posed?
Yes.
And share with us, if you will, what actions they took.
Well, the FBI had already undertaken an effort to notify all the victims, and that's what we consider the entities that were attacked as part of this massive spear phishing campaign. And so we notified them in an effort to disrupt what might be ongoing. And then there was a series of continuing interactions with entities through the rest of 15 into 16. And then throughout 16, the administration was trying to decide how to respond to the intrusion activity that it saw.
And the FBI, in this case, unlike other cases that you might investigate, did you ever have access to the actual hardware that was hacked, or did you have to rely on a third party to provide you the data that they had collected?
In the case of the DNC, and I believe the DCCC, but I'm sure the DNC, we did not have access to the devices themselves. We got relevant forensic information from a private party, a high-class entity that had done the work, but we didn't get direct access.
But no content?
Correct.
Isn't content an important part of the forensics from a counterintelligence standpoint?
It is, although what was briefed to me by my folks, the people who were my folks at the time, is that they had gotten the information from the private party that they needed to understand the intrusion by the spring of 2016.
Let me go back, if I can, very briefly, to the decision to publicly go out with your results on the email, was your decision influenced by the Attorney General's tarmac meeting with the former President Bill Clinton?
Yes, in a ultimately conclusive way. That was the thing that capped it for me, that I had to do something separately to protect the credibility of the investigation, which meant both the FBI and the Justice Department.
Were there other things that contributed to that that you can describe in an open session?
There were other things that contributed to that. One significant item I can't. I know the committee's been briefed on. There's been some public accounts of it, which are nonsense, but I understand the committee's been briefed on the classified facts. Probably the only other consideration that I guess I can talk about in an open setting is that at one point the Attorney General had directed me not to call it an investigation, but instead to call it a matter, which confused me and concerned me. But that was one of the bricks in the load that led me to conclude I have to step away from the department if we're to close this case credibly.
Director, my last question. You're not only a seasoned prosecutor, you've led the FBI for years and the investigative process. You've worked with this committee closely, and we're grateful to you because I think we've mutually built trust in what your organization does and what we do. Is there any doubt in your mind that this committee can carry out its oversight role in the 2016 Russian involvement in the elections in parallel with the now special counsel that's been set up?
No, no doubt. It can be done. It requires lots of conversations, but Bob Mueller is one of this country's great pros, and I'm sure you all will be able to work it out with him to run it in parallel.
I want to thank you once again. I want to turn to the Vice Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And again, Director Comey, thank you for your service. And your comments to your FBI family, I know, were heartfelt. Know that even though there are some in the administration who've tried to smear your reputation, you had Acting Director McCabe in public testimony a few weeks back and in public testimony yesterday reaffirm that the vast majority of the FBI community had great trust in your leadership and obviously trust in your integrity. I want to go through a number of the meetings that you referenced in your testimony. And let's start with the January 6th meeting in Trump Tower, where you went up with a series of officials to brief the president-elect on the Russia investigation. My understanding is you remained afterwards to brief him on, again, quote, some personally sensitive aspects of the information you relayed. Now, you said after that briefing, you felt compelled to document that conversation, that you actually started documenting it as soon as you got into the car. Now, you've had extensive experience at the Department of Justice and at the FBI. You've worked under presidents of both parties. What was it about that meeting that led you to determine that you needed to start putting down a written record?
A combination of things. I think the circumstances, the subject matter, and the person I was interacting with. Circumstances first, I was alone with the President of the United States, or the President-elect, soon to be President. The subject matter, I was talking about matters that touch on the FBI's core responsibility and that relate to the President-elect personally. And then the nature of the person. I was honestly concerned that he might lie about the nature of our meeting, and so I thought it really important to document. That combination of things I'd never experienced before, but it led me to believe I got to write it down, and I got to write it down in a very detailed way.
I think that's a very important statement you just made. And my understanding is that then, again, unlike your dealings with presidents of either parties in your past experience, in every subsequent meeting or conversation with this president, you created a written record. Did you feel that you needed to create this written record of these memos because they might need to be relied on at some future date?
Sure. I created records after conversations, and I think I did it after each of our 9 conversations. If I didn't, I did it for nearly all of them, especially the ones that were substantive. I knew that there might come a day when I would need a record of what had happened, not just to defend myself, but to defend the FBI and our integrity as an institution and the independence of our investigative function. That's what made this so difficult. Is it was a combination of circumstances, subject matter, and the particular person.
And so in all your experience, this was the only president that you felt like in every meeting you needed to document, because at some point, using your words, he might put out a non-truthful representation of that meeting. Now,
That's right, Senator. And I, as I said in my written testimony, as FBI director, I interacted with President Obama, and I spoke only twice in 3 years and didn't document it. When I was Deputy Attorney General, I had one-on-one meeting with President Bush about a very important and difficult national security matter. I didn't write a memo documenting that conversation either. Sent a quick email to my staff to let them know there was something going on. But I didn't feel with President Bush the need to document it in that way. Again, because the combination of those factors just wasn't present with either President Bush or President Obama.
Yeah, I think that is very significant. I think others will probably question that. Now, the chairman and I have requested those memos. It is our hope that the FBI will get this committee access to those memos so that, again, we can read that contemporaneous rendition so that we've got your side of the story. Now, I know members have said and press have said that if you were, a great deal has been made of whether the president, you are asked to, in effect, indicate whether the president was the subject of any investigation. And my understanding is prior to your meeting on January 6th, you discussed with your leadership team whether or not you should be prepared to assure then President-elect Trump that the FBI was not investigating him personally. Now, my understanding is your leadership team agreed with that, but was that a unanimous decision? Was there any debate about that?
It wasn't unanimous. One of the members of the leadership team had a view that although it was technically true, we did not have a counterintelligence file case open on then President-elect Trump. His concern was because we're looking at the potential, again, that's the subject of the investigation, coordination between the campaign and Russia, because it was President Trump, President-elect Trump's campaign, this person's view was inevitably his behavior, his conduct will fall within the scope of that work, and so he was reluctant to make the statement that I made. I disagreed. I thought it was fair to say what was literally true. There is not a counterintelligence investigation of Mr. Trump, and I decided in the moment to say it, given the nature of our conversation.
At that moment in time, did you ever revisit that as in these subsequent sessions?
With the FBI leadership team? Sure. And the leader who had that view, it didn't change. His view was still that it was probably, although literally true, his concern was it could be misleading because the nature of the investigation was such that it might well touch, obviously it would touch the campaign, and the person at the head of the campaign would be the candidate. And so that was his view throughout.
Let me move to the January 27th dinner, where you said, quote, "The president began by asking me whether I wanted to stay on as FBI director. He also indicated that lots of people, again your words, wanted the job. You go on to say that the dinner itself was seemingly an effort to, quote, have you ask him for your job and create some sort of, quote unquote, patronage relationship. The president seems, from my reading of your memo, to be holding your job or your possibility of continuing in your job over your head in a fairly direct way. What was your impression, and what did you mean by this notion of a patronage relationship?
Well, my impression, and again, it's my impression, I could always be wrong, but my common sense told me that what was going on is either he had concluded or someone had told him that you've already asked Comey to stay and you didn't get anything for it. And that the dinner was an effort to build a relationship, in fact, he asked specifically, of loyalty in the context of asking me to stay. And as I said, what was odd about that is we'd already talked twice about it by that point, and he'd said, I very much hope you'll stay. I hope you'll stay. In fact, I just remembered sitting here a third one. When you've seen the picture of me walking across the blue room, and what the president whispered in my ear was, I really look forward to working with you. So after those encounters...
And that was just a few days before you were fired.
Yeah, that was on the Sunday after the inauguration. The next Friday, I have dinner, and the president begins by wanting to talk about my job. And so I'm sitting there thinking, wait a minute, 3 times we've already you've already asked me to stay or talked about me staying. My common sense, again, I could be wrong, but my common sense told me what's going on here is that he's looking to get something in exchange for granting my request to stay in the job.
Again, we all understand. I was a governor. I had people work for me, but this constant request, and again, quoting you, him saying that he, despite you explaining your independence, he kept coming back to, I need loyalty, I expect loyalty. Had you ever had any of those kind of requests before from anyone else you'd worked for in the government?
No. And what made me uneasy was, I'm, at that point, the director of the FBI. The reason that Congress created a 10-year term is so that the director is not feeling as if they're serving with political loyalty owed to any particular person. The statue of justice has a blindfold on because you're not supposed to be peeking out to see whether your patron is pleased or not with what you're doing. It should be about the facts and the law. That's why I became FBI director, to be in that kind of position. So that's why I was so uneasy.
Well, let me move on. My time's running out. February 14th, again, it seems a bit strange. You were in a meeting, and your direct superior, the Attorney General, was in that meeting as well. Yet the President asked everyone to leave, including the Attorney General to leave, before he brought up the matter of General Flynn. What was your impression of that type of action? And have you ever seen anything like that before?
No. My impression was something big is about to happen. I need to remember every single word that is spoken. And again, I could be wrong, but I'm 56 years old. I've been seen a few things. My sense was the Attorney General knew he shouldn't be leaving, which is why he was lingering. And I don't know Mr. Kushner well, but I think he picked up on the same thing. And so I knew something was about to happen that I needed to pay very close attention to.
And I found it very interesting that in the memo that you wrote after this February 14th pull-aside, you made clear that you wrote that memo in a way that was unclassified. If you affirmatively made the decision to write a memo that was unclassified, was that because you felt at some point the facts of that meeting would have to come clean and come clear and actually be able to be cleared in a way that could be shared with the American people?
Well, I remember thinking this is a very disturbing development, really important to our work. I need to document it and preserve it in a way, and this committee gets this, but sometimes when things are classified, it tangles them up. It's hard to share it within an investigative team. You have to be very careful about how you handle it for good reason. So my thinking was, if I write it in such a way that I don't include anything that would trigger a classification, that'll make it easier for us to discuss within the FBI and the government, and to hold on to it in a way that makes it accessible to us.
Well, again, it's our hope, particularly since you're a pretty knowledgeable guy and you wrote this in a way that was unclassified, that this committee will get access to that unclassified document. I think it would be very important to our investigation. Let me just ask this in closing. How many ongoing investigations at any time does the FBI have?
Tens of thousands.
Tens of thousands. Did the President ever ask about any other ongoing investigation?
No.
Did he ever ask about you trying to interfere on any other investigation?
No.
I think, again, this speaks volumes. This doesn't even get to the questions around the phone calls about lifting the cloud. I know other members will get to that, but I really appreciate your testimony and appreciate your service to our nation.
Thank you, Senator Warner. You know, I'm sitting here going through my contacts with him. I had one conversation with the President that was classified where he asked about an ongoing intelligence investigation. It was brief and entirely professional.
But he didn't ask you to take any specific action on that, unlike what he had done vis-a-vis Mr. Flynn and the overall Russia investigation.
Correct.
Thank you, sir.
Senator Risch.
Thank you very much. Mr. Comey, thank you for your service. America needs more like you, and we really appreciate it. Yesterday, I got, and everybody got, the 7 pages of your direct testimony that's now part of the record here. And the first, I read it, then I read it again, and all I could think was, number one, how much I hated the class of legal writing when I was in law school. And you were the guy that probably got the A after reading this. So I find it clear. I find it concise. And having been a prosecutor for a number of years and handling hundreds, maybe thousands of cases and read police reports, investigative reports, this is as good as it gets. And I really appreciate that. Not only the conciseness and the clearness of it, but also the fact that you have things that were written down contemporaneously when they happened, and you actually put them in quotes, so we know exactly what happened, and we're not getting some rendition of it that's in your mind. So,
Thank you,
so you're to be complimented. For
I had great parents and great teachers who beat that into me.
That's obvious, sir. The chairman walked you through a number of things that the American people need to know and want to know. Number one, obviously, we all know about the active measures that the Russians have taken. I think a lot of people were surprised at this. Those of us that work in the intelligence community, it didn't come as a surprise, but now the American people know this, and it's good they know this because this is serious and it's a problem. I think, secondly, I gather from all this that you're willing to say now that while you were director, the President of the United States was not under investigation. Is that a fair statement?
That's correct.
All right. So that's a fact that we can rely on at this
Yes, sir.
Okay. I remember you talked with us shortly after February 14th when the New York Times wrote an article that suggested that the Trump campaign was colluding with the Russians. You remember reading that article when it first came out?
I do. It was about allegedly extensive electronic surveillance.
Correct.
Communications. Yes.
And that upset you to the point where you actually went out and surveyed the intelligence community to see whether you were missing something in that. Is that correct?
That's correct. I want to be careful in open setting.
I'm not going to go any further than that.
Okay.
So thank you. In addition to that, after that, you sought out both Republican and Democrat senators to tell them that, hey, I don't know where this is coming from, but this is not the case. This is not factual. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. So again, so the American people can understand this, that report by the New York Times was not true. Is that a fair statement?
Yeah, in the main, it was not true. And again, all of you know this, maybe the American people don't. The challenge, and I'm not picking on reporters about writing stories about classified information, is the people talking about it often don't really know what's going on, and those of us who actually know what's going on are not talking about it. And we don't call the press to say, hey, you got that thing wrong about this sensitive topic. We just have to leave it there. I mentioned to the chairman the nonsense around what influenced me to make the July 5th statement. Nonsense, but I can't go explaining how it's nonsense.
Thank you. All right, so those three things we now know regarding the active measures with the president's under investigation and the collusion between the Trump campaign and the Russians. I want to drill right down, as my time is limited, to the most recent dust-up regarding allegations that the President of the United States obstructed justice. And boy, you nailed this down on page 5, paragraph 3. You put this in quotes. Words matter. You wrote down the words so we can all have the words in front of us now. There's 28 words there that are in quotes, and it says, quote, I hope, this is the president speaking, I hope you can see your way clear to letting this go, to letting Flynn go. He is a good guy. I hope you can let this go. Now, those are his exact words. Is that correct?
Correct.
And you wrote them here and you put them in quotes?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you for that. He did not direct you to let it go.
Not in his words, no.
He did not order you to let it go.
Again, those words are not an order.
No. He said, I hope. Now, like me, you probably did hundreds of cases, maybe thousands of cases, charging people with criminal offenses. And of course, you have knowledge of the thousands of cases out there that where people have been charged. Do you know of any case where a person has been charged for obstruction of justice, or for that matter, any other criminal offense, where they said or thought they hoped for an outcome?
I don't know well enough to answer. And the reason I keep saying his words is I took it as a direction.
Right.
I mean, this is the President of the United States with me alone saying, I hope this. I took it as this is what he wants me to do. Now, I didn't obey that, but that's the way I took it.
You may have taken it as a direction, but that's not what he said.
Correct. That's why
he said, I hope.
Those are exact words, correct.
You don't know of anyone that's ever been charged for hoping something. Is that a fair statement?
I don't as I sit here.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Feinstein.
Thanks very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Comey, I just want you to know that I have great respect for you. Senator Cornyn and I sit on the Judiciary Committee, so we have occasion to have you before us. And I know that you're a man of strength and integrity. And I really regret the situation that we all find ourselves in. I just want to say that. Let me begin with one overarching question. Why do you believe you were fired?
I guess I don't know for sure. I believe I take the president at his word that I was fired because of the Russia investigation. Something about the way I was conducting it, the president felt created pressure on him that he wanted to relieve. Again, I didn't know that at the time, but I've watched his interview. I've read the press accounts of his conversations, so I take him at his word there. Now, look, I could be wrong. Maybe he's saying something that's not true, but I take him at his word, at least based on what I know now.
Talk for a moment about his request that you pledge loyalty and your response to that and what impact you believe that had.
I don't know for sure because I don't know the president well enough to read him well. I think it was, first of all, our relationship didn't get off to a great start given the conversation I had to have on January 6th. This was not, this didn't improve the relationship because it was very, very awkward. He was asking for something and I was refusing to give it. But again, I don't know him well enough to know how he reacted to that exactly.
Do you believe the Russia investigation played a role?
And why I was fired?
Yes.
Yes, because I've seen the president say so.
Let's go to the Flynn issue. Senator Reich outlined, I hope you could see your way to letting Flynn go. He's a good guy. I hope you can let this go. But you also said in your written remarks, and I quote, that you had understood the president to be requesting that we drop any investigation of Flynn in connection with false statements about his conversations with the Russian ambassador in December, end quote. Please go into that with more detail.
Well, the context and the president's words are what led me to that conclusion. As I said in my statement, I could be wrong, but Flynn had been forced to resign the day before. And the controversy around General Flynn at that point in time was centered on whether he had lied to the vice president about the nature of his conversations with the Russians, whether he had been candid with others in the course of that. And so that happens on the day before. On the 14th, the president makes specific reference to that. And so that's why I understood him to be saying that what he wanted me to do was drop any investigation connected to Flynn's account of his conversations with the Russians.
Now, here's the question. You're big, you're strong. I know the Oval Office, and I know what happens to people when they walk in. There is a certain amount of intimidation. But why didn't you stop and say, Mr. President, this is wrong. I cannot discuss this with you?
It's a great question. Maybe if I were stronger, I would have. I was so stunned by the conversation that I just took it in. And the only thing I could think to say, because I was playing in my mind, because I could remember every word he said, I was playing in my mind, what should my response be? And that's why I very carefully chose the words. And look, I've seen the tweet about tapes. Lordy, I hope there are tapes. I remember saying, I agree he's a good guy, as a way of saying I'm not agreeing with what you just asked me to do. Again, maybe other people would be stronger in that circumstance, but that's how I conducted myself. I hope I'll never have another opportunity. Maybe if I did it again, I would do it better.
You described 2 phone calls that you received from President Trump, one on March 30 and one on April 11, where he, quote, described the Russia investigation as a cloud that was impairing his ability, end quote, as president, and asked you, quote, to lift the cloud, end quote. How did you interpret that? And what did you believe he wanted you to do?
I interpreted that as he was frustrated that the Russia investigation was taking up so much time and energy. I think he meant of the executive branch, but in the public square in general, and it was making it difficult for him to focus on other priorities of his. But what he asked me was actually narrower than that. So I think what he meant by the cloud, and again, I could be wrong, but what I think he meant by the cloud was the entire investigation is taking up oxygen and making it hard for me to focus on the things I want to focus on. The ask was to get it out that I, the president, am not personally under investigation.
After April 11th, did he ask you more ever about the Russia investigation? Did he ask you any questions?
We never spoke again after April 11th.
You told the president, I would see what we could do. What did you mean?
That was kind of a slightly cowardly way of trying to avoid telling him we're not going to do that, that I would see what we could do. It was a way of kind of getting off the phone, frankly. And then I turned and handed it to the acting Deputy Attorney General, Mr. Bente.
So I wanted to go into that. Who did you talk with about that, lifting the cloud, stopping the investigation back at the FBI, and what was their response?
Well, the FBI, during one of the two conversations, I'm not remembering exactly, I think the first, my chief of staff was actually sitting in front of me and heard my end of the conversation because the president's call was a surprise. And I discussed the lifting the cloud and the request with the senior leadership team, who typically, and I think in all these circumstances, was the deputy director, my chief of staff, the general counsel, the deputy director's chief counsel, and I think in a number of circumstances, the number 3 in the FBI, and a few of the conversations included the head of the National Security Branch. So that group of us that lead the FBI when it comes to national security.
Okay, you have the President of the United States asking you to stop an investigation that's an important investigation. What was the response of your colleagues?
I think they were as shocked and troubled by it as I was. Some said things that led me to believe that. I don't remember exactly, but the reaction was similar to mine. They're all experienced people who had never experienced such a thing. So they were very concerned. And then the conversation turned to about, so what should we do with this information? And that was a struggle for us because we are the leaders of the FBI, so it's been reported to us in that I heard it and now I've shared it with the leaders of the FBI. Our conversation was, should we share this with any senior officials at the Justice Department? Our absolute primary concern was we can't infect the investigative team. We don't want the agents and analysts working on this to know the President of the United States has asked, and when it comes from the President, I took it as a direction to get rid of this investigation because we're not going to follow that request. And so we decided we got to keep it away from our troops. But is there anybody else we ought to tell at the Justice Department? And as I laid out in my statement, we considered whether to tell the Attorney General, decided that didn't make sense because we believed, rightly, that he was shortly going to recuse. There were no other Senate-confirmed leaders in the Justice Department at that point. The Deputy Attorney General was Mr. Bente, who was acting and going to be shortly in that seat. And we decided the best move would be to hold it, keep it in a box, document it as we'd already done, and then this investigation is going to go on, figure out what to do with it down the road. Is there a way to corroborate this? Our view at the time was, look, it's your word against the president's. There's no way to corroborate this. My view of that changed when the prospect of tapes was raised, but that's how we thought about it then.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Rubio.
Thank you. Director Comey, the meeting in the Oval Office where he made the request about Mike Flynn, was that the only time he asked you to hopefully let it go?
Yes.
And in that meeting, as you understood it, he was asking not about the general Russia investigation. He was asking very specifically about the jeopardy that Flynn was in himself.
That's how I understood it, yes, sir.
And as you perceived it, while it was a request that you hoped you did away with it, you perceived it as an order, given his position, the setting, and the like, and some of the circumstances.
Yes.
At the time, did you say anything to the president about that is not an appropriate request, or did you tell the White House counsel that is not an appropriate request? Someone needs to go tell the president that he can't do these things?
I didn't, no.
Okay. Why?
I don't know. I think as I said earlier, I think the circumstances were such that I was a bit stunned and didn't have the presence of mind. And I don't know, I don't want to make you sound like I'm Captain Courageous. I don't know whether even if I had the presence of mind, I would have said to the president, "Sir, that's wrong." I don't know whether I would have. Okay. But in the moment, it didn't come to my mind. What came to my mind is, be careful what you say. And so I said, I agree, Flynn is a good guy.
So on the cloud, we keep talking about this cloud. You perceive the cloud to be the Russian investigation in general.
Yes, sir.
Right? But the specific ask was that you would tell the American people what you had already told him, what you had already told the leaders of Congress, both Democrats and Republicans, that he was not personally under investigation.
Yes, sir.
In fact, he was asking you to do what you have done here today.
Correct. Yes, sir.
Okay. And again, at that setting, did you say to the president that it would be inappropriate for you to do so, and then talk to the White House counsel or anybody, so hopefully they would talk to him and tell him that he couldn't do this?
First time I said, I'll see what we can do. Second time, I explained how it should work, that the White House counsel should contact the Deputy Attorney General.
You told him
the president said, okay, then I think that's what I'll do.
And just to be clear, for you to make a public statement that he was not under investigation would not have been illegal, but you felt it made no sense because it could potentially create a duty to correct if circumstances changed.
Yes, sir. We wrestled with it before my testimony, where I confirmed that there was an investigation, and there were two primary concerns. One was it creates a duty to correct, which I've lived before, and you want to be very careful about doing that. And second, it's a slippery slope, because if we say the president and the vice president aren't under investigation, what's the principled basis for stopping? Okay. And so the leadership at Justice, Acting Attorney General Bente, said you're not going to do that.
Now, on March 30th, during the phone call about General Flynn, you said he abruptly shifted and brought up something that you call, quote unquote, the McCabe thing. Specifically, the McCabe thing, as you understood it, was that McCabe's wife had received campaign money from what I assume means Terry McAuliffe.
Yes, sir. That's
was very close to the Clintons. And so why had the president at any point in time expressed to you concern, opposition, potential opposition to McCabe? I don't like this guy because he got money from someone that's close to Clinton.
He had asked me during previous conversations about Andy McCabe and said, in essence, how's he going to be with me as president? I was pretty rough on him on the campaign trail.
He was rough on McCabe?
He was rough, by his own account. He said he was rough on McCabe and Mrs. McCabe on the campaign trail. How's he going to be? And I assured the president, Andy is a total pro. No issue at all. You got to know the people of the FBI. They are not.
So then the president turns to you and says, remember, I never brought up the McCabe thing because you said he was a good guy. Did you perceive that to be a statement that I took care of you, I didn't do something because you told me he was a good guy, so now, I'm asking you potentially for something in return? Is that how you perceived it?
I wasn't sure what to make of it, honestly. That's possible, but it was so out of context that I didn't have a clear view of what it was.
Now, on a number of occasions here, you bring up, let's talk now about the general Russia investigation, okay? In page 6 of your testimony, you say, the first thing you say is, he asked what we could do to, quote unquote, lift the cloud, the general Russia investigation, and you responded that we were investigating the matter as quickly as we could and that there would be great benefit if we didn't find anything to having done the work well. And he agreed. He re-emphasized the problems it was causing him, but he agreed. So in essence, the president agreed with your statement that it would be great if we could have an investigation, all the facts came out, and we found nothing. So he agreed that that would be ideal, but this cloud is still messing up my ability to do the rest of my agenda. Is that an accurate assessment of?
Yes, sir. He actually went farther than that. He said, and if some of my satellites did something wrong, it'd be good to find that out.
Well, that's the second part, and that is the satellites. He said if one of my satellites, I imagine by that he meant some of the other people surrounding his campaign did something wrong, it would be great to know that as well.
Yes, sir. That's what he said.
So are those the only two instances in which that sort of back and forth happened, where the president was basically saying, and I'm paraphrasing here, it's okay, do the Russia investigation. I hope it all comes out. I have nothing to do with anything Russia. It'd be great if it all came out, if people around me were doing things that were wrong.
Yes, as I recorded it accurately there, that was the sentiment he was expressing. Yes, sir.
So what it bears it comes down to is the president has asked three things of you. He asked for your loyalty, and you said you would be loyally honest.
Honestly loyal.
Honestly loyal. He asked you on one occasion to let the Mike Flynn thing go because he was a good guy. By the way, you're aware that he said the exact same thing in the press the next day. He's a good guy, he's been treated unfairly, et cetera, et cetera. So I imagine your FBI agents read that.
I'm sure they did.
The president's wishes were known to them, certainly by the next day when he had a press conference with the prime minister. But going back, the three requests were, number one, be loyal. Number two, let the Mike Flynn thing go. He's a good guy. He's been treated unfairly. And number three, can you please tell the American people what these leaders in Congress already know, what you already know, what you've told me 3 times, that I'm not personally under investigation?
Those are the 3 things he asked. Yes, sir.
You know, this investigation is full of leaks left and right. I mean, we've learned more from the newspapers sometimes than we do from our open hearings, for sure. Do you ever wonder why, of all the things in this investigation, the only thing that's never been leaked is the fact that the president was not personally under investigation, despite the fact that both Democrats and Republicans in the leadership of Congress knew that and have known that for weeks?
I don't know. I find matters that are briefed to the Gang of 8 are pretty tightly held, in my experience.
Finally, who are those senior leaders at the FBI that you shared these conversations with?
As I said in response to Senator Feinstein's question, Deputy Director, my Chief of Staff, General Counsel, the Deputy Director's Chief Counsel, and then more often than not, the number 3 person at the FBI who's the Associate Deputy Director, and then quite often the head of the National Security Branch.
Senator Wyden.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Comey, welcome. You and I have had significant policy differences over the years, particularly protecting Americans' access to secure encryption. But I believe the timing of your firing stinks. And yesterday you put on the record testimony that demonstrates why the odor of presidential abuse of power is so strong. Now to my questions. In talking to Senator Warner about this dinner that you had with the president, I believe January 27th, all in one dinner, the president raised your job prospects, he asked for your loyalty, and denied allegations against him. All took place over one supper. Now, you told Senator Warner that the president was looking to, quote, get something. Looking back, did that dinner suggest that your job might be contingent on how you handled the investigation?
I don't know that I'd go that far. I got the sense my job would be contingent upon how he felt how he felt I conducted myself and whether I demonstrated loyalty. But I don't know whether I go so far as to connect it to the investigation.
You said the president was trying to create some sort of patronage relationship. In a patronage relationship, isn't the underling expected to behave in a manner consistent with the wishes of the boss?
Yes.
Okay.
Or at least consider how what you're doing will affect the boss as a significant consideration.
Let me turn to the Attorney General. In your statement, you said that you and the FBI leadership team decided not to discuss the president's actions with Attorney General Sessions, even though he had not recused himself. What was it about the Attorney General's own interactions with the Russians or his behavior with regard to the investigation that would have led the entire leadership of the FBI to make this decision?
Our judgment, as I recall, was that he was very close to and inevitably going to recuse himself for a variety of reasons. We also were aware of facts that I can't discuss in an open setting that would make his continued engagement in a Russia-related investigation problematic. And so we were convinced, and in fact, I think we'd already heard that the career people were recommending that he recuse himself, that he was not going to be in contact with Russia-related matters much longer. And that turned out to be the case.
How would you characterize Attorney General Sessions' adherence to his recusal, in particular with regard to his involvement in your firing, which the president has acknowledged was because of the Russian investigation?
That's a question I can't answer. I think it's a reasonable question. If, as the president said, I was fired because of the Russia investigation, why was the Attorney General involved in that chain? I don't know. And so I don't have an answer for the question.
Your testimony was that the president's request about Flynn could infect the investigation. Had the president got what he wanted and what he asked of you, what would have been the effect on the investigation?
Well, we would have closed any investigation of General Flynn in connection with his statements about and encounters with Russians in the late part of December. So we would have dropped an open criminal investigation.
So, in effect, when you talk about infecting the enterprise, you would have dropped something major that would have spoken to the overall ability of the American people to get the facts.
Correct. And as good as our people are, our judgment was we don't want them hearing that the President of the United States wants this to go away, because it might have an effect on their ability to be fair and impartial and aggressive.
Now, the acting Attorney General Yates found out that Michael Flynn could be blackmailed by the Russians, and she went immediately to warn the White House. Flynn is gone, but other individuals with contacts with the Russians are still in extremely important positions of power. Should the American people have the same sense of urgency now with respect to them?
I think all I can say, Senator, is the special counsel's investigation is very important. Understanding what efforts there were or are by the Russian government to influence our government is a critical part of the FBI's mission. So, and you've got the right person in Bob Mueller to lead it. So it's a very important piece of work.
Vice President Pence was the head of the transition. To your knowledge, was he aware of the concerns about Michael Flynn prior to or during General Flynn's tenure as National Security Advisor?
I don't. You're asking, including up to the time when Flynn was forced to resign? My understanding is that he was, and I'm trying to remember where I get that understanding from. I think from Acting Attorney General Yates.
So, former Acting Attorney General Yates testified that concerns about General Flynn were discussed with the intelligence community. Would that have included anyone at the CIA or Dan Coates' office, the DNI?
I would assume yes.
Michael Flynn resigned 4 days after Attorney General Sessions was sworn in. Do you know if the Attorney General was aware of the concerns about Michael Flynn during that period?
I don't, as I sit here. I don't recall that he was. I could be wrong, but I don't remember that he was.
And finally, let's see if you can give us some sense of who recommended your firing. Besides the letters from the Attorney General, the Deputy Attorney General, do you have any information on who may have recommended or have been involved in your firing?
I don't. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Collins.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Comey, let me begin by thanking you for your voluntary compliance with our request to appear before this committee and assist us in this very important investigation. I want first to ask you about your conversations with the president, the 3 conversations in which you told him that he was not under investigation. The first was during your January 6th meeting, according to your testimony, in which it appears that you actually volunteered that assurance. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Did you limit that statement to counterintelligence investigations, or were you talking about any kind of FBI investigation?
I didn't use the term counterintelligence. I was speaking to him and briefing him about some salacious and unverified material. It was in the context of that he had a strong and defensive reaction about that not being true. And my reading of it was important for me to assure him we were not personally investigating him, and So the context then was actually narrower, focused on what I just talked to him about. But it was very important because it was, first, true, and second, I was worried very much about being in kind of a J. Edgar Hoover type situation. I didn't want him thinking that I was briefing him on this to sort of hang it over him in some way. I was briefing him on it because we had been told by the media it was about to launch. We don't want to be keeping that from him, and if there was he needed to know this was being said. But I was very keen not to leave him with an impression that the Bureau was trying to do something to him, and so that's the context in which I said, sir, we're not personally investigating you.
And then and that's why you volunteered the information.
Yes, ma'am.
Correct. Then on the January 27th dinner, you told the president that he should be careful about asking you to investigate because, quote, you might create a narrative that we are investigating him personally, which we weren't. Again, were you limiting that statement to counterintelligence investigations or more broadly, such as a criminal investigation?
The context was very similar. I didn't modify the word investigation. It was, again, he was reacting strongly again to that unverified material, saying, I'm tempted to order you to investigate it. And that, in the context of that, I said, sir, you want to be careful about that because it might create a narrative we're investigating you personally.
And then there was the March 30th phone call with the president in which you reminded him that congressional leaders have been briefed that we were not personally, the FBI was not personally investigating President Trump. And again, was that statement to congressional leaders and to the president limited to counterintelligence investigations, or was it a broader statement? I'm trying to understand whether there was any kind of investigation of the president underway.
No. I'm sorry. And if I misunderstood, I apologize. We briefed the congressional leadership about what Americans we had opened counterintelligence investigation cases on, and we specifically said the president is not one of those Americans, but that there was no other investigation of the president that we were not mentioning at that time. What the context was counterintelligence, but I wasn't trying to hide some criminal investigation of the president.
And was the president under investigation at the time of your dismissal on May 9th?
No.
I'd like to now turn to the conversations with the president about Michael Flynn, which have been discussed at great length. And first, let me make very clear that the president never should have cleared the room, and he never should have asked you, as you reported, to let it go, to let the investigation go. But I remain puzzled by your response. Your response was, I agree that Michael Flynn is a good guy. You could have said, Mr. President, this meeting is inappropriate. This response could compromise the investigation. You should not be making such a request. It's fundamental to the operation of our government that the FBI be insulated from this kind of political pressure. And you've talked a bit today about that you were stunned by the president making the request. But my question to you is, later on, upon reflection, did you go to anyone at the Department of Justice and ask them to call the White House counsel's office and explain that the president had to have a far better understanding and appreciation of his role vis-a-vis the FBI?
In general, I did. I spoke to the Attorney General, and I spoke to the new Deputy Attorney General, Mr. Rosenstein, when he took office, and explained my serious concern about the way in which the president is interacting, especially with the FBI. And I specifically, as I said in my testimony, I told the Attorney General, it can't happen that you get kicked out of the room and the president talks to me. But look, in the room, but why didn't we raise the specific? It was of investigative interest to us to try and figure out, so what just happened with the president's request? So I would not have wanted to alert the White House that it had happened until we figured out what are we going to do with this investigatively.
Your testimony was that you went to Attorney General Sessions and said, don't ever leave me alone with him again. Are you saying that you also told him that he had made a request that you let it go with regard to part of the investigation of Michael Flynn?
No, I specifically did not. I did not.
You mentioned that from your very first meeting with the president, you decided to write a memo memorializing the conversation. What was it about that very first meeting that made you write a memo when you had not done that with two previous presidents?
As I said, a combination of things. A gut feeling is an important overlay on but the circumstances, that I was alone, the subject matter, and the nature of the person that I was interacting with, and my read of that person. And yeah, and really just a gut feel laying on top of all of that, it's going to be important to protect this organization, that I make records of this.
And finally, did you show copies of your memos to anyone outside of the Department of Justice?
Yes.
And to whom did you show copies?
I asked, President tweeted on Friday after I got fired that I better hope there's not tapes. I woke up in the middle of the night on Monday night, because it didn't dawn on me originally, that there might be corroboration for our conversation. There might be a tape. And my judgment was I needed to get that out into the public square. And so I asked a friend of mine to share the content of the memo with a reporter. Didn't do it myself for a variety of reasons, but I asked him to because I thought that might prompt the appointment of a special counsel. And so I asked a close friend of mine to do it.
And was that Mr. Wittes?
No, no.
Who was that?
A good friend of mine who's a professor at Columbia Law School.
Thank you.
Senator Heinrich.
Mr. Comey, prior to January 27th of this year, have you ever had a one-on-one meeting or a private dinner with a president of the United States?
No. I met dinner, no. I had two one-on-ones with President Obama that I laid out in my testimony, once to talk about law enforcement issues, law enforcement and race, which was an important topic throughout for me and for the president, and then once very briefly for him to say goodbye.
Were those brief interactions?
No. The one about law enforcement and race and policing, we spoke for probably over an hour, just the two of us.
How unusual is it to have a one-on-one dinner with the president? Did that strike you as odd?
Yeah, so much so that I assumed there would be others, that he couldn't possibly be having dinner with me alone.
Do you have an impression that if you had found, if you had behaved differently in that dinner, and I am quite pleased that you did not, but if you had found a way to express some sort of expression of loyalty, or given some suggestion that the Flynn criminal investigation might be pursued less vigorously, do you think you would have still been fired?
I don't know. It's impossible to say looking back. I don't know.
But you felt like those two things were directly relevant to your the kind of relationship that the president was seeking to establish with you?
Sure, yes.
Yeah. The president has repeatedly talked about the Russian investigation into the U.S. Or Russia's involvement in the U.S. election cycle as a hoax and as fake news. Can you talk a little bit about what you saw as FBI director, and obviously only the parts that you could share in this setting, that demonstrate how serious this action actually was and why there was an investigation in the first place?
Yes, sir. There should be no fuzz on this whatsoever. The Russians interfered in our election during the 2016 cycle. They did it with purpose, they did it with sophistication, they did it with overwhelming technical efforts, and it was an active measures campaign driven from the top of that government. There is no fuzz on that. It is a high confidence judgment of the entire intelligence community, and the members of this committee have seen the intelligence. It's not a close call. that happened. That's about as unfake as you can possibly get, and is very, very serious, which is why it's so refreshing to see a bipartisan focus on that, because this is about America, not about any particular party.
So that was a hostile act by the Russian government against this country?
Yes, sir.
Did the president, in any of those interactions that you've shared with us today, ask you what you should be doing or what our government should be doing or the intelligence community to protect America against Russian interference in our election system?
I don't recall a conversation like that.
Never?
No.
Do you find it odd?
Not with President Trump.
Right.
I attended a fair number of meetings on that with President Obama.
Do you find it odd that the president seemed unconcerned by Russia's actions in our election?
I can't answer that because I don't know what other conversations he had with other advisors or other intelligence community leaders. So I just don't know sitting here.
Did you have any interactions with the president that suggested he was taking that hostile action seriously?
I don't remember any interactions with the president other than the initial briefing on January the 6th. I don't remember, could be wrong, but I don't remember any conversations with him at all about that.
As you're very aware, it was only the two of you in the room for that dinner. You've told us that the president asked you to back off the Flynn investigation. The president told a reporter...
Not in that dinner.
Fair enough. Told the reporter he never did that. You've testified that the president asked for your loyalty in that dinner. The White House denies that. A lot of this comes down to who should we believe. Do you want to say anything as to why we should believe you?
Probably, my mother raised me not to say things like this about myself, so I'm not going to. I think people should look at the whole body of my testimony. Because as I used to say to juries, that when I talked about a witness, you can't cherry pick it. You can't say, I like these things he said, but on this, he's a dirty, rotten liar.
Right.
You got to take it all together, and I've tried to be open and fair and transparent and accurate. A really significant fact to me is, so why did he kick everybody out of the Oval Office? Why would you kick the Attorney General, the President, the Chief of Staff out to talk to me if it was about something else? And so that to me, as an investigator, is a very significant fact.
And as we look at testimony or as communication from both of you, we should probably be looking for consistency.
Well, in looking at any witness, you look at consistency, track record, demeanor, record over time, that sort of thing.
Thank you. So there are reports that the incoming Trump administration, either during the transition and or after the inauguration, attempted to set up a sort of backdoor communication channel with the Russian government using their infrastructure, their devices or facilities. What would be the risks, particularly for a transition, someone not actually in the office of the president yet, to setting up unauthorized channels with a hostile foreign government, especially if they were to evade our own American intelligence services?
I'm not going to comment on whether that happened in an open setting, but the primary risk is obvious. You spare the Russians the cost and effort of having to break into our communications channels by using theirs. And so you make it a whole lot easier for them to capture all of your conversations and then to use those to the benefit of Russia against the United States.
The memos that you wrote, did you write all 9 of them in a way that was designed to prevent them from needing classification?
No. And on a few of the occasions I sent emails to my chief of staff or others on some of the brief phone conversations that I recall. The first one was a classified briefing. Although it wasn't in a skiff, it was in a conference room at Trump Tower. It was a classified briefing, and so I wrote that on a classified device. The one I started typing in the car, that was a classified laptop that I started working on.
Any reason in a classified environment in a skiff that this committee would not be appropriate to see those communications from, at least from your perspective as the author?
No.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Blunt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Comey, when you were terminated at the FBI, I said and still continue to feel that you have provided years of great service to the country. I also said that I'd had significant questions over the last year about some of the decisions you made. If the president hadn't terminated your service, would you still be, in your opinion, the director of the FBI today?
Yes, sir.
So you took as a direction from the president something that you thought was serious and troublesome, but continued to show up for work the next day.
Yes, sir.
And 6 weeks later, we're telling the president on March the 30th that he was not personally the target of any investigation.
Correct. On March the 30th, and I think again on April 11th as well, I told him we're not investigating him personally. That was true.
Well, the point to me, the concern to me there is that all these things are going on. You now, in retrospect, or at least you now to this committee, that you had serious concerns about what the president had, you believe, directed you to do, and had taken no action, hadn't even reported up the chain of command, assuming you believe there isn't up the chain of command, that these things had happened. Do you have a sense of that, looking back, that that was a mistake?
No. In fact, I think no action was the most important thing I could do to make sure there was no interference with the investigation.
And on the Flynn issue specifically, I believe you said earlier that you believe the president was suggesting you drop any investigation of Flynn's account of his conversation with the Russian ambassador, which was essentially misleading the vice president and others?
Correct. And I'm not going to go into the details, but whether there were false statements made to government investigators as well.
Any suggestion that General Flynn had violated the Logan Act, I always find pretty incredible. The Logan Act's been on the books for over 200 years. Nobody's ever been prosecuted for violating the Logan Act. My sense would be that the discussion, not the problem, misleading investigators or the vice president might have been.
That's fair. Yes, sir.
And had you previously on February the 14th discussed with the president in the previous meeting anything your investigators had learned or their impressions from talking to Flynn?
No, sir.
So he said he's a good guy, you said he's a good guy, and that was no further action taken on that?
Well, he said more than that, but there was no, the action was, I wrote it up, briefed our senior team, tried to figure out what to do with it, and just made a decision. We're going to hold this and then see what we make of it down the road. Yes, sir.
Was it your view that not briefing up meant you really had no responsibility to report that to the Justice Department in some way?
I think at some point, and I don't know what Director Mueller is going to do with it, but at some point, I was sure we were going to brief it to the team in charge of the case. But our judgment was, in the short term, doesn't make sense to, no fuzz on the fact I reported to the Attorney General. That's why I stressed he shouldn't be kicked out of the room. But it didn't make sense to report to him now.
You know, you said the Attorney General said, I don't want to be in the room with him alone again, but you continued to talk to him on the phone. What is the difference in being in the room alone with him and talking to him on the phone alone?
Yeah, I think what I stressed to the Attorney General was a little broader than just the room. I said, I report to you. It's very important you be between me and the White House.
After that discussion with the Attorney General, did you take phone calls from the President?
Yes, sir.
So why did you just say you need to talk to, why didn't you say I'm not taking that call, you need to talk to the Attorney General?
Well, I did on the April 11th call, and I reported the calls, the March 30th call and the April 11th call, to my superior, who was the acting Deputy Attorney General.
I don't want to run out of time here. Let me make one other point. In reading your testimony, January the 3rd, January the 27th, and March the 30th, it appears to me that on all three of those occasions, you, unsolicited by the President, made the point to him that he was not a target of an investigation.
Correct. Yes, sir.
One, I thought the March 30th, very interesting. You said, well, even though you don't want, you may not want us, that was the 27th, where he said, why don't you look into that dossier thing more? You said, well, you may not want that because then we couldn't tell you, you couldn't say with, we couldn't answer the question about you being a target of the investigation, but you didn't seem to be answering that question anyhow. As Senator Rubio pointed out, the one unanswered, unleaked question seems to have been that. in this whole period of time. But you said something earlier I don't want to fail to follow up on. You said after you were dismissed, you gave information to a friend so that friend could get that information into the public media.
Correct.
What kind of information was that? What kind of information did you give to a friend?
That the Flynn conversation, that the president had asked me to let the Flynn, I mean, I'm forgetting my exact own words, but the conversation in the Oval Office.
So you didn't consider your memo or your sense of that conversation to be a government document. You considered it to be somehow your own personal document that you could share with the media as you wanted to?
Correct.
Through a friend?
I understood this to be my recollection recorded of my conversation with the president. As a private citizen, I felt free to share that. I thought it very important to get it out.
So were all of your memos that you recorded on classified or other documents, memos that might be yours as a private citizen?
I'm sorry, I'm not following the question.
Well, I think you said you'd use classified.
Oh yeah, not the classified documents. Unclassified, I don't have any of them anymore, but I gave them to the special counsel. But yeah, my view was that the content of those unclassified, the memorialization of those conversations was my recollection recorded.
So why didn't you give those to somebody yourself rather than give them through a third party?
Because I was worried the media was camping at the end of my driveway at that point, and I was actually going out of town with my wife to hide, and I worried it would be like feeding seagulls at the beach if it was I who gave it to the media. So I asked my friend, make sure this gets out.
It does seem to me that what you do there is create a source close to the former director of the FBI, as opposed to just taking responsibility yourself for saying, here are these records. And like everybody else, I have other things I'd like to get into, but I'm out of time.
Okay.
Senator King.
Thank you. First, I'd like to acknowledge Senator Blumenthal and earlier Senator Nelson. I think the one principal thing you'll learn today, Senator, is that the chairs there are less comfortable than the chairs here, but I welcome you to the hearing. Mr. Comey, a broad question. Was the Russian activity in the 2016 election a one-off proposition, or is this part of a long-term strategy? Will they be back?
Oh, it's a long-term practice of theirs. It stepped up a notch in a significant way in 16. They'll be back.
I think that's very important for the American people to understand that this is very much a forward-looking investigation in terms of how do we understand what they did and how do we prevent it. Would you agree that that's a big part of our role here?
Yes, sir, and it's not a Republican thing or a Democratic thing. It really is an American thing. They're going to come for whatever party they choose to try and work on behalf of, and they're not devoted to either, in my experience. They're just about their own advantage, and they will be back.
That's my observation. I don't think Putin is a Republican or a Democrat. He's an opportunist.
I think that's a fair statement.
With regard to several of these conversations, in his interview with Lester Holt on NBC, the president said, I had dinner with him. He wanted to have dinner because he wanted to stay on. Is this an accurate statement?
No, sir.
Did you in any way initiate that dinner?
No. He called me at my desk at lunchtime and asked me, was I free for dinner that night? And called himself and said, can you come over for dinner tonight? And I said, yes, sir. He said, will 6 work? I think he said 6 first. And then he said, I was going to invite your whole family, but we'll do that next time. I wanted you to come over. And is that a good time? I said, sir, whatever works for you. And then he said, how about 6:30? And I said, whatever works for you, sir. And then I hung up and had to call my wife and break a date with her. I was supposed to take her out to dinner that night.
That's one of the all-time great excuses for breaking a date.
Yeah. In retrospect, I love spending time with my wife. I wish I'd been there that night.
That's one question I'm not going to follow up, Mr. Comey. But in that same interview, the president said, in one case I called him and in one case he called me. Is that an accurate statement?
No.
Did you ever call the president?
No. I might. The only reason I'm hesitating is I think there was at least one conversation where I was asked to call the White House switchboard to be connected to him, but I never initiated a communication with the president.
And in his press conference on May 18th, the president was asked whether he had urged you to shut down the investigation into Michael Flynn. The president responded, quote, no, no. Next question. Is that an accurate statement?
I don't believe it is.
Thank you. With regard to the question of him being personally under investigation, does that mean that the dossier is not being reviewed or investigated or followed up on in any way?
I obviously can't comment either way. I can't talk in an open setting about the investigation as it was when I was the head of the FBI, and obviously it's Director Bob Mueller's responsibility now, so I don't know.
So clearly your statements to the president back in these various times when you assured him he wasn't under investigation were as of that moment. That correct, is it
Correct.
not?
Correct.
Now, on the Flynn investigation, is it not true that Mr. Flynn was and is a central figure in this entire investigation of the relationship between the Trump campaign and the Russians?
I can't answer that in an open setting, sir.
Certainly Mr. Flynn was part of the so-called Russian investigation. Can you answer that question?
I have to give you the same answer.
All right. We'll be having a closed session shortly, so we will follow up on that. In terms of his comments to you about, I think you were in response to Mr. Risch, Senator Risch, he said, I hope you will hold back on that. But when when a president of the United States in the Oval Office says something like "I hope" or "I suggest" or "would you," do you take that as a directive?
Yes. Yes, it rings in my ears kind of, will no one rid me of this meddlesome priest?
I was just going to quote that in 1170, December 29, Henry II said, who will rid me of this meddlesome priest? And then the next day he was killed. Thomas à Becket. That's exactly the same situation. We're thinking along the same lines. Several other questions, and these are a little bit more detailed. What do you know about the Russian bank VEB?
Nothing that I can talk about in an open setting.
Well,
I know
takes care of my next three questions.
I know it exists. Yes, sir.
You know it exists. What is the relationship of the ambassador from Russia to the United States, to the Russian intelligence infrastructure?
Well, he's a diplomat who is the chief of mission at the Russian embassy, which employs a robust cohort of intelligence officers. And so surely he's witting of their very, very aggressive intelligence operations, at least some of it in the United States. I don't consider him to be an intelligence officer himself. He's a diplomat.
Did the FBI ever brief the Trump administration about the advisability of interacting directly with Ambassador Kislyak?
I think all I can say sitting here is there were a variety of defensive briefings given to the incoming administration about the counterintelligence risk.
Back to Mr. Flynn, would closing out the Flynn investigation have impeded the overall Russian investigation?
No. Unlikely, except to the extent, there's always a possibility if you have a criminal case against someone and you bring in and squeeze them, you flip them, and they give you information about something else. But I saw the two as touching each other, but separate.
With regard to your memos, isn't it true that in a court case, when you're weighing evidence, contemporaneous memos and contemporaneous statements to third parties are considered probative in terms of the validity of testimony?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Cotton. Senator Langford.
Well, Director Comey, good to see you again. You too. We've had multiple opportunities to be able to visit, as everyone on this dais has, and I appreciate you and your service and what you have done for the nation for a long time, what you continue to do. I've told you before, in the heat of last year, when we had the opportunity to visit personally, that I pray for you and for your family, because you do carry a tremendous amount of stress, and that is still true today.
Thank you.
Let me walk through a couple things with you. Your notes are obviously exceptionally important because they give a very rapid account of what you wrote down and what you perceived happened in those different meetings. Have you had the opportunity to be able to reference those notes when you were preparing the written statement that you put for us today?
Yes. Yes. I think nearly all of my written recordings of the conversations, I had a chance to review them before filing my statement.
Do you have a copy of any of those notes personally?
I don't. I turned them over to Bob Mueller's investigators.
The individual that you told about your memos that then was sent on to the New York Times, did they have a copy of those memos, or were they told orally of those memos?
Had a copy. I had a copy at the time.
Do they still have a copy of those memos?
It's a good question. I think so. I guess I can't say for sure sitting here, but I guess I don't know, but I think so.
So the question is, could you ask them to hand that copy right back to you so you could hand them over to this committee?
Potentially.
I would like to move that from potential to see if we can ask that question so we can have a copy of those. Obviously, those notes are exceptionally important to us to be able to go through the process so we can continue to get to the facts as we see it. As you know, the written documents are exceptionally important. Yeah. Are there other documents that we need to be aware of that you used in your preparation for your written statement that we should also have that would assist us in helping with this?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Past the February the 14th meeting, which is a very important meeting, obviously, as we discuss the conversations here about Michael Flynn. When the president asked you about he hopes that you would let this go, and the conversation back and forth about being a good guy, after that time, did the president ever bring up anything about Michael Flynn again to you? You had multiple other conversations you have documented with the president.
No, I don't remember him ever bringing it up again.
Did any member of the White House staff ever come to you and talk to you about letting go of the Michael Flynn case or dropping it or anything referring to that?
No. Nope.
Did the Director of National Intelligence come to you and talk to you about that?
No.
Did anyone from the Attorney General's office, the Department of Justice, ask you about that?
No.
Did the head of NSA talk to you about that?
No.
The key aspect here is if this seems to be something the president's trying to get you to drop it, this seems like a pretty light touch to drop it, to bring it up at that moment, the day after he had just fired Flynn, to come back in and say, I hope we can let this go, but then it never reappears again. Did it slow down your investigation or any investigation that may or may not be occurring with Michael Flynn?
No, although I don't know there are any manifestations, outward manifestations of the investigation between February 14th and when I was fired. So I don't know that the president would have any way of knowing whether it was effective or not.
Okay, that's fair enough. If the president wanted to stop an investigation, how would he do that? Knowing it's an ongoing criminal investigation or counterintelligence investigation, would that be a matter of trying to go to you perceive, and to say you make it stop because he doesn't have the authority to stop? Or how would the president make an ongoing investigation stop?
Again, I'm not a legal scholar, so smarter people answer this better, but I think as a legal matter, the president is the head of the executive branch and could direct, in theory, we have important norms against this, but direct that anybody be investigated or anybody not be investigated. I think he has the legal authority because all of us ultimately report in the executive branch up to the president.
Okay. Would that be to you? Would that be to the Attorney General? Would that be to who that would do that?
Suppose you could do it to, if you want to issue a direct order, it could do it in any way. Could do it through the Attorney General or issue it directly to me.
Well, is there any question that the president is not real fond of this investigation? I can think of multiple 140-word character expressions that he's done publicly to express he's not fond of the investigations. I've heard you share before in this conversation that you're trying to keep the agents that are working on it away from any comment the president might have made. Quite frankly, the president has informed around 6 billion people that he's not real fond of this investigation. Do you think there's a difference in that?
Yes.
Okay.
I think there's a big difference in kicking superior officers out of the Oval Office, looking the FBI director in the eye and saying, I hope you let this go. I think if the agents, as good as they are, heard the President of the United States did that,
that's you.
There's a real risk of a chilling effect on their work. That's why we kept it so tight.
Okay. You had mentioned before about some news stories and news accounts. Without having to go into all the names and the specific times and to be able to dip into all that, have there been news accounts about the Russia investigation, about collusion, about this whole event, or accusations that as you read the story, you were stunned about how wrong they got the facts?
Yes, there have been many, many stories purportedly based on classified information about lots of stuff, but especially about Russia, that are just dead wrong.
I was interested in your comment that you made as well, that the president said to you, if there were some satellite associates of his that did something wrong, it would be good to find that out. That the president seemed to talk to you specifically on March the 30th and say, I'm frustrated that the word is not getting out that I'm not under investigation, but if there are people that are in my circle that are, let's finish the investigation. Is that how you took it as well?
Yes, sir. Yes.
And then you made a comment earlier about the Attorney General, previous Attorney General, asking you about the investigation on the Clinton emails, saying that you'd been asked not to call it an investigation anymore, but to call it a matter. And you had said that confused you. Can you give us additional details on that?
Well, it concerned me because we were at the point where we had refused to confirm the existence, as we typically do, of an investigation for months. And it was getting to a place where that looked silly because the campaigns were talking about interacting with the FBI in the course of our work. The Clinton campaign at the time was using all kinds of euphemisms, security review, matters, things like that for what was going on. We were getting to a place where the Attorney General and I were both going to have to testify and talk publicly about it. And I wanted to know, was she going to authorize us to confirm we had an investigation? And she said, yes, but don't call it that, call it a matter. And I said, why would I do that? And she said, just call it a matter. And again, you look back in hindsight, you think, should I have resisted harder? I just said, all right, this isn't a hill worth dying on. And so I just said, okay, the press is going to completely ignore it. And that's what happened. When I said, we have opened a matter, they all reported the FBI has an investigation open. And so that concerned me because that language tracked the way the campaign was talking about the FBI's work, and that's concerning.
It gave the impression that the campaign was somehow using the same language as the FBI because you were handed the campaign language and told to be able to use the campaign.
And again, I don't know whether it was intentional or not, but it gave the impression that the Attorney General was looking to align the way we talked about our work with the way a political campaign was describing the same activity, which was inaccurate. We had a criminal investigation open, as I said before, the Federal Bureau of Investigation. We had an investigation open at the time, and so that gave me a queasy feeling.
Thank you.
Senator Manchin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Comey. I appreciate very much you being here. West Virginians are very interested in this hearing that we're having today. I've had over 600 requests for questions to ask you from my fellow West Virginians, and most of them have been asked. And there's quite a few of them that were quite detailed while asking our classified hearing. I want to thank you, first of all, for coming and agreeing to be here, volunteering, but also volunteering to stay into the classified hearing. I don't know if you had a chance to watch our hearing yesterday.
I watched part of it, yes, sir.
And it was quite troubling. My colleagues here had some very pointed questions they wanted answers to. They weren't classified. They could have answered in this open setting. They refused to do so. So that even makes us much more appreciative of your cooperation. Sir, the seriousness of the Russian aggressions in our past elections, and knowing that it'll be ongoing, as Senator King had alluded to, what's your concerns there? I mean, what should the American public understand? People said, well, why are we worried about this? Why make such a big deal out of this Russian investigation? Can you tell me what your thoughts would be? And then the final thing is on this same topic. Did the president ever show any concern or interest or curiosity about what the Russians were doing?
Thank you, Senator. As I said earlier, I don't remember any conversations with the president about the Russia election interference.
Did he ever ask you any questions concerning this?
Well, there was an initial briefing of our findings, and I think there was conversation there. I don't remember it exactly, where he asked questions about what we had found and what our sources were and what our confidence level was. But after that, I don't remember anything. The reason this is such a big deal is we have this big, messy, wonderful country where we fight with each other all the time, but nobody tells us what to think, what to fight about, what to vote for, except other Americans. And that's wonderful and often painful, but we're talking about a foreign government that, using technical intrusion and lots of other methods, tried to shape the way we think, we vote, we act. That is a big deal, and people need to recognize it. It's not about Republicans or Democrats. They're coming after America, which I hope we all love equally. They want to undermine our credibility in the face of the world. They think that this great experiment of ours is a threat to them, and so they're going to try to run it down and dirty it up as much as possible. That's what this is about, and they will be back because we remain, as difficult as we can be with each other, we remain that shining city on the hill, and they don't like it.
So this is extremely important. It's extremely dangerous what we're dealing with, and it's needed, is what you're saying.
Yes, sir.
Do you believe there were any tapes or recordings of your conversations with the president?
It never occurred to me till the president's tweet. I'm not being facetious. I hope there are, and I'll consent to the release of.
So both of you are in the same findings here. You both hope there's tapes and recordings.
Well, all I can do is hope. The president surely knows whether he taped me, and if he did, my feelings aren't hurt. Release all the tapes. I'm good with it.
Gotcha. Sir, do you believe that Robert Mueller, our new special investigator on Russia, will be thorough and complete without political intervention? And would you be confident on these findings and recommendations?
Yes, Bob Mueller is one of the finest people and public servants this country has ever produced. He will do it well. He is a dogged, tough person, and you can have high confidence that when it's done, he's turned over all the rocks.
You've been asked a wide variety of questions today, and then we're going to be hearing more, I'm sure, in our classified hearing. Something I often ask folks when they come here, what details of this saga should we be focusing on, and what would you recommend us do differently? Or to adjust our perspective on this?
I don't know. One of the reasons that I'm pleased to be here is I think this committee has shown the American people, although we have two parties and we disagree about important things, we can work together when it involves the core interests of the country. So I would hope you'll just keep doing what you're doing. It's good in and of itself, but it's also a model, especially for kids, that we are a functioning adult democracy.
And you also mentioned you had, I think, six meetings, 3 times in person, 6 on the phone, 9 times in conversation with the president. Did he ever, at that time, allude that you were not performing adequately? Ever indicate that at all?
Oh, no. In fact, the contrary, quite often. Yeah, he called me one day. I was about to get on a helicopter. The head of the DEA was waiting in the helicopter for me, and he just called to check in and tell me I was doing an awesome job and wanted to see how I was doing. And I said, I'm doing fine, sir. And then I finished the call and got on the helicopter.
Mr. Comey, do you believe you would have been fired if Hillary Clinton had become president?
That's a great question. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know.
You have any thoughts about it?
No, I might have been. I don't know. Look, I've said before that was an extraordinarily difficult and painful time. I think I did what I had to do. I knew it was going to be very bad for me personally, and the consequence of that might have been, if Hillary Clinton was elected, I might have been terminated. I don't know. I really don't.
My final question will be, after February 14th meeting in the Oval Office, you mentioned that you asked Attorney General Sessions to ensure that you were never left alone with the president. Did you ever consider why Attorney General Sessions was not asked to stay in the room?
Oh, sure. I did, and have. And in that moment, I knew.
You ever talked to him about it?
No.
You never had a discussion with Jeff Sessions on this?
No, not at all.
On any of your meetings?
No.
Did he inquire? Did he show any inquiry whatsoever? What was that meeting about?
No. Oh, you're right. I did say to him, I'd forgotten this, when I talked to him and said, you have to be between me and the president, and that's incredibly important, and I forget my exact words, I passed along the president's message about the importance of aggressively pursuing leaks of classified information, which is a goal I share, and I passed that along to the Attorney General. I think it was the next morning in a meeting, but I did not tell him about the Flynn part.
Do you believe this will rise to the obstruction of justice?
I don't know. That's Bob Mueller's job to sort that out.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Chairman.
Senator Cotton.
Mr. Comey, you encouraged the president to release the tapes. Will you encourage the Department of Justice or your friend at Columbia, or Mr. Mueller, to release your memos?
Sure.
You said that you did not record your conversations with President Obama or President Bush in memos. Did you do so with Attorney General Sessions or any other senior member of the Trump Department of Justice?
No.
Did you?
I'm sorry.
Did you record conversations and memos with Attorney General Lynch or any other senior member of the Obama Department of Justice?
No, not that I recall.
In your statement for the record, you cite 9 private conversations with the president, 3 meetings, and 2 phone calls. There are 4 phone calls that are not discussed in your statement for the record. What happened in those phone calls?
President called me, I believe, shortly before he was inaugurated as a follow-up to our conversation, private conversation on January the 6th. He just wanted to reiterate his rejection of the allegation and talk about, he thought about it more and why he thought it wasn't true, the verified and unverified and salacious parts. And during that call, he asked me, again, hope you're going to stay, you're doing a great job. And I told him that I intended to. There was another phone call that I mentioned, I think was, could have the date wrong, March the 1st, where he called just to check in with me as I was about to get on the helicopter. There was a secure call we had about an operational matter that was not related to any of this, about something the FBI was working on. He wanted to make sure that I understood how important he thought it was, a totally appropriate call. And then the fourth call, I'm probably forgetting, I may have meant the call when he called to invite me to dinner. I'll think about it as I'm answering other questions, but I think I got that right.
Let's turn our attention to the underlying activity at issue here. Russia's hacking into those emails and releasing them, and the allegations of collusion. Do you believe Donald Trump colluded with Russia?
It's a question I don't think I should answer in an open setting. As I said, that we didn't, when I left, we did not have an investigation focused on President Trump. But that's a question that'll be answered by the investigation, I think.
Let me turn to a couple statements by one of my colleagues, Senator Feinstein. She was the ranking member on this committee until January, which means she had access to information that only she and Chairman Burr did. She's now the senior Democrat on the Judiciary Committee, meaning she has access to the FBI that most of us don't. On May 3rd, on CNN's Wolf Blitzer show, she was asked, do you have evidence that there was in fact collusion between Trump associates and Russia during the campaign? She answered, not at this time. On May 18th, at the same show, Mr. Blitzer said, the last time we spoke, Senator, I asked if you had actually seen any evidence of collusion between the Trump campaign and the Russians, and you said to me, and I'm quoting you now, you said, not at this time. Has anything changed since we last spoke? Senator Feinstein said, well, no, it hasn't. Do you have any reason to doubt those statements?
I don't doubt that Senator Feinstein was saying what she understood. I just don't want to go down that path, first of all, because I'm not in the government anymore, and answering in the negative, I just worry leads me deeper and deeper into talking about the investigation in an open setting. I'm always trying to be fair. I don't want to be unfair to President Trump. I'm not trying to suggest by my answer something nefarious, but I don't want to get into the business of saying not as to this person, not as to that person.
On February 14th, the New York Times published a story, the headline of which was, Trump campaign aides had repeated contacts with Russian intelligence. You were asked earlier if that was an inaccurate story, and you said in the main. Would it be fair to characterize that story as almost entirely wrong?
Yes.
Did you have, at the time that story was published, any indication of any contact between Trump people and Russians, intelligence officers, other government officials, or close associates of the Russian government?
That's one I can't answer sitting here.
We can discuss that in a classified setting then. I want to turn attention now to Mr. Flynn and the allegations of his underlying conduct. To be specific, his alleged interactions with the Russian ambassador on the telephone, and then what he said to senior Trump administration officials and Department of Justice officials. I understand there are other issues with Mr. Flynn related to his receipt of foreign monies or disclosure of potential advocacy activity on behalf of foreign governments. Those are serious and credible allegations, and I'm sure will be pursued, but I want to speak specifically about his interactions with the Russian ambassador. There was a story on January 23rd in the Washington Post that says, entitled, FBI reviewed Flynn's calls with Russian ambassador, but found nothing illicit. Is this story accurate?
I don't want to comment on that, Senator, because I'm pretty sure the Bureau has not confirmed any interception of communications. And so I don't want to talk about that in an open setting.
Would it be improper for an incoming national security advisor to have a conversation with a foreign ambassador?
In my experience, no.
But you can't confirm or deny that the conversation happened, and we would need to know the contents of that conversation to know if it was in fact improper.
Yeah, I don't think I can talk about that in an open setting. And again, I've been out of government now a month, so I also don't want to talk about things when it's now somebody else's responsibility. But maybe in the classified setting, we can talk more about that.
You stated earlier that there wasn't an open investigation of Mr. Flynn in the FBI. Did you or any FBI agent ever sense that Mr. Flynn attempted to deceive you or made false statements to an FBI agent?
I don't want to go too far. That was the subject of the criminal inquiry.
Did you ever come close to closing the investigation on Mr. Flynn?
I don't think I can talk about that in an open setting either.
We can discuss these more in the closed setting then. Mr. Comey, in 2004, you were a part of a well-publicized event about an intelligence program that had been recertified several times, and you were acting Attorney General when Attorney General John Ashcroft was incapacitated due to illness. There was a dramatic showdown at the hospital here. The next day, you said that you wrote a letter of resignation and signed it before you went to meet with President Bush to explain why you refused to certify it. Is that accurate?
Yes, I think so.
At any time in the 3.5 months you were the FBI director during the Trump administration, did you ever write and sign a letter of recommendation and leave it on your desk?
Letter of resignation? No, sir.
Letter of resignation?
No, sir.
So despite all of the things that you've testified to here today, you didn't feel this rose to the level of an honest but serious difference of legal opinion between accomplished and skilled lawyers in that 2004 episode?
I wouldn't characterize the circumstances in 2004 that way, but to answer, no, I didn't encounter any circumstance that led me to intend to resign, consider to resign. No, sir.
Thank you.
Senator Harris.
Director Comey, I want to thank you. You are now a private citizen, and you are enduring a Senate Intelligence Committee hearing, and each of us gets 7 minutes instead of 5 as yesterday to ask you questions. So thank you.
Now, I'm between opportunities now, so.
Well, you are. I'm sure you'll have future opportunities. You know, you and I are both former prosecutors. I'm not going to require you to answer. I just want to make a statement that in my experience of prosecuting cases, when a robber held a gun to somebody's head and said, "I hope you will give me your wallet," the word hope was not the most operative word at that moment. But you don't have to respond to that point. I have a series of questions to ask you, and they're going to start with, are you aware of any meetings between the Trump administration officials and Russian officials during the campaign that have not been acknowledged by those officials in the White House?
That's not even if I remember clearly, that's not a question I can answer in an open setting.
Are you aware of any efforts by Trump campaign officials or associates of the campaign to hide their communications with Russian officials through encrypted communications or other means?
I have to give you the same answer, Senator.
Sure. In the course of the FBI's investigation, did you ever come across anything that suggested that communications records, documents, or other evidence had been destroyed?
I think I got to give you the same answer because it would touch on investigative matters.
And are you aware of any efforts or potential efforts to conceal communications between campaign officials and Russian officials?
I think I have to give you the same answer, Senator.
Thank you. As a former Attorney General, I have a series of questions about your connection with the Attorney General during the course of your tenure as director. What is your understanding of the parameters of General Sessions' recusal from the Russia investigation?
I think it's described in a written release or statement from DOJ, which I don't remember sitting here, but the gist was he would be recused from all matters relating to Russia and the campaign or activities of Russia and the 2016 election, I think, something like that.
So is your knowledge of the extent of his recusal based on the public statements he's made? Or
Correct.
Okay. So was there any kind of memorandum issued from the Attorney General or the Department of Justice to the FBI outlining the parameters of his recusal?
Not that I'm aware of.
And do you know if he reviewed any FBI or DOJ documents pertaining to the investigation before he was recused?
I don't know.
And after he was recused? I'm assuming it's the same answer.
Same answer.
And aside from any notice or memorandum that was not sent or was, what mechanism or processes were in place to ensure that the Attorney General would not have any connection with the investigation, to your knowledge?
I don't know for sure. I know that he had consulted with career ethics officials that know how to run a recusal at DOJ, but I don't know what mechanism they set up.
And the Attorney General recused himself from the investigation, but do you believe it was appropriate for him to be involved in the firing of the chief investigator of that case, of that Russia interference?
That's something I can't answer sitting here. It's a reasonable question, but that would depend on a lot of things I don't know. Like, what did he know? What was he told? Did he realize that the president was doing it because of the Russia investigation? Things like that. I just don't know the answer.
You've mentioned in your written testimony in here that the president essentially asked you for a loyalty pledge. Are you aware of him making the same request of any other members of the cabinet?
I am not.
Do you know one way or another what he...
I don't know one way or another. I've never heard anything about it.
And you mentioned that you had the conversation where he hoped that you would let the Flynn matter go on February 14th. Or thereabouts. It's my understanding that Mr. Sessions was recused from any involvement in the investigation about a full 2 weeks later. To your knowledge, was the Attorney General, did he have access to information about the investigation in those interim 2 weeks?
In theory, sure, because he's the Attorney General. I don't know whether he had any contact with any materials related to that.
To your knowledge, was there any directive that he should not have any contact with any information about the Russian investigation between the February 14th date and the day he was ultimately recused or recused himself on March 2nd?
Not to my knowledge. I don't know one way or another.
And did you speak to the Attorney General about the Russia investigation before his recusal?
I don't think so, no.
Do you know if anyone in the department, in the FBI, forwarded any documents or information or memos of any sort to the attention of the Attorney General before his recusal?
I don't know of any or remember any sitting here. It's possible, but I don't remember any.
Do you know if the Attorney General was involved, in fact involved, in any aspect of the Russia investigation after his recusal on the 2nd of March?
I don't. I would assume not, but I don't. Well, let me say it this way. I don't know of any information that would lead me to believe he did something to touch the Russia investigation after the recusal.
In your written testimony, you indicate that after you were left alone with the president, you mentioned that it was inappropriate and should never happen again to the Attorney General. And apparently he did not reply, and you write that he did not reply. What did he do, if anything? Did he just look at you? Was there a pause for a moment? What happened?
I don't remember real clearly. I have a recollection of him just kind of looking at me, and there's a danger here I'm projecting onto him, so this may be a faulty memory, but I kind of got his body language gave me the sense like, what am I going to do?
Did he shrug?
I don't remember clearly. I think the reason I have that impression is I have some recollection of almost imperceptible, like, what am I going to do? But I don't have a clear recollection of that. He didn't say anything.
And on that same February 14th meeting, you said you understood the president to be requesting that you drop the investigation. After that meeting, however, you received 2 calls from the president, March 30th and April 11th, where the president talked about a cloud over his presidency. Has anything you've learned in the months since your February 14th meeting changed your understanding of the president's request? I guess it would be what he has said in public documents or public interviews?
Correct.
Okay. And is there anything about this investigation that you believe is in any way biased or is not being informed by a process of seeking the truth?
No. The appointment of a special counsel should offer great, especially given who that person is, great comfort to Americans, no matter what your political affiliation is, that this will be done independently, competently, and honestly.
And do you believe that he should have full authority, Mr. Mueller, to be able to pursue that investigation?
Yes, and knowing him well over the years, if there's something that he thinks he needs, he will speak up about it.
Do you believe he should have full independence?
Oh, yeah. And he wouldn't be part of it if he wasn't going to get full independence.
Thank you.
Senator Cornyn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Comey, I'll repeat what I've said at previous hearings, that I believe you're a good and decent man who's been dealt a very difficult hand, starting back with the Clinton email investigation. And I appreciate your willingness to appear here today voluntarily and answer our questions and cooperate with our investigation. As a general matter, if an FBI agent has reason to believe that a crime has been committed, do they have a duty to report it
That's a good question. I don't know that there's a legal duty to report it. They certainly have a cultural, ethical duty to report it.
You're unsure whether they would have a legal duty?
Yeah, that's a good question. I've not thought about it before. I don't know where the legal, there's a statute that prohibits misprision of a felony, knowing of a felony, and taking steps to conceal it, but this is a different question. And so look, let me be clear. I would expect any FBI agent who has information about a crime being committed to report it.
Me too.
But where you rest that obligation, I don't know. It exists.
And let me ask you as a general proposition, if you're trying to make an investigation go away, is firing an FBI director a good way to make that happen? By that I mean...
Yeah, it doesn't make a lot of sense to me, but I'm obviously hopelessly biased, given that I was the one fired.
I understand it's personal.
No, given the nature of the FBI, I meant what I said. There's no indispensable people in the world, including at the FBI, that there's lots of bad things about me not being at the FBI. Most of them are for me, but the work's going to go on as before.
So nothing that's happened that you've testified to here today has impeded the investigation of the FBI or Director Mueller's commitment to get to the bottom of this from the standpoint of the FBI and the Department of Justice. Would you agree with that?
Correct. Especially the appointment of former Director Mueller is a critical part of that equation.
Let me take you back to the Clinton email investigation. I think you've been cast as a hero or a villain, depending on the whose political ox is being gored at many different times during the course of the Clinton email investigation, even now perhaps. But you clearly were troubled by the conduct of the sitting Attorney General, Loretta Lynch, when it came to the Clinton email investigation. You mentioned the characterization that you'd been asked to accept that this was a matter and not a criminal investigation, which you said it was. There was the matter of President Clinton's meeting on the tarmac with the sitting Attorney General at a time when his wife was subject to a criminal investigation, and you suggested that perhaps there are other matters that you may be able to share with us later on in a classified setting. But it seems to me that you clearly believe that Loretta Lynch, the Attorney General, had an appearance of a conflict of interest on the Clinton email investigation. Is that correct?
I think that's fair. I didn't believe she could credibly decline that investigation, at least not without grievous damage to the Department of Justice and to the FBI.
And under Department of Justice and FBI norms, wouldn't it have been appropriate for the Attorney General, or if she had recused herself, which she did not do, for the Deputy Attorney General to appoint a special counsel? That's essentially what's happened now with Director Mueller. Would that have been an appropriate step in the Clinton email investigation, in your opinion?
Certainly a possible step, yes, sir.
And were you aware that Ms. Lynch had been requested numerous times to appoint a special counsel and had refused?
Yes, I think members of Congress had repeatedly asked, yes, sir.
Yours truly did on multiple occasions. And that heightened your concerns about the appearance of a conflict of interest with the Department of Justice, which caused you to make what you have described as an incredibly painful decision to basically take the matter up yourself, and led to that July press conference.
Yes, sir. After the former President Clinton, met on the plane with the Attorney General, I considered whether I should call for the appointment of a special counsel, and I decided that that would be an unfair thing to do because I knew there was no case there. We had investigated it very, very thoroughly. I know this is a subject of passionate disagreement, but I knew there was no case there, and calling for the appointment of special counsel would be brutally unfair because it would send the message, aha, there's something here. That was my judgment. Again, lots of people have different views of it, but that's how I thought about it.
Well, if a special counsel had been appointed, they could have made that determination that there was nothing there and declined to pursue it, right?
Sure, but it would have been many months later or a year later.
Let me just ask you to, given the experience of the Clinton email investigation and what happened there, do you think it's unreasonable for anyone, any president, who has been assured on multiple occasions that he's not the subject of an FBI investigation, do you think it's unreasonable for them to want the FBI director to publicly announce that so that this cloud over his administration would be removed?
I think that's a reasonable point of view. The concern would be, obviously, because if that boomerang comes back, it's going to be a very big deal because there will be a duty to correct.
Well, we saw that in the Clinton email investigation, of course.
Yes, I recall that.
Yeah, I know you do. So let me ask you finally, in the minute that we have left, there was this conversation back and forth about loyalty, and I think we all appreciate the fact that an FBI director is a unique public official in the sense that he's a political appointee in one sense, but he has a duty of independence to pursue the law pursuant to the constitutional laws of the United States. And so when the president asked you about loyalty, you got in this back and forth about, well, I'll pledge you my honesty. And then it looks like, from what I've read, you agreed upon honest loyalty or something like that. Is that the characterization?
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Senator Reid.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Director Comey. There have been press reports that the president, in addition to asking you to drop the Flynn investigation, has asked other senior intelligence officials to take steps which would tend to undermine the investigation into Russia. There's been reports that he's asked DNI Coates and Admiral Rogers to make public statements exonerating him or taking the pressure off him, and also reports about Admiral Rogers and Director Pompeo to intervene and reach out to the FBI and ask them. Are you aware of any of these, or do you have any information with respect to any of these allegations?
I don't. I'm aware of the public reporting, but I had no contact, no conversation with any of those leaders about that subject.
Thank you. You have testified that you interpret the discussion with the president about Flynn as a direction to stop the investigation. Is that correct?
Yes.
You've testified that the president asked you to lift the cloud by essentially making public statements exonerating him and perhaps others. You refused, correct?
I didn't do it. I didn't refuse the president. I told him we would see what we could do, and then the second time he called, I told him in substance, that's something your lawyer will have to take up with the Justice Department.
And part of the underlying logic was that, we've discussed many times throughout this morning, is the duty to correct. That is a theoretical issue, but also a very practical issue. Was there your feeling that the direction of the investigation could, in fact, include the president?
Well, in theory, I mean, as I explained, the concern of one of my senior leader colleagues was, if you're looking at potential coordination between the campaign and Russia, the person at the head of the campaign is the candidate. So logically, this person argued, the candidate's knowledge, understanding will logically become a part of your inquiry if it proceeds. And so I understood that argument. My view was that what I said to the president was accurate and fair to him. I resisted the idea of publicly saying it, although if the Justice Department had wanted to, that I would have done it, because of the duty to correct and the slippery slope problem.
And again, also, you've testified that the president asked you repeatedly to be loyal to him, and you responded you would be honestly loyal, which is, I think, your way of saying, I'll be honest and I'll be the head of the FBI and independent. Is that fair?
Correct. I tried honest first, and also, I mean, you see it in my testimony, I also tried to explain to him why it's in his interest, and every president's interest, for the FBI to be apart in a way, because its credibility is important to a president and to the country. And so I tried to hold the line. It got very awkward, and I then said, you'll always have honesty from me. He said honest loyalty, and then I acceded to that as a way to end this awkwardness.
At the culmination of all these events, you're summarily fired without any explanation or anything else.
Well, there was an explanation. I just don't buy it.
Well, yes. So you're fired. So Do you believe that you were fired because you refused to take the president's direction? Is that the ultimate reason?
I don't know for sure. I know I was fired. Again, I take the president's words. I know I was fired because of something about the way I was conducting the Russia investigation was in some way putting pressure on him, in some way irritating him, and he decided to fire me because of that.
Now,
I can't go farther than that.
The Russian investigation, as you've pointed out, and as all my colleagues have reflected, is one of the most serious hostile acts against this country in our history, undermining the very core of our democracy and our elections. It is not a discrete event. It will likely occur. It's probably being prepared now for 18 and 20 and beyond. And yet, the President of the United States fires you because, in your own words, some relation to this investigation. And then he shows up in the Oval Office with the Russian foreign minister, first after classifying you as crazy and a real nut job, which I think you've effectively disproved this morning. He said, I face pressure because of Russia. That's taken off. Your conclusion would be that the president, I would think, is downplaying the seriousness of this threat. In fact, took specific steps to stop a thorough investigation of the Russian influence, and also, from what you've said or what was been said this morning, doesn't seem to be particularly interested in these hostile threats by the Russians. Is that fair?
I don't know that I can agree to that level of detail. There's no doubt that it's a fair judgment. It's my judgment that I was fired because of the Russia investigation. I was fired in some way to change, or the endeavor was to change the way the Russia investigation was being conducted. That is a very big deal, and not just because it involves me. The nature of the FBI and the nature of its work requires that it not be the subject of political consideration. And on top of that, you have the Russia investigation itself is vital because of the threat. And I know I should have said this earlier, but it's obvious. If any Americans were part of helping the Russians do that to us, that is a very big deal. And I'm confident that if that is the case, Director Mueller will find that evidence.
Finally, the president tweeted that James Comey better hope that there are no tapes of our conversation before he starts leaking to the press. Was that a rather unsubtle attempt to intimidate you from testifying and intimidate anyone else who seriously crosses his path of not doing it?
I'm not going to sit here and try and interpret the president's tweets. To me, its major impact was, as I said, occurred to me in the middle of the night. Holy cow, there might be tapes. And if there are tapes, it's not just my word against his on the direction to get rid of the Flynn investigation.
Thank you very much.
Senator McCain.
In the case of Hillary Clinton, you made the statement that there wasn't sufficient evidence to bring a suit against her, although it had been very careless in their behavior. But you did reach a conclusion in that case that it was not necessary to further pursue her. Yet at the same time, in the case of Mr. Comey, you said that there was not enough information to make a conclusion. Tell me the difference between your conclusion as far as former Secretary Clinton is concerned and Mr. Trump.
The Clinton investigation was a completed investigation that the FBI had been deeply involved in, and so I had an opportunity to understand all the facts and apply those facts against the law as I understood them. This investigation was underway, still going when I was fired, so it's nowhere near in the same place. At least it wasn't when I was.
But it's still ongoing.
Correct. So far as I know, it was when I left.
That investigation was going on. This investigation is going on. You reached separate conclusions.
No, that one was done.
That investigation of any involvement of Secretary Clinton or any of her associates is completed.
Yes, as of July the 5th, the FBI completed its investigative work, and that's what I was announcing, what we had done and what we had found.
Well, at least in the minds of this member, there's a whole lot of questions remaining about what went on, particularly considering the fact that, as you mentioned, it's a, quote, big deal as to what went on during the campaign. So I'm glad you concluded that part of the investigation, but I think that the American people have a whole lot of questions out there, particularly since you just emphasized the role that Russia played. And obviously, she was a candidate for president at the time, so she was clearly involved in this whole situation where fake news, as you just described it, big deal, took place. You're going to have to help me out here. In other words, we're complete the investigation of anything that former Secretary Clinton had to do with the campaign is over and we don't have to worry about it anymore?
With respect to Secretary, I'm a little confused, Senator. With respect to Secretary Clinton, we investigated criminal investigation in connection with her use of a personal email server.
I understand.
And that's the investigation I announced the conclusion of on July 5th.
So, but at the same time, you made the announcement there would be no charges brought against then Secretary Clinton for any activities involved in the Russia involvement in our engagement in our election. I don't quite understand how you could be done with that, but not done with the whole investigation of their attempt to affect the outcome of our election.
No, I'm sorry. We're not, at least when I left, when I was fired on May the 9th, there was still an open, active investigation to understand the Russian efforts and whether any Americans work with them.
But you reached the conclusion that there was no reason to bring charges against Secretary Clinton. So you reached a conclusion. In the case of Mr. Comey, the President Comey, excuse me, in the case of President Trump, you have an ongoing investigation. So you got one candidate who you're done with and another candidate that you have a long way to go. Is that correct?
I don't know how far the FBI has to go, but yes, that the Clinton email investigation was completed, the investigation of Russia's efforts in connection with the election, and whether there was any coordination, and if so, with whom, between Russia and the campaign, was ongoing when I left.
You just made it clear in what you said. This is a, quote, big deal, unquote. I think it's hard to reconcile. In one case, you reach a complete conclusion, and the other side, you have not. And you, in fact, obviously, there's a lot more there, as we know, as you called it, a, quote, big deal. She's one of the candidates. But in her case, you say there will be no charges, and in the case of President Trump, the investigation continues. What has been brought out in this hearing is more and more emphasis on the Russian engagement and involvement in this campaign. How serious do you think this was?
Very serious, but I want to say something, be clear. We have not announced, and there was no predication to announce, an investigation of whether the Russians may have coordinated with Secretary Clinton's campaign. Secretary Clinton's campaign.
No, but they may not have been involved with their campaign. They were involved with the entire presidential campaign, obviously.
Of course. Yes, sir. And that is an investigation that began last summer, and so far as I'm aware, continues.
So both President Trump and former candidate Clinton are both involved in the investigation, yet one of them, you said there's going to be no charges, and the other one, the investigation continues. Well, I think there's a double standard there, to tell you the truth. Then when the president said to you, you talked about the April 11th phone call, and he said, quote, because I've been very loyal to you, very loyal. We had that thing, you know. Did that arouse your curiosity as what, quote, that thing was?
Yes.
Why didn't you ask him?
It didn't seem to me to be important for the conversation we were having to understand it. I took it to be an effort to communicate to me that there is a relationship between us where I've been good to you, you should be good to me.
Yeah, but I think it would intensely arouse my curiosity if the President of the United States said, we had that thing, you know. I'd like to know what the hell that thing is, particularly if I'm the director of the FBI.
Yeah, I get that, Senator. Honestly, I'll tell you what, this is speculation, but what I concluded at the time is in his memory, he was searching back to our encounter at the dinner and was preparing himself to say, I offered loyalty to you, you promised loyalty to me, and all of a sudden, his memory showed him that did not happen, and I think he pulled up short. That's just a guess, but I've a lot of conversations with humans over the years.
I think I would have had some curiosity if it had been about me, to be honest with you. So, are you aware anything that would believe you to believe that the president or the members of the administration or members of the campaign could potentially be used to coerce or blackmail the administration?
That's a subject for investigations, not something I can comment on sitting here.
But you reached that conclusion as far as Secretary Clinton was concerned. But you're not reaching a conclusion as far as this administration is concerned. Are you aware of anything that would lead you to believe that information exists that could coerce members of the administration or blackmail the administration?
That's not a question I can answer, Senator.
Senator's time's expired.
Thank you.
All time's expired for the hearing. Can I say for members, we'll reconvene promptly at 1 p.m. In the hearing room. We have a vote scheduled for 1:45. I would suggest that all members promptly be there at 1 o'clock. We have about 3 minutes. I'd like to have order. Photographers, return to where you were, please. This hearing's not adjourned yet. Either that or we'll remove you. To members, we have about 3 minutes of updates that we would love to cover as soon as we get into the closed session before we have an opportunity to spend some time with Director Comey. Based on our agreement, it would be my intentions to adjourn that closed hearing between 2 and 2:10 so that members can go vote, and I would urge you to eat at that time. Jim, several of us on this committee have had the opportunity to work with you since you walked in the door. I want to say personally on behalf of all the committee members, we're grateful to you for your service to your country, not just in the capacity as FBI director, but as prosecutor, and more importantly, being somebody that loves this country enough to tell it like it is. I want to say to your workforce that we're grateful to them with the level of cooperation that they have shown us, with the trust we've built between both organizations, the Congress and the Bureau. We couldn't do our job if it wasn't for their willingness to share candidly with us the work that we need to see. This hearing's the 9th public hearing this committee has had this year. That is twice the historical year-long average of this committee. I think the Vice Chairman and my biggest challenge when this investigation has concluded is to return our hearings to the secrecy of a closed hearing, to encourage our members not to freely talk about intelligence matters publicly, and to respect the fact that we have a huge job, and that's to represent the entire body of the United States Senate and the American people, to make sure that we work with the intelligence community to provide you the tools to keep America safe, and that you do it within the legal limit or those limits that are set by the executive branch. We could not do it if it wasn't for trusted partnership that you have been able to lead and others before you. So as we depart from this is a pivotal hearing in our investigation. We're grateful to you for the professionalism you've shown and your willingness. I will turn to the Vice Chairman.
I simply want to echo, again, the thanks for your appearance. And there clearly still remain a number of questions. And the one thing I want to commit to you, and more importantly, I think, Chairman, I want to commit to all those who are still potentially watching and following, there's still a lot of unanswered questions, and we're going to get to the bottom of this. We're going to get the facts out. The American people deserve to know. There's the questions around implications of Trump officials and the Russians, but there's also the macro issue of what the Russians did and continue to do. And I think it is very important that all Americans realize that threat is real. It is continuous. It is not just towards our nation. It is all towards all Western democracies, and we have to come to a solution set. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Director Comey, thank you once again on behalf of the committee. This hearing is adjourned.
And so a remarkable hearing moves from open session to closed session on Capitol Hill. Fired FBI Director James Comey addresses the
All right, guys. So we're back here. We had this testimony here. We see SPY almost went to an all-time high here. Wait, was it almost into all-time here? All-time high. So I don't know what's going on in the markets right now. UJ's about to close this 4-hour candle to the downside. We have COMEX closing in 30 minutes here, guys. We have GXJ bouncing off the lows here. Hammer, kind of hammer, kind of going sideways here. Not too sure exactly where everything's going to go, but I do have gold bouncing off a pretty big support here. So we're trying to burst up. Someone said there's a weekly reversal candle. Yeah, there is. So I'm looking for that to go, go to at least try to fill this 1282.50 here. Oil here, on the other hand, it bounced off of that $45 low here. It's kind of slid to the sideways. SPY again, gold contracts. This is the candle I'm looking at. So we're looking for that to close up. If that can close up above the 80s, that'd be nice. Are you frustrated? I'm not frustrated. It's a swing position for a reason. You know, I'm disappointed that we actually went to the 50%. But that 50% essentially was just an opportunity for me to get more JNUG and to ditch my nugget instead. Gobi. So I'm not really that frustrated at all. Again, this is just trading. These are positions I'm marinating, right? These are swing positions, not day to day. I'm looking for the overall trend with this 2011 breakout for gold miners to go up even more. We're just looking at here. Essentially, this 33.12 is a 50% retracement of the big move, and this 33.35 is a 35 to 30.40. This is the two areas we should be looking at. This is the 50. Shoot. This is the tool. This is one, and this is one right here. These two are 50% retracements up and down. Thus is why we're bouncing in right between them. So, you know what? This retracement looks nice. Nugget, this looks like complete dog doo-doo, but JNUG, on the other hand, actually looks to be promising for another move upwards. Again, the testimony's over, beat around the bush. There were some big questions when Comey answered, but a lot of times he was like, this is what we have to discuss the 1 o'clock confidential meeting. So, we're not gonna get any leaks out of that. Obviously, it's probably gonna be real tight. But I just want to see how this pans out. Sorry about that. How this pans out in the future. We're trading right now at 1896 nugget. We just bursted back up to your 14 area here. Just looking for a possible exit for this for my nugget here. Nugget, on the other hand, just looks really, really bad. Right at the open here, looks pretty bad here. That's why I'm considering closing my nugget. Yeah, and again, I'm closing my nugget down. 6% from the highs here, over 6% from the highs. So that is a little disappointing, Gobi, for that to happen. But for JNUG here, it looks like it's doing a perfect, 50% retracement, and that was the low here. We just gotta watch for the end of the day what happens here if they want to drop this more. Gold here looks like it's flagging, but again, I'm looking here at UJ, and that UJ candle is pretty bearish in my opinion, especially because it's on a 4-hour versus 30-minute or 1 hour. But we're looking all eyes here on dollar and on UJ. So we're just watching these two circle areas. We're watching Nugget, JNUG, of course. There's a pennant here, which I'm kind of concerned about. So just watch out for this pennant, this possible breakdown here. either way, I'm gonna toss this since this position is pretty close. If it doesn't seem anything promising, I'm just gonna lock out flat here. But at one point, I was up like $300 for the day, even with that loss. But it was pushing against that 50% retracement. So it was only expected for people to profit there. I just want to see what happens next here, whether or not we go lower or higher than that opening minute. So just stay tuned here. We got another 3 hours to go. Another 45 minutes until COMEX close. So again, that's going to be some volume here. There's big volume here. In the morning, there was no volume until that drop. That drop definitely pushed out some longs here. So we'll see what happens. We'll see if we get any kind of ignition or anything like that. So you guys are so freaked out over this retracement, man. See, I already have my claws in here at the lows, so there's really no point of me messing around with these. I'm literally here at the lows here with my positions, so it's like there's really no point for me to be messing around with my positions. There are swings. All I'm doing is again adding on the dips for the move upwards. That's literally, I mean, that's what I'm doing. I'm accumulating, right? I'm doing exactly what they do. I'm not afraid to day to day. I'm looking the long term, right? The 2011 downtrend is broken. I don't care if there's a shooting star there or not. There's still one more day in the week, right? Still got plenty of time. We've got COMEX close. If this closes at a doji, right? If this candle becomes green, it's going to eventually become a doji. So that that's only a $6 move to the upside. So just take that up for it is. We still have another day here. UJ, I think again, it's going to reverse pretty hard from here. This is a big 4-hour rejection from the top. I think dollars will come down. UJ's going to go down, and then whatever oil's doing, I'm not too sure exactly what it's doing, but I just want to see everything that happened today to be completely reversed. That's just my opinion here. Again, it's just retracement. Although the retracement, I mean, this is a perfect throwback. Like this is a perfect nugget throwback, right? Every time something breaks out, right? Every time something breaks out, it does something like this. I even was telling you guys, we're looking for the 0.5. We're looking for the 0.5 retracement yesterday. So finding the 0.5 retracement came on JDUG, and I did stuck with my word, and I bought in, right? It's one thing saying something, it's another thing doing something. So you can be one person that says, oh, it's going up. Oh, no, it's going down. It's going up. It's going down. But that's not there's no confidence there when you keep on saying, like, keep switching opinions every 5 seconds. It's like you're gonna get your account chopped and you're gonna lose a lot of money doing that way. So just keep your, at least keep some bias. Don't, like, whenever it's going up, you're gonna go like, oh, it's going up. Whenever it's going down, you go like, oh, it's going down. That's like the worst way to trade, right? When it's going up, you should go be like, oh, it's going down. And when it's going down, you said it's going up, right? That's the better way to trade. So I've seen a lot of people here in the Discord chat and even in the YouTube chat just throwing out a lot of stuff. And again, guys, it's your credibility, and a lot of people can see it. So, just a warning to the wise that again, this is even to me. Don't follow me on every single trades. Once again, don't follow me on every single trade. I'm not always correct, but that being said, you already know my position. I don't flip flop. I might flip flop intraday, but I won't flip flop in the long term. That's for sure. Yep. So I'm just gonna try to mature this trade to the end of the day. I want to see what Comex brings to us. Again, this is a pretty big drop in gold. It's just a stop loss run here. We have a hammer here in the hour. Let's look at the 4-hour here. Right, the 4 hour is gonna look pretty nice here with that big long wick. Although it's not gonna be a perfect hammer, we'll see what happens. If this can climb above 1277.80, if gold can climb up $1 in the next 6 minutes, which it probably won't do, it'll look a very pretty hammer in the 4 hour. Whoever said that earlier today. So I've been looking at that 4 hour on my side here. My thoughts on VIX: pure garbage. Pure garbage. Right now, look at the VIX right now. Like, it's pure garbage because we're at highs. So I can only say it's at highs. So I want to look at that 30-day VIX. Whenever the 30-day VIX goes below that 9.5, I'm go ahead and long that VXX. But until that 2-decade low isn't hit, I am not touching VIX either way. I am not touching VIX either way. That being said, we have another 30 minutes here to go until the COMEX close. Everything I think is going to be relatively flat here. And this is honestly a perfect technical breakout and retracement. I don't care where you're looking at this at. This is a bull flag that's been pent up. This is the throwback. Bears trying to push it down. Now, if we go below here, we go below 34. That's going to be an issue if we go below 34 for GDX or for Nugget. But right now, we're bouncing off, a support here that's I can kind of see here. But all I am doing here is what I've been doing for the last month. Just buy the lows whenever we see a good one. If the low, right, if the low breaks my stop loss, the position's gone. If it's a risky low, I'll close it out intraday. But if I can get another good long in here, I just feel better about this GDXJ going forward, right? GDXJ hasn't even bothered to close the gap. Of course, that may change throughout the day, but we'll see what happens here. Tomorrow, guys, I'll have my own original setup. I'm at my girlfriend's house right now, so I'm using kind of like a different setup. But looks like Comex's testimony is somewhat bland, to be honest. Other than some tough questions, obviously all the juicy stuff's gonna come out at 1 o'clock when they have the closed conference. I wonder what they're eating. Some burgers for the juicy meat. So anyway, SPY here is flagging up. Always assume that this will go up. Again, QQQ here, we made a high at the open, and now it's going flat. Flat. So we're going to see what... I'm sorry, we made a high here yesterday in the open. So everything's relatively flat. Some push downs, some push ups. NQ's flat, SPX is up. Let's look at Dow is up. Forex, Euro's down 0.4%. So Euro's the ones that's pushing downwards. Bitcoin's under 2,800. So I've been looking at Bitcoins. It can't climb higher. It seems that every time it gets higher, someone's selling out or something like that. So we're just going to have to look. Again, if you guys on your side, if you see VXX dipping below, 9.5, let me know that, because again, it's a 2-decade low. And once that 2-decade low gets hit, I'm going to go ahead and long VIX. What is the RSI indicator? That is not RSI. That is MACD. We just gotta see what happens here. Again, as we get closer to the rebalance, I'm gonna be more biased GXJ over GDX. The only reason why we use GDXJ is because it looks like GDX looks more stable. But I guess GDX of course is a little saturated right now because again GDX did not drop like GXJ back in 2 months ago. I think it was in April, right? It did not drop like JNUG did not drop like Nugget did in April, right? So I think that the for the price of GDX, it's relatively still fair. But I think in terms of percentages, I think the rebalancing can only help GDXJ go to the upside. So we're going to continue to monitor this situation, monitor this parallel channel to the downside. It's making a nice 3-day bull flag here off a big long pole. Again, it would make me feel a little better if gold can close above 1280 this week, which is not that far off. So we got to see what happens with DJ and everything tonight. I don't think there's any more reports coming out. All the big ones have came out. The ECB was honestly probably the biggest one that dropped gold. It was also sell the news for Comey. We just gotta see what happens here. Again, Comey's testimony came out a while ago, so that's old news. It's just whether or not he would have had a slip of the tongue and said something differently during the testimony. But right now we're just sitting here back and we're just watching these trades. I have a stop loss here for even here for my JNUG, and we just gotta find out what happens here during the end of the day. It's right now trading at the channel medium. Again, these two circles are 250% retracements, depending on one is from the big move, which is this one, and the one is from the one on the lower one here. The other one on the top here is from the one on the top here is the 0.5, which days. Joe, my mentor, is super long on gold. He's been long on gold since like 1220. And he's been holding gold contracts since then. And he's just not budging. He's just holding long still. I'm sure I haven't talked to him in a while because I'm banned from TradingView. But I'm sure if I asked him, he would be bullish on gold. Again, he trades almost identical to me, but instead of trading intraday, since he works full time, he trades more on like daily charts, daily and weekly. He trades on daily and weekly charts. So if he sees that reversal candle near the 2011 breakout, he might actually close his longs and go short, if that makes sense. He all depends on the weekly and daily candles for him. Now, me, I go a lot smaller than that. I go to the daily, obviously the 1 hour, 30, 15 minute, 4 hours even. So we trade slightly different in that sense, but my mentor trades pretty much on like weekly charts almost because he works full time. It doesn't matter. He would set a position and then put his stop loss in. If it hits a stop loss, so be it, right? If it doesn't hit a stop loss, then he's making moolah because he's just gonna let it win. He's just gonna let it run, right? That's how he makes big bucks. He might only have like 2 or 3 plays a year that might succeed, but that 2 or 3 big runners makes up for his losses. Way more than his losses. This is one of those things. Again, he's like a weekly chart trader. So we just got to watch out for the price here if it goes lower. I think it's going to keep on bouncing between these two levels. We just got to see. It's almost 20 minutes. It's almost 30 minutes before COMEX close. We just got to see how they ride gold here, especially with a big drop. I'm sure there's some shorts there that want to close, but there might be some longs that are afraid and just take profit at 1276. Again, SPY is up a fifth of percent. Don't be surprised to see a new all-time high here today in equities. Right, we're just riding this up, riding the wave up. I'm gonna double check on the calendar here to see if there's any kind of more information. There's Chinese CPI tonight. There's Chinese inflation tonight, CPI. What else is there? Let's see, tomorrow. Some data out of the UK, Canadian data. Nothing really important tomorrow. Honestly, there's no more reports for the week. So let's just see what happens here going forward. Again, if it prints a reversal candle, I'm going to be very disappointed in gold. I'm just looking for gold to hold this 1279, if not 1280 by the time it happens. So if you look at the 4-hour chart today, right, there's a big wick to the downside again. This is not as a powerful hammer as I want this to be honest. It's not that great of a hammer. But this might be a great hammer, right? Stopping the bleeding on the down move, intraday on the 4-hour. So we got to see what happens. Just got to see what happens. So why did I get banned from TradingView? Because the moderator hates me because I'm better than him in trading. And I talk a lot of stuff about Trump. So he has a very biased opinion against me because I'm a better trader than him. And since talking about politics is a bannable offense in TradingView, he banned me for talking about Trump for some reason. And it wasn't trolling Trump. It essentially I was talking about the healthcare reform, and he banned me because it was politics. But anyways, it doesn't really matter. That's not the important part. I can care less about TradingView's chat. This is the why. Again, that's why I have this channel here. It's because I like to chatter. I can easily make a new account on TradingView, but I don't need to, because honestly, the opinions there on those chats, the chat has been, yeah, wow, right? Wow, I can literally show you the private message right now. I can literally show you the private. I don't want to again, but that's why I got banned. So, if you go in the TradingView chats right now, people talk about Trump all the time. He just essentially singled me out because he's a doucher. Like the chat in TradingView is dead. They literally banned all the good players. All the really smart people have been trickling away from TradingView. So, just my 2 cents. So J Nug is coming down here to lows. It's back to 1888. I just gotta watch this uptrend here. If this uptrend breaks, I'm out. That's it. That's the end of that. Right? So I'm looking for this pennant. Again, pennants of continuation. So if this is a true pennant, it's going to break down farther, right? And probably fill the gap here with the estimate, or not. It probably won't fill the gap with the estimate, probably halfway. But again, I'm looking for this 50% retracement from the top to hold here, right? I'm looking at this. This is a 15-minute, but if you look at the hour, it looks much different. That's why I've been switching back and forth with the hourly and stuff like that, because the hourly looks much different from 15 minutes. Again, they do a lot of censorship. And they're very biased. They're very, very biased of who they like and who they don't like, especially the moderators. And I honestly, if the moderator that banned me got a heart attack and died, I wouldn't laugh or smile. It would just be, one of those things. And one quote saying, like, I wouldn't really take pleasure in it. I don't want to wish death upon him, but it would pleasure to see someone fail. Or something like that. It's one of those quotes, right? TradingView jacked up the prices, started nickeling and diming everyone. Like, I can show you the chat right now, like how much politics is being said in here. Like, I'll show you right here, right? Look how much politics is being said when I show it up. Like this shit, right? Like, people say that shit, but when I talk about Trump and healthcare, I get banned for that. Like, that's the kind of shit you'll see in TradingView. It's like 4chan it started trading, right? It's like this shit here. He's not banned for that. He's not banned for this, right? Look at all the politics here. Again, they're just singling people out. I'm just a better trader than him. Essentially, I called out Dan for being a really shitty trader. Pretty much, I told him to his face, like, "You're a moderator. Just moderate. Don't tell us how to trade it. Don't criticize my trades. And if you do, fuck you." Guess what? Boom. Right. So again, if you have and this is not the only person. I've had many people private message me, but again, this is moderation stuff. This negative energy, I'm taking it out the door. I don't want to talk about it. So we're looking for the bounce to break up or break down from between that, and we're looking at Nuggeter here to do its little thing here. All right, we're looking for Nugget to do this little thing here, for Jada to do this thing. So I have my stop here at even. I'll just let this one see where it goes by the end of the day. Did you take your puppy with? My puppy is sleeping right next to me right now. No idea where she go. But anyways, we're just looking at that. If it hits my stuff, it's gone. The position's tossed. UJ here is, wow, that's a big pop off the 4 hour. So that's probably why dollar's going up. Again, there's a reversal candle here, right? So let's see how this plays out. If UJ wants to make a new high. Again, you notice how the 4 hour reversal candles are pretty powerful here. Just going by off the data I have on the screen, right? Look for the reversals on both the hammers and the shooting stars here. But again, I am at the mercy of the market. Just because I say it doesn't mean it's going to be true. So let's see what happens. I'm thinking today's just honestly a continuation or retracement, and I think the true direction is up for gold. I just don't see dollar gaining strength after this testimony. I don't see dollar going to all-time highs because this may be fake news, but the thing, obviously he stressed the Russian thing enough. A lot of confidential stuff is going to be said here. Started already 10 minutes ago, so we still got to see whether or not some of that news trickles out. Because again, a lot of people have been leaking stuff and such, and you heard from Comey's from Comey's mouth that he was mainly fired for his ability, his methodology of investigating the Russia influences. I honestly think UJ hasn't even bothered to double bottom yet. I mean, this could be a double bottom here, but honestly, I think UJ's on a downtrend. UJ can only get strong. The only thing is that GDP data that came out for Japan last night was pretty bad. That's the only thing that I'm concerned about. The GDP data was kind of weak on the weaker side. But even if you connect these two, if you connect the lows in 2017, or the lows here, right? You still got a lot of move to come down, in my opinion. But we'll see what happens. Let's look at the weekly. So we do have a doji here forming weekly for EJ. Just gotta see what happens here. 1230 is almost here. I mean, it all depends on your thing. I mean, if you're looking at UJ here, it depends what is your bullishness. This is the second time we're bouncing off that 50% retracement for UJ. This is the second time. Or bouncing near the... I honestly think UJ is going to go to 108 real soon. The GDP should be not really anything, to be honest. But I'm concerned that dollar is at the bottom of the channel. That's the more concern. The dollar is at the bottom of the channel, especially because the euro has been so overheated in the last few days. The euro has been so overheated. We just got to find out what happens here at a 130. So let me mute everything and I'll be right back, guys. I'll be right back. Gotta use the restroom. back here. Are you guys talking in the voice chat, or is it just me in here? I think it's just me in here.
No, I'm just
Oh, you're here.
being quiet. Yeah, I'm in here. Well, I am. But I'm just being quiet for right now.
I'm here. I'm
Cool.
quiet.
Just want to see what happens here. The COMEX close coming up in 8 minutes. So SPY's down. Everything's melting a little bit here for equities. Just a little melt. Little melt. Not too much of a melt. Can't really say everything's melting when you're at all-time highs, right? So, again, oil's fading that bounce. So let's gotta see what happens here. The COMEX close. 7 minutes until that to happen. So just sit tight. Let's watch. Let's observe. Guys, if you remember the price action from yesterday, I was looking at my phone. I saw Nugget go or JNUG go down hard yesterday, and then reversed upwards. What time it did reverse at? Guess what time it reversed at? 3 o'clock. Again, double, triple reversal garbage, and they always do the last reversal at 3 o'clock. So it is what it is. Let's just wait and see what happens. KTOS, guys, KTOS, $11 now. Whoever mentioned that earlier, I still have that in the back of my head. Again, KTOS beat down stock. KTOS is a beat down stock.
I'll give you my husband's 2 cents worth on KTOS.
Uh-huh.
That it's kind of a retirement plan. So it's a way for them to travel around the country and have wonderful meetings, but it's not going anywhere.
The KTOS is not a good company in defense. It's just like it's not doing much.
It's fluff.
It's bluff.
It's fluff. Yeah, fluff. With an F.
Okay, it's fluff. You heard it from Sharon. From Skyper. Skyper, I trust your insight here since you've been in the defense sector, since you worked here. So I definitely trust your insight here. But it's just one of those stocks that's so beat up, they might have a little bounce here. But if you're there's a reason why it's down there. So I got to do a lot more fundamental research to that one if I really want to add it into the portfolio, for sure.
Yeah, I really wanted to get in it, and so when I talked to him about it, he did some research, and then he talked to a couple of his friends that are still in the business, and it's considered like, just for the big boys, and kind of like the golf cart.
Gotcha.
Go to Hawaii, let's go to here, and let's go there.
They already made the money off the stock. Pretty much one of those things, right?
He just doesn't think it's going to come to fruition anytime soon.
Like, they're not going to have any kind of intervention or anything like that. It's essentially what you said. They're just like, they're not using the money where it is. It's a dream.
Yeah, it's a dream. Yeah, right now.
So for CVE, guys, this is the oil stock Abdullah pointed out, and he said he worked for them. Again, this is really beat down. I did not give you guys my recommendation for this is a buy, right? So for U.S. oil, must go up first before I buy oil and gas, right? When I say go up, I mean we make a new high above 55. That's the key to going to oil and gas. But if that doesn't happen, I am not buying any oil and gas, especially when this looks like it's just going down and down and down. So this is definitely not long for me. I'll wait for any kind of signal to go long. Right now, CVE is not looking at. So let's go to KTOS real quick. Let's check KTOS out real quick. KTOS is going up. I thought it was going to retrace here, look according to my charts, but it's actually broken through here. It's actually let's see what happens. Let's see what happens here with KTOS here. If it wants to retrace back down. Right now we're on resistance support, whatever it calls, but let's see what happens here. But let's go back to gold real quick and see what's going on. So a little pop here. COMEX is bullish to the close. Let's see whether or not it gets sold off or not. Again, if we close above 1280 today, that would be nice. Because UJ for me, again, dead cat bounce. You guys think it's a dead cat bounce? You guys think this whole thing is a dead? I've heard someone say this multiple times today, not just from one person. That gold is dead cat bouncing right now, right? Is it gold that's dead cat bouncing? Or is it UJ that's dead cat bouncing? Ask yourself that question. Look at the daily charts. Look at the 4-hour charts and reevaluate. Don't be looking at the 15, 30-minute chart and say, oh, this is just a dead cat bounce. Yeah, it may appear to be so, right? Or scroll out, scroll out, scroll out. It's just a retracement, right? Look at two directions. Which one is dead cat bouncing? Which one is dead cat bouncing? Which one has been going up all month, TJ? All for the last 2 months. Which one has been bullish trend for the last 2 months? Has UJ been bullish for the last 2 months? Or has gold been bullish for the last 2 months? So I think it's very inaccurate to say that gold is dead cat bouncing right now. Because there's no knife. I mean, this is a big knife. Intraday, yeah, maybe a dead cat bounce. But overall, to me, dead cat to me looks like a retracement. Just my two cents here. Again, I could be wrong, but that is my opinion. I think gold is essentially just retracing. That's it. Especially when you're near a big multi-year trend line, there's going to be people that are selling out because they don't think it's breaking out or short down. In my opinion, we have already broken out on my chart, and we just need to consolidate a little bit more before we go up.
Do we have one more time today
For what?
for another dead cat bounce?
There's no dead cat. That's what I'm saying. That today is just a retracement. It's not a dead cat. Dead cat is when price is falling down so much that at the end it goes up for no reason at all. It's because of short coverage.
Yeah.
For me, this looks like it hit a support and buyers came in. It doesn't really look like it's bouncing because it got wrecked, right? It all depends on your time frame. For you guys who are using Robinhood or are limited to 3-day trades, you must look at the daily charts. You cannot be looking at the 15, 30-minute charts. You're locked into a trade once, and that's all it takes for you, Especially because I read players. It's like poker reading. If you're under 25, you're probably going all in into a position. If you have only $5,000, you're not splitting it 1,000. You're not splitting it like $50 JNUG, $50, Ford, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Thus is why I'm swing trading, Greg. Thus is why I'm swing trading, mixed with some day trading now, Greg. It depends on where you got in. It depends where you got in. Again, I got in low. So I have the ability. I got in low, so I have the pleasure of gambling on the time, essentially, right? Essentially waiting for time to go on. Right? I get more chance at time. Those who enter near, here, obviously have it might make you more nervous on these little dips and rips, right? But since I got in low, I have my hooks in. I'm just waiting right now to see whether it wants to go up or higher. Again, this is going to be my boom play. I'm going hard. I'm not doing 2-day, 1-day analysis. I'm doing weekly to weekly analysis. This is essentially swinging times 100. Right? So I'm paying decay. Essentially, it's almost as if I'm playing options with the decay man. And of course, when you have 16% up, and then you have like a 10% down or a 7% down, that's not really good for the price of decay, especially for the decay. So that's the only thing I'm worried about. The gold pit's already closed here. Again, 1278 on my clone looks like to be pretty good resistance. We got to see what happens the rest of the day here. Those two circles I drew, again, are the tops and the bottoms of the intraday. So the computers are probably playing that perfectly. So if this wants to come down, it's probably going to come back down to this the lows of the last hour, and then probably go back up. Again, sorry if I'm lecturing anybody, but it's just my personal. So if you're limited to only 3 day trades, don't day trade. Use your day trades as the ability to save yourself from bad swing play. So as a trader, you don't look at the price action and say, just because this is going down, it's going to go down, right? Essentially, you just do contrary. You're buying the dips, and you're selling the rips. And again, so what I think was it Scott that was talking to me? I think that this nugget one, I want to get out of this nugget trade, but I'm unsure if I want to get out of the nugget trade because that the cushion there is a little more. I don't want to take like a. I just don't know. I gotta look at Nugget. I gotta look at GDX exchange, see which one's a little more risky or less risky. If I wanna, since I'm a little bit in my position right now, I could probably take on a little more risk by selling on the Nugget, getting to JNug. The only thing is that Nugget's being crushed right now, so I'm not too sure exactly what I want to do. But we'll just wait and see for now. All right, let me move my computer real quick. Oh god, my laptop is hot. Oh god. Oh shit. All right.
Are you okay?
Oh fuck. Oh, I almost dropped my laptop and all my monitors at the same time. Huh. That was a close one. That was a close one. Let me just rearrange everything here. I'm using my laptop and an external monitor and another monitor as well, so I'm just putting my laptop in my lap right now.
Should have listened to YOLO. Probably should have waited on QQQ. IWM is doing good though.
Again, I'm looking for the 4 hour on UJ to hold up here. Moving averages, again, I'm looking at the moving averages. They're very, very bearish. Essentially on the 4 hour for UJ, the momentum upwards is already kaput according to the moving averages. Let's look at the daily here. Notice how the greens are starting to cross the red slowly but surely here on the moving averages on the daily, but it's already been crossed in the 4 hours for sure. It's my internet connection, guys. My internet connection's going really, really crappy right now, so I apologize for that. My internet connection should be fine here. Again, I'm not sure it's wrong. This is me at my girlfriend's house, and she doesn't do anything technical wise. Her laptop is like an AMD X2. No, I'm just kidding. It's not that old, but like, so. Tomorrow I'll be back in my house and we'll have full juice on the streaming. I promise you that. I'm hoping to see UJ come down a little bit before the end of the day here. But so far right now, multiple candles green on dollar pairs. Again, Euro ECB really knocked down the Euro a decent amount this morning. Again, it's just like these two places right now. 50% retracement on the top intraday, 50% retracement on the breakout. So it's one of these two is going to break. Again, we're waiting for power hour. Remember yesterday at 3 o'clock? What happened with J-Nug yesterday at 3 o'clock? You guys know. Rebalancing.
Dived.
No, J-Nug popped up. J-Nug was only down like 0.69% yesterday, right? T-Fat, we didn't miss you. I'm just kidding. We didn't even realize you're gone, bruh. So we're just watching this go. Again, I'm on the 1 hour one, so it looks a little snail's pace. So right now, gold is literally just channeling 50 cents up and down. My girlfriend picked me up from the airport last night, so. My body literally aches from Vegas. I feel like I just worked out. Oh my god, sideways here for equities. Dollars here. This. You know, if UJ wants to go up higher, it has to make a new high above 111, 110.381. My mic is muted. I don't think it's muted. I'm just not talking. I'm still bullish. Again, today I just chalk it down to a retracement day. Because it's just bouncing too perfectly at the 0.5. Right? Again, for Nugget, I don't even know what the fuck Nugget's doing, to be honest. It's like an inverted head and shoulders in the 5 minute, but I hate this. Or inverted head and shoulders in the 15, but I don't like that pattern. Looks like a weird pennant right here going on for Nugget. I just hope we don't chop. If we start chopping again, we go back to 33. That'd be so annoying, right? That'd be so annoying. I don't think this is a well. This bottoming action could be considered cup and handle. This is a breakout of the handle. It's just retracement. I just don't know what's going to happen to gold tomorrow with no data. That's what I'm looking for. No data, because again, Thursday today was packed all day. I was going like Wednesday night, Thursday. At what price when I say it's wrong? When we retrace back down, and we go back and the breakout is not true. So if you just look at this nugget chart here, this is a bull flag. Well, this is a 15-minute chart. So I will admit I am wrong. If my swings don't make money, I will admit if I'm wrong at this $34 area. Below the $40 $34 area. But honestly, I just see this as a retracement. I may be delusional in that way, but that's what I see it as.
So, is there any news as to why gold fell back like this?
A dollar pop.
Or no?
Big Eugene dollar pop. And it's just a lot of stop losses being run. And there's still a lot of bears in gold. So essentially, if you're a bear, right now is the most optimal time to short if you think gold's going to collapse in the next few weeks. Right? Best decision right here to short will be right here. But I don't think that's the thing, right? I think we're essentially if I was biased on bear, okay, I'm thinking from a bear perspective here. Lines are the same. I see gold break out 2011 highs, break 2011 downtrend. I see JNUG here, specifically not gapping down, but Nugget leaves me to believe. Yeah, that's the only thing I'm concerned about, the weekly candle for gold. That's my biggest concern. I'm not worried about the minor prices because they're still being very funky right now, as we know. I'm just worried about the weekly on gold. This is my biggest concern. On what?
About today, it took a hit down 1.19%.
She said her account is down 1%.
No, I said silver took a hit.
Oh, it's silver. I think it said Sophia. I was like, down 1.1%. Crazy. But yeah, silver took a huge hit too. Yeah, I mean, like, this is still looking good. Like, this is a reversal candle here for sure. We still have one more day. Essentially, if this candle can climb above 1281, it's only $2 away from not being a shooting star. Again, it's UJ and dollar as the culprit, but UJ and dollar haven't really bounced up much. The algos have this controlled between the 2.5s, I think. I think we have to suffer through another 1 hour of channeling before anything happens. Oh, is that you? The Maestro Way? I've never been to your channel before, Maestro. I'm gonna subscribe to you right now. Oh, so you've been doing this for a while now, for sure. See, look at the bounce here and the bounce in GXJ. This is literally pinned by algorithms. You can tell literally on the 1 hour it's just being pinged back and forth. Yep. So, so Mike, it's because Alibaba is up big today. Alibaba is up big today. So I'm gonna check out Alibaba real quick. Baba. This is Alibaba today, up 12%. Are you guys in Alibaba or are you guys out? Because I'm definitely in Alibaba. Chinese bias all day. Alibaba is Amazon without Amazon. With Alibaba is pretty much like Amazon to me. Again, Yahoo is pretty much just Alibaba. So if you think Alibaba is going up, buy Yahoo and Alibaba together. Why not? Alibaba, again, if you can't buy Amazon, if you don't hold Amazon already, you should be always holding the core ones, right? It's like Amazon.
No divvies on Amazon. I don't like it.
Yeah, no dividends on Amazon. Again,
They
Amazon.
need to share some love, man.
I think Alibaba right now is worth more than Walmart at the current price. Right? Someone correct me on that. Is Alibaba's market cap higher or lower than Walmart's right now? I'm pretty sure it's higher. So that's Alibaba up 12% today, man. All my Chinese friends bought into Alibaba at around $68. Breakout. It's a pure double top breakout, man. Let's look at point and figure. It's a pure point and figure breakout. Ascending top breakout. So if you're looking at the P&G here, you're looking at point and figure graphs here. This is a pure breakout. Again, Alibaba is probably selling goods to Amazon. That's the funny thing. The sellers on Amazon, all those Chinese products, are probably buying off Alibaba sellers, right?
Yeah, you're right about Alibaba. 349 billion market cap. Walmart 237.
Way bigger than Walmart now, right? So, once again,
I mean,
Alibaba's the future.
Walmart is like a stepchild now.
Yeah, stepchild Walmart. Again, if you guys don't have Amazon, I wouldn't recommend to buy Baba right now, but I'm saying like Baba is like on par with Amazon. It's only going to go higher. Again, Chinese people are probably going to be more biased for their own kinds of stock, so Chinese money is in Baba for sure. It's not a scam. People keep on saying Alibaba is a scam. It's a scam. Everything they're on there is fake, 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 fake. You know, all those fake products that drove it down to $60. But people don't understand. That's that's not the whole purpose. It's not like the Chinese are, oh, look, another dude. You guys see the new X? So another X just got added to the point and figure chart. Yep, one of these days, Baba's gonna beat Amazon in market cap. I guarantee you that, Mike. The funny thing is, how many people in the U.S. use Alibaba? How many people in the U.S. use Alibaba? Just wait until the people in the U.S. start using Alibaba. Just like when you first started Amazon, your parents never used Amazon. Just wait until it catches up to the young folks. It's not even young folks haven't even started. The first time a year ago, I've heard someone say, "I bought something off AliExpress the other day." You guys know what AliExpress is? If you don't know what AliExpress is, go check it out. You'll have fun there.
My wife uses that too.
Yep.
For like purses and bags. I told her though, be careful.
I mean, if you're it depends on what kind of bags you're. Obviously, if you're looking for it, you're fine. You know, if you're looking for something, you're find up. You find it. You know, that's the thing. You're looking for it, you're fine.
Did they clean that up? Didn't they clean that up though?
Yeah, it's all clean. But if you're gonna buy a nice purse, again, that's something I would. If you're spending a lot of money, AliExpress is more for like, for example, let's go for iPhone cords. If you want to buy like 10 iPhone cords, go on AliExpress or something. I don't know, something like that. And, no, see, JJ, that's the opinion. That's your opinion. That's not the opinion of most people, and that's why the stock is at 140. Right? That's the only reason why. Only reason why this stock ever dropped down to the 50s is because of those kind of opinions, JJ. And those are wrong. That's wrong.
That's why I said, didn't they clean it? Didn't they clean that up?
Yeah,
though?
they spent so much money.
I remember when I told my wife, I said, be careful because of the rumor about the knockoffs and stuff like that. But they were supposed to be aggressively cleaning that up, though. Jack Ma specifically was putting that out there, of cleaning that up.
Right? I guarantee you, from 5 years from now, everyone will be like, "Oh my god, I can't believe I didn't invest in Alibaba when it was $100 per share. Now it's at $1,000 per share." Just wait and see. You know where all the goods that Amazon buys, the goods are being transacted through Alibaba. The goods that are being sold to Amazon. So far, the only Sears stores I see that are open are the Sears outlet stores, which is pretty funny. They probably have a lot of inventory. Again, one of my accounts, I've been bag holding Yahoo forever. And the only reason why I still have Yahoo is because of my personal think that Alibaba is going to be the future. Everyone in China's. How many people in the U.S. are using Amazon? How many more people are using AliExpress in China? Just wait till that trickles over and more people start using AliExpress. Again, it's a tech company, so it's relatively still new. It's only been IPO'd for what, 2 years now? Still relatively new company. Ask your friends. I bet they have no clue what Alibaba is. Yet the market cap is higher than Walmart's. Go figure, right? Go figure. And everyone knows what Walmart is. I have no thoughts about SI Cinna. So I might be sounding like I'm pumping Baba, but honestly, like it has the most potential out of all these e-commerce stocks. If you want to get something that's relatively still, still has a lot of potential, definitely Alibaba. I just don't know if it's good. It just has to close above 180 for me. If it closes above 180 for me for the week, that'd be nice. Like if tomorrow gold pulls up to 1282, honestly, for me, in my opinion, that shooting star is no longer there. It just becomes a doji. Essentially, the bears tried, bulls tried, but it still broke out. And there's a huge fear about these Asian companies, Chinese companies, right? A lot of people are scared that these Chinese companies are scams. Essentially, it's because you, you, like they just don't trust the Chinese. It's just a simple culture differences, right? You just can't trust them. They're communists. We're capitalists. It doesn't work. You gotta short that stuff, right? It doesn't work like that. Everyone has it's teamwork. Global players. By the way, U.S. oil is now negative. Oil is now negative for the day. FYI, it's back being negative. So oil is slinking down here. So that CVE again, do not long CVE. It's merely just on our targets, or in our lenses for now. We're seeing a little support here. We just gotta wait till 3 o'clock. This is one of those things. This is gonna be a dry day, and at the end of the day, there's gonna be a big pop or drop. The algos are keeping this locked. Watch the 1 minute here. I bet you on the 1 minute it's gonna look crazy. This is look at this shit. Algorithmic trading on the 1 minute. Crazy stuff. PayPal up 4 points this month. PayPal's doing all right. You just gotta watch out for some of the compliance issues. That's the only fundamental thing. I wonder how much Musk sold PayPal for. Luna. Again, we're just watching. Sorry, guys, I'm not being too enthusiastic. I'm literally just lounging on my couch right now. Lounging. $1.5. I'll go look at silver real quick. Get the silver real quick.
I want to know what's up with the metals? Why are they getting bashed today? Can't be because of the Comey thing.
I think it's just shenanigans. It has to be with the ECB.
Oh yeah?
It had to be the ECB this morning because the euro's down pretty big today too.
Yeah, Maestro, it's all paper contracts. Or the manipulation of paper contracts, should I say. Probably, Maestro. Probably.
The bullish divergence is playing out here, but it's not really pushing up higher.
I mean, I don't agree with this bashing in the head for metals like this.
Silver's not even down that. Silver's not that down that much if you're looking at it from the whole perspective of things. It's just like it's honestly like the first day where bears won silver in a long time, other than the fact. So that divergence. This is the divergence playing out here. That's the divergence. That divergence is already playing out here. But honestly, look at this. Like honestly, this is the first big red candle that's come out. When's the last time here? So for the last like X amount of days here, honestly, there was no bearish trend other than this thing. So I just don't understand where all this fear from you guys come in. I'm cool. I'm cool as a cucumber today on this. I'm like, oh, give me that J-Nut. Give me it. I want it. Give it to me. Give it to daddy. You know? I'm more enthusiastic more than it retraced now than anything. If it kept going up, that was a recipe for disaster. How many times have you seen things go straight up in the air and not fall? Yeah, essentially these 3Xs are so three X's make the moves look so big. But honestly, like for example, let me take a penny stock. Would you much rather be long in a stock that goes up, retraces, up, retraces, up, retraces, up, retraces, or would you rather be invested in a stock that goes, 100% one day, down 50% the next day, 100% up the next day, down 75% the next day? No, I wouldn't want to invest in something like that, right? At least here we go we retrace, up, we retrace, right? It's the whole thing with gold. It's up, retrace, up, retrace, up, retrace. Up, retrace, up, retrace, up, retrace, right? Same thing. So this to me looks like, again, there's this trend line support right there I have drawn. It's hitting my clone supports. I just honestly, this just is a big support for me. This should be another hard support clone at the lows of the day. So I'm looking for this to go above 1282 to hit at least 1282 by Friday. So yep. Gold
I disagree with you, Frank Mayo. IWM is nice. Let them print that fiat toilet paper.
By the way, F-Bomb, I'm checking out the Project Valerie. Oh, who did the Project Valerie thing? I'm checking it out right now. Double down. Oh, double down. I'm checking out the Project Valerie thing right now. It looks pretty tight. Question. Here, let me ask you a simple question. Oh, waves. Waves. The waves. While I bring this up, let me ask you guys a question. Oh, where are my waves? Oh.
No, Frank Mayo, I didn't see your post. What did you say? Yes, actually, no, that post I did see. Yes. And thanks for the heads up.
Essentially, I have to adjust my waves now. Okay, so this is still a valid wave. Why is that? Because four never reached one. Four never went below one. One's here, right? So if this wave four is completely broken down, if we go below $23 here, Again, that's why I said $23. If you go below $23 in GDX, this wave is negated. And the wave count is busted. I can see something like that happen. Oh, okay, so let me ask the question I wanted to ask earlier. Let me ask that question I want to ask earlier. It's close. Again, 4 has to stay above 1. So, have you guys ever bought anything? Okay, for question 1, have you guys ever bought anything off eBay?
I haven't bought anything off of eBay in like since 2006.
Really? Anyone that
It's
buys
been
stuff?
a long time.
Anyone that buys stuff off eBay regularly? Okay, so you know how you can buy iPhone cords on eBay for like $1 and they can ship them from China, or if you can buy like cords or small things that can be, or like for example like a hat or something like that, and they ship it from China. The Chinese government subsidizes shipping, so whenever you're a seller in China shipping to the USA, and it's pretty much free. It's pretty much free. So whenever you buy something on eBay and the price is coming, and the item is coming from China, the Chinese government subsidizes the shipping fees, so the Chinese are essentially selling it for free or shipping it for free. So if you're buying a $1 iPhone cord, if I were to ship a $1 iPhone cord from New York City to California, that would be more than $1, right? There's no point of selling something $1 when you use $1 to sell things. That's why the Chinese can sell things for so cheap, because the shipping is subsidized. Does it make sense? That's why they can sell things for so cheap. It's because they're being facilitated. Yep, it takes 20 to 30 days sometimes, but that's why it's so cheap, because the shipping is pretty much free for them, and they can sell to you at a way lower price. That's how you get the $1 iPhone cords at your house. Yep, $8. If I were to ship reading glasses from New York City to Columbus, Ohio, that would be like $8 too, right? There's no sense in selling reading glasses for $8 if you ship it for $8, right? You're making $0 just because of the fees of the shipping, especially if free shipping. But these Asians, they'll make this for essentially you're cutting out the middleman, right? Think of the middleman as Walmart. Think of the middleman as even being Amazon at times. Yep, it is. Look at their economy. Shipping is not that expensive to do. It's not that expensive to ship things. Exactly. 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 Big pop. Let's see if it gets denied here or rejected. So again, we're pushing up against the top so we're pushing against the 50% intraday here. I'm gonna move my circles here. I'm gonna emphasize on my circles, but guys, we're moving. We're trying to break the 50% intraday retracement. Ryan, I'm long from 1863 here still. My intraday trade at 1863. I've been hovering around flat. Okay, so I have a loss from that first trade because it was stopped out, but I've been I'm fluttering around like $0 to $100 loss to like $200 plus.
We have a breakout in JNUG. What is that? Let me see that shit. What is that?
We have breakout and gold. Breaking above support resistance. Or pushing against resistance, should I say. Oh! There he goes. 3 o'clock. We only had to go to 220 today. Dear Lord! Lord Jesus! Arise from the dead! J-Nugs!
Does that really work?
I don't know. I gotta shake some people first. And ask for some donations. By the way, no one noticed that was my girlfriend talking on the mic. No one noticed. Cool guys. Trying to be funny or something. No one noticed. What's his name? Choo choo. Chugga 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 choo choo. Chugga chugga chugga. I'll buy that retracement. Chugga chugga choo choo. Oh boy, I'm gonna make some money today, aren't I? Up 350. Just let me slink off the couch and actually get my game face on here. Now that something is happening, let me put my shit on the table. Excusez-moi, mademoiselle. No, my girl's not a trader. I would never let her touch my money. Pop, 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 pop. Do you get in? Are you in? Or are you out? Chugga 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 choo choo. By the way, guys, I'm up almost 600 for the day right now. FYI, with that loss even, guys. Oh, you thought it was Mr. Bailey? Sorry about the crunching, guys. I was eating some fries. This microphone's a little sensitive. Guys, I'm taking profit off my nugget and swinging this J-Nug. If we hit 33.60 here today and we go back to 0 for the day for J-Nug, I am closing out my nugget at the end of the day and holding these J-Nugs instead. That's only if we go farther up from here. Only. If not, I'm closing this for profit. Just FYI, I'm up 500 for the day right now. So I'm already hit my target if I were to take profit. But I'm not taking profit after waiting 3 hours for this to go up and do something. I'll at least wait till 359 because right now looks like the bias into the end of the day is bullish miners. For Coca-Cola, it's a global product, man. As other third world countries become wealthier, more and more people will drink Coca-Cola. It is recognized throughout the world. If you go to China, I'm pretty sure even if you go to a peasant, they will know what a Coca-Cola is, right? So just it's dependent on global, right? If the world is going down, Coca-Cola goes down. If the world goes up, Coca-Cola's going up. Again, Coca-Cola is very well diversified everywhere. So not only was oh, by the way, it's new afternoon high for gold, guys. So Coca-Cola, again, it's all dependent on the world. If the world's doing really shitty, Coca-Cola's doing real shitty. It's not just America here. It's a global brand name.
If you read about water shortage and you're looking for water plays over the next 10 years, Coke, Pepsi, Nestle, well, Nestle's I don't think we can buy, but all those soda companies also produce water, which is, other than the water purifiers themselves, just good water plays for the future too.
Great input there, Jerry. Yep. They're not just Coca-Cola. Coca-Cola owns many more things.
Yeah, they do Dasani water. Pepsi has one. There's 2 or 3 other soda companies that are good plays for, because water is going to be a future. If you look for good water plays and you read about water in the future, we're going to be paying a lot dearly for clean water. So the producers of it now are going to be good plays for the future.
Yeah, everyone's just drinking vitamin water or something now instead of just like Coca-Cola. It's like look at Monster energy drinks, right? People are still liking the caffeine, the bubblies, and stuff like that. Coca-Cola is gonna, dude, I can't believe Monster stocks like that, right? Isn't that crazy? But anyways,
Coke's looking for other things too because they know the soda health of soda. I mean, Coca-Cola will always be popular to a huge portion of the world, especially like you said, is that in emerging countries and societies. But they're also working hard to fill those gaps where people like us who don't drink as much soda, finding things like you said, the vitamin waters and things like that we will drink. So they're in my long account hard, and they're a good dividend payer.
it's almost one of the few food companies you can invest in. It's one of the better food companies. If you guys look at all the other food companies or beverage companies, these just literally go sideways and have big ups, big downs, big ups, big downs. But Coca-Cola generally is a fairly stable stock. stable
Yeah,
prediction.
Coke's on sale now too. I just doubled my position in my long account on Coke because, you know, it's at a good price.
Million gallons of is that water, John? So John said Nestle wants to go up output from 150 million to 400 million here in Michigan. So I'm assuming that's water. Lead water. Small breakout. Yep. We're going up here. You like my entry now, guys? You like my entry? Even my entry from earlier today at 1880 looks pretty good right now, doesn't it? Huh? Yeah, let's turn GDXJ positive. Let's fill the gap to the upside, guys. Wouldn't that be a thing at 3 o'clock? And we break out the bull flag, and we literally end. Oh my god! Okay, guys, I'm gonna throw out a wild prediction that we close at 33.60 today. 33.59. That's my closing price here. I think for GXJ. Let me just throw out a wild guess. We close up there, and GDX goes positive. Let's go with 33.60 here. Let's just say JNet goes positive here. Let's do it. Let's fucking do this shit. Jerry, by the way, Jerry, I am so happy your gold short worked out. Because not only did I get my retracement here, but not only gold fell hard, it just, you know? In 5 minutes, in 15 minutes, it just collapsed just like that. Unbelievable, right? The push upwards and push downwards like this. It just shows how much push and pull there is at this long, this 6-year trend line.
Jerry you stayed in the short all this time?
Oh, he canceled it. He closed it. He closed it. He closed it earlier. I don't know if he's on the mic still or not, but he closed it earlier for like a $200 loss.
Oh, he still had a loss?
$200, but still $200 loss is nothing. Like that's.
I thought he'd been making money because
that's good. That's good.
Well, yeah, considering what he said he had before, so
yeah, and it's very respectable to take a loss, even though a lot of times I find myself going like, oh my god, if it goes down, it goes down, it goes up a few more percent, it goes down a few more percent, I finally become green, right? Sometimes I have trouble taking a loss, especially it's on a swing trade when it's almost there to positive. I just want to go a little bit positive just to feel like I'm taking revenge, but it never gets there, and you're just taking the loss. I never take the losses, quick enough sometimes, especially on swing trades. Boom, baby, boom. Oh, dude, look at this. 33.60. We're already there, bros. Oh, I'm sorry. That's a gap down. It's the opening close minute. I'm sorry. Fuck it. Let's just go to $20 now. Whatever. This is awesome because the decay becomes less, right? So if this price was getting decayed 7% versus 3%, way better to have decay at 3% than 7%. So if we close the day at 33.60, I'll take my fat nugget gains and let my JNUG ride. JNUG has a lot more potential. Oh my god, it is going up. This is saucy, guys. Again, this is low volume. This is low volume. Here's that. Yep, we're hitting resistance right now. 3360. Why I said it closed at 3360 is because that is resistance. That is resistance here at 3360.
So, E, did you win big yesterday or what?
I actually lost all my. Well, I lost everything I made in the first days within the. Essentially, I made a bunch of money and then I started playing poker, and I really suck at poker, so that happened. But blackjack, I could not lose at blackjack. I'm glad that's happened to Romano. This is a big. This is a big play for us right now, especially if you guys bought the lows with me. This is a big. This is a big reversal, guys. This is no joke. I'm glad that's working out for both of us, man. Let's fucking gap this baby up back to positive. Chugga, 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 choo, choo. Notice how the price is going up on low volume? Low volume, right? Low volume. They're sticking it to the man. Well, sticking it to the retail. Where's Greg? Sorry, I'm eating a fry. I deserve to eat this because I haven't eaten much things today. Not many things. My girlfriend brought me Arby's. Thank you, babe. Brought me a roast beef. Oh my god, it's delicious. Oh my god. Oh. I gotta meet the mic for 1 second. Chew on this tasty little Reuben. So guys, how do you like my Elliott waves? How sexy are my Elliott waves here right now? Pretty goddamn good, right? Pretty damn good, Elliott's. Pretty
I've
damn.
never seen such sexy waves.
Look at those waves. Perfect. Right? 2 never breaches below C. 4 never breaches below 1. And we go higher. Hammer. Look at this downtrend. Look at this fucking hammer on the daily. Look at that shit. I want you guys to look at this and just jerk off to it. You know, I want you guys to look at the daily hammer on this 2-day downtrend and just fucking to it. Essentially, that's like the Bears made the first push. The Bears made the first push. The Bulls make it the second push. It's a battle that doesn't count. It's a war that counts. Getting a little cocky here. Check myself before I wreck myself. Okay, there we go. I'm done. What up?
Hello?
What's up?
Is it on here?
Yeah. Did you hear me? I don't think he hears me. I think he. Am I muted in Discord or something?
Okay, we're good. Oh, GDX, GDX. So, guys, I think we close here. I think this is the most we're gonna squeeze out of JNUG today, in my opinion. We got another hour and 20 minutes. The price may go up, the price may go down. We hit the top of the channel. That could have been a sell right there. We just gotta see what happens here, especially because we're getting close to 3 again. Oh, Joe. Oh, Joe. I hope someone was in that. I hope someone was in your office when he did that. I'm a little happy now. I feel much better from earlier. Okay, when you make $1 on an intraday trade, that's sexy. I just want to make sure my nugget can actually have some cushion here if I want to bring it forwards. So I'm gonna look at I'm gonna look for nugget for an exit here. Likely by the end of the day. So, guys, I'm gonna take like a $3 profit on my nugget swing. So guys, I honestly think we can fill the gap here. Guys, ready to gap up? Ready to gap up, boys? Ready to go? Is it time? You guys probably hear my. You guys probably heard me. You guys probably heard me say this before. Put your money where your mouth is. That's it. If your mouth is talking and you have no money there, then it's not very respectable. Boom, shakalaka, boom. Features tanking. Stop, you're teasing me. Oh, SPY did a 0.5, a huge move here today. Let's go, J Nug. Let's go, J Nug. Let's go, J Nug. Let's go to $20 here, J Nug. $12.80, baby. That's all got. Frank. So whoever said that shooting star, I think it was either Joe or Frank. I forgot. You guys had the same icon. I remember it's a green icon shouting out that shooting star. But guys, shooting star no more. No more shooting star. Shoot, 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 shoot. Bye. Let's crush these bears. These bears are still here, man. They're still here. Notice how 30 people just left the room. 30 bears just exited the doors. I'm almost positive people go into this room just to trade against me at times.
Wait, for real?
Yep. 30 people just left the room as soon as it broke out right there. They can't fucking handle it.
It's the Russians.
Bye. Get the fuck out of here. I don't need you guys in here.
Dude, that's hilarious.
My viewership literally dropped from 130 to 100. Again, John, once your bias is true, if you believe in your bias and your bias is the true one, if you believe in your bias and your bias is the true one, you will make a lot of money. You switch your opinions left and right, up and down, you will make zero money getting your account chopped. I will stay bullish bias. I see the weekly trends, and that's what my mentor, someone asked me about my mentor the other day. That's the most important thing my mentor told me. Right? That's one thing. Do not look at the 1 hour trend. Do not look at the 15-minute trend. Hell, do not even look at the 4 hour trend. Look at the daily trend. Look at the weekly trend. What does that tell you? That first. Everything else second, man. That's key, I think. That's key of trading, in my opinion. Key.
Yep, that's what they taught me. Look at higher time frames.
That's key. A lot of, and I don't want to single anyone else, but today's, someone was saying, this looks like a dead cat bounce. Does it look like a dead cat bounce right now? Or does it look like a retracement?
Remember what I said this morning? I'm not even worried. I'm not even worried about my nugget swing. Who cares if it gaps down? That's just retracement. I'm cool with that. I don't even give a shit. It's just unrealized gains are unrealized gains for a reason. They're not on my fingers yet. Much rather take a 20K realized gain than 10K unrealized gain or realized gain. I don't even know what is exactly a dead cat. What exactly is a dead cat? What does it even mean in the first place? Like, who the fuck invented the term dead cat bounce? Like, why a dead cat?
If you throw a live cat off a roof, it'll land on its feet, right? But if you throw a dead cat off the roof, it'll bounce.
But a dead cat wouldn't bounce. It would just like hit the ground. Just it's not like a I don't think of the cat as a bouncy kind of thing. It's kind of light. I don't imagine it like bouncing. Like you drop a bouncy ball, it bounces like that. When I it's just a weird saying. Like it's just weird. Anyways, again, I'm gonna check myself before I wreck myself here. So I'm gonna stay here. 36 minutes left. I'm just gonna see what this does here. I want to close my nugget here. I know what it means, Mike. I know. Okay, stop trolling me, Mike. I know you're trolling me now. I know what it means. I just don't know why it's called a dead cat bounce. You would think it's like a dead bird, bounce. Wouldn't that make more sense? A dead bird that bounce, like birds fly up into the air and they're dying. They hit the ground and try to fly up again, and they just can't fly up anymore. Right? Isn't that a better term? A dead bird bounce.
Let's change it, E. Let's change
Let's
that
change it.
term.
It's now called a dead bird bounce in my room.
It's going viral.
It's a dead bird bounce. Let's see the retracement here in gold on that big drop. Above the 50%. 270 was the 278 here. 278 was my 50% retracement. So we're above the 50% retracement for that big $4 billion sale. Again, $4 billion in gold selling. It's literally probably like, divide that by 200. It's already trending. Woo-wee! Pandora. You're so old school. The Relic. Frank the Relic Mayo coming once again in the clutch. Using Pandora, not using Spotify. Hell no. Harp Seal. Hell no. I'm riding this to the top, baby. Give me the 100K today. Give me that 50K off a trade. Give me that 50K. 50K trading, not 25K. Not 10K trading. Jern, how old are you, Jern? May I ask your age? Or is that impolite? The Relic. Oops, 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 oops. Oh, you're only 27. Use Spotify, become cool, bro, like us. Spotify. Oh, yeah. So I like JNug better than so JNug has more potential to go up. That's why I like JNug over Nugget. I like JNug. The potential of JNug is higher of that of Nugget. Again, I'm sorry if I offended any bears. This is just, in my opinion, simply going up. Think of it as a cat jumping, breaking its neck on ceiling. I'm not sure where we're going with that one, Mike. So guys, we got another hour left of this. You guys think we go up higher? in the next hour? What do you guys think? We go up higher? See, right now Nugget looks like it's a CPR because I think it's already good. I think right now Nugget is somewhat more fairly valued than J Nug.
Oh my god, has my mic been muted? I've been talking to no one. That's fucking awesome. Yeah, so I'm just here waiting. I don't know. I might have just not said it. I don't know what I may have said or not. I don't remember what saying. But anyways, uh, yeah, I'm just watching for the end of the day. Again, we're in power hour, 5 minutes yet. Uh, it's been 5 minutes, so just waiting for this to go up. No, actually, I still need to eat the rest of the sandwich, so I'm gonna mute my mic again. If I stop talking again, the price is going up, so I feel really no worry to just talk, keep talking. I'm probably ignoring you guys. Just you guys are working full time. Just go back to do your fucking job. Do a good job at it. Don't waste your time looking at this for every little tick, unless you're short. Just let it do a little thing at 3 o'clock. Again, remember the 3 o'clock rebalance. It's usually funds are rebalancing at 3 o'clock, so I can always imagine GXJ is being rebalanced right now here as well. Oh my god, I love retrace. I love when you buy the retracement and it works out perfectly. I'm a 0.5 trader to the heart. Essentially what my trones are. I'm gonna mute my mic again. I'm gonna take a bite out of this delicious Arby's.
Man, it is just not my day. I just gotta. Nah, the lawn guy just came to cut my lawn, but all that stuff from the roof from when the guy was up there fixing it was all out there. So I just had to go out there and pick all that stuff up while it's raining. On top of that, I got 2 losing trades, so whatever. But tomorrow's Friday, so
Have any of you guys, what's the strategy called when you find like several, like say four stocks or assets or equities, whatever, that you really believe in the core growth of, and then you just balance the portfolio between them over time, which effectively makes you selling selling the peaks and buying the bottoms. It forces you into doing that. Do you know what I'm talking about?
I have no idea what you're talking about, dude.
well, I was gonna say, it sounds like to me you're using a form of tactical management, tactical trading.
Right, you don't have to look at charts at all. So all you're doing is, say you have four stocks and 2 of them go up and 2 of them go down. You sell the 2 that go up to buy the 2 that go down. And you're just constantly rebalancing, like say once a day or once a week. in effect, you're constantly selling the winners and buying the losers.
But
you
your
have to trust in the
diversification,
underlying growth.
your diversification then becomes weird.
Right. Okay. That's not tactical trading. I thought you were doing it with a chart. No, you're doing something else.
You're just diversification. Yeah, it's diversification. But the way you said it, that's not diversification. Essentially, making your account even more riskier because you're catching something that's going down while selling something that's going up.
But if you believe that all the assets you've purchased will go up over time, then you're in effect buying the dips, right?
So let's say you buy Apple, Google, Amazon, and give me one more: Apple, Google, Amazon, Tesla. Right. So if Apple goes up, Tesla goes up, Google goes down, does that mean you sell off your Tesla and you buy Google? Is that what you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not all of it. You're just bringing it back to an equal weighting. You know what I'm saying? So if you have $100 in each and one goes to 120 and one goes to 90, you'll bring them both to 110 and you'll have gained $20 and you now are back to equal.
But your diversification,
you know
your portfolio, it's going to be riskier. What if the one you put your money into keeps going down? Now your percentages are going to be all whacked.
That's where you got to keep an eye, and if you believe something fundamental has changed where the stock's not going to continue to grow over the long term, you'd have to sell the position and find something else.
You're just doing asset allocation. That's all, man.
Yeah, I would.
Just asset allocation management.
I think what you're trying to say is, how much cash should I keep in my account? That's a better phase, because with cash you can plug up any hole. So if I were you, I would do like 25% Google, 25% Amazon, 25% Tesla, 25% cash. Right? Cash will go up with the nominal rate or whatever that's called. And then if you have any losses in Tesla, you can essentially pull the average down and you can sell off some of the other stuff and put that back into cash.
The reason why I'm asking is I have a friend who's using this in Bitcoins and cryptos, and what he's done is he's kind of eliminated the volatility that comes with owning any one altcoin or any one coin, and he's evened that out, and he's trying to capture the overall growth in the market. You know what I'm saying?
Gotcha.
So he's found some key coins that he believes will grow over time, and he's just constantly rebalancing it that way. And I'm trying to work it out in my head to see if that makes sense. Like, can that be profitable?
You need more
money. And
money.
you never have to look at a chart.
Not if he's selling at, if he's buying and selling at the top. No. If he's buying and selling at the, if he's at the bottom buying and selling at the top, then yes, it'll work. And again, that's just a form of just asset allocation. But it depends on where he's buying and selling at. Assuming that he's buying at the bottom and selling at the top, then that could work.
So what happens when your winner keeps going up, but your loser keeps going down?
Well, you're constantly shifting some of the winnings. You're never selling a whole position. You're just rebalancing it back to equal.
But I'm saying,
if one goes up 20% and one goes down 20%, you're going to just bring them back to equilibrium, right? So you're going to sell some of the one that's winning to buy some of the one that's losing. So that means you're buying one while it's low and you're selling the other while it's high without even.
So just do the equation, 1.1 parentheses times 0.25, close that up, plus 1.9 times 0.25 parentheses, and it just balance out. It looks like to me it's just a mathematical equation involving the percentages, not the actual money cash.
Right. So to make it really simple, if I buy $100 at Apple and $100 at Tesla, and Apple goes to 110 tomorrow and Tesla stays flat, I'll sell the extra $10 I made, or actually it'd be less. I'd sell $5 of it. So now I have 105 of Tesla and 105 of Apple, right?
Let's not do let's do percentages. Let's do percentages. Let's not do shares.
Okay.
Apple is doing 10% upwards, and Tesla is doing 10% downwards. So as a whole, your portfolio is at zero, right? You neither gain nor lose if Apple goes up 10% and Tesla goes down 10%. If Apple goes up 5%, right, 0.5 times, or I'm sorry, 1.05. Whoa, then you do the half of that, right? And then you, because it's weighted 0.5 on your account. So you had a weighted 0.5 gain, but you also, and then if Tesla goes down 10%, you have a weighted 10%, half percent weighted. I might be talking around in circles. I don't want to give you false information. So I think it has to do with the percentages, not the actual price of it going up.
Right, I'm having trouble wrapping my head around it too, and I thought maybe it was a known strategy or something.
No, I personally don't like that.
I thought he was just just allocating assets, but to me, it sounds like it's almost like he's trying to hedge his bets. And I'm gonna be honest with you, that's not how that's not gonna work.
It doesn't work that way. It just whatever he's telling you, I don't know what he's saying. But it's essentially fungibility. I think what he's going for is fungibility. He's essentially valuing one Bitcoin to be the exact same thing as another Bitcoin because they're all contained as cryptocurrencies. So you can look at as them as a whole, right? It's fungibility. It's like saying, oh, I'll buy. They're all cryptocurrencies, right? In the end, but essentially you're diversifying. It's like saying, it's like an ETF almost. It's a percentage of this, percentage of that, percentage of that. Except for they keep on rebalancing each percentage up and down, up and down. I just don't know how well that works because you're killing your diversification there by selling off one and giving another one, especially if you're putting money to a loser. It may work for him, but honestly, after thinking about it, I would probably say 90% of the cryptocurrency traders I've talked to. Does your friend play poker or blackjack? That the one that's doing this? Yeah. So I think he's just going for trying to go. Essentially, he's just taking gains and then buying dips. I think that's all he's doing. But he's just doing it in the mathematical, calculated way.
See, what GD just wrote it that a balance between bonds and stocks is in a portfolio, but when done annually, helps you adjust to swings of bear and bull market. Again, what he just wrote there, that's a form of asset allocation where you're just allocating assets so you can, make sure you get stuff balanced. But what it sounds like your friend is trying to do is more so of a hedge. And I'm gonna be honest with you, I think he's gonna lose with that.
He's gonna lose with that. I don't see that as a winning. I don't think that's a winning strategy. Because essentially he's saying I'll get rid of my winners. I'll keep on doubling down my losers. Like this doesn't make sense to me, right? It's more of a I'll get rid of the losers. So why does he do when the winners are going up? Why does he cut the losers and put more for the winners?
Exactly.
Like that doesn't make sense to me.
That's how you're supposed to. That's how you're supposed to do that strategy. Once you get your winning side, that losing side, you're supposed to cut it. You're not supposed to just keep it. Now I know people that do keep losing positions because they call themselves trying to defend the whatever position at a price because they really feel strongly about the position that they're in. But then that gets into other complicated factors. But
he's literally doing the opposite of what's preached. Essentially, he's adding to losers but cutting the winners too soon.
Right.
Which to me doesn't sound like a great plan, especially with moves like cryptocurrencies. I think he's very biased to the upside. Right? Essentially, all cryptocurrency traders are gamblers thinking there's big bucks to make Bitcoins. I've noticed that every single person I've talked to in Vegas that was a poker player or blackjack player, guys are playing like, they're not playing like $5, $10 hands. They're playing big hands, right? These guys know about cryptocurrencies, and all they do is buy cryptocurrencies on every buy. That's the only thing they know how to do in cryptocurrencies. Buy, and that's gonna fuck them. I literally had to call my friend. I don't remember last week or something. My friend was messaging me on Facebook. He's like, "This guy wants to meet you. He's a cryptocurrency trader, and he wants to ask you about trading." Within the first 10 minutes of talking to this guy, I knew this guy did not know how to trade. And the only reason why he was so enthusiastic was because all he did was buy, and he's got lucky because cryptocurrencies went up. That's the only reason why he's profiting. So I think that strategy where he's cutting out the winners, he's essentially thinking that every single cryptocurrency is being pumped and dumped, right? So essentially, after one pump, he sells it, he buys the dump in another pump, and he buys the dump somewhere else. But again, what happens when that doesn't work and everything just keeps on knifing downwards? It doesn't work that way if everything keeps on knifing downwards. If cryptocurrencies as a whole starts knifing downwards, that strategy he just did, it's going to get destroyed. It's going to get wrecked.
Most of those people look at knife downs and the entire market as buying opportunities with the US dollar. You know what I'm saying? That's when they're jumping in with more cash. That's the scary part.
Yeah, it's kind of like someone selling off, UJ and buying gold instead, right? It's like, oh, UJ's going up, so I'm going to sell UJ and buy gold instead. But that's like, it's kind of like that. Like UJ's going up, so I'm going to go ahead and sell UJ because it's going up, and I'll buy the dip in gold. Right? But actually, no, that's not good because they're not the same asset class. Because UJ is not this. Well, technically they're all currencies, but I just don't know if that's the app. I don't. From what you've described it, that's like the opposite of what you should be doing. Let the winners keep going higher and let the losers cut them off immediately. Cut the blood off. Don't feed them any more money. But again, I haven't been doing that as well. Notice how I haven't been doing it. So again, it's hard to do it. It's easy to say, but it's hard to do. Unless you have a computer, like what you said, your friend says he's using a computer, and then you probably have to ask him more specifically and how he's doing it with his computers and such, and maybe even ask. He's probably doing it within Excel or something like that, using an Excel format sheet, and you can just kind of like input some formulas, and input like what your percentage of your portfolio is, how much you want to risk, et cetera, all the inputs, and then spits out you some numbers.
I'll see if I can get some more information.
Okay. I don't know. I never heard that before. I never heard that strategy before, other than it's just based on diversification. But essentially, if you're taking one out, putting more in another, you're undiversifying your positions. Kind of think of it like playing penny stocks. You throw $100 into each penny stock, one of them pops, so you take the gains, and then you put them into another penny stock, right? You double down on another penny stock. But that other penny stock is not for sure to go up.
That makes sense.
2251. 2318. So the one that I'm So 2470.
By the way, third man, I never made it to Rio. I didn't make it.
What'd you end up doing?
I just fucked around on the strip, just along, Harrah's, Caesars, all those two places, pretty much where I stayed at.
That's probably better, anyways.
Yeah, I looked at the poker plits. The poker plits were packed. I did not want to be in there long. It was just like the vibes in there were just weak. It was just not fun to be in there. And after I lost one hand, I was like, I'm out here. Like, I'm done.
It's the busiest time of the year for poker, and a lot of people are losing a lot of money.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I pretty much so Vegas, I think I came out on top. I didn't calculate how much it is because it's been a blur, but I'm pretty sure I came out on top still. It's just not as much as I made first night. First night half.
You know, it's a good trip when you came back and you don't know how much you won or lost.
Yeah. I definitely did not lose because I did not withdraw any cash.
If you lost big, you'd know it, so you're fine.
Yeah, at least right? I'm not. Yeah, because I put that money in my wallet, and I'm not, and I hide my debit card somewhere, so I can't find it. I can never withdraw money. So I came back with money in my wallet still, more than I came with. So I think more than I came with. I might have paid for some stuff in cash and stuff, but I'm pretty sure I still have more money in my wallet than I came with.
That's smart, man. One night I got snowed in up at work, and they got us free hotel rooms at another casino. And I had no money on me, but I'd just gotten paid, so I cashed my check in the cage so I could have money and food for the night. And of course, by the end of the night, I was completely wasted and broke. The whole paycheck was gone. It's like, holy fuck. No. Not only that, but I was so hungover I couldn't work the next day.
That sucks. They have free drinks in Colorado.
Yeah. And if you work up here, the bartenders know you. They give you like solo cups full of booze, and it's pretty cool.
Okay, so J Nugget's not doing what I want to do in the day, so I am taking profits, I think.
10.
I might be taking profits here. I don't like that little candle here it's forming. Let's see on the 15
Well,
minute.
it's turning.
It's just like it's pushing up against resistance. I think I have a better exit here, but I think I want to exit this J Nug here. Just mainly because actually let me look at Nugget real quick. Look at Nugget. Actually. Yo, remember when Nugget was $144 per share? Okay, Nugget looks pretty good. So I'm gonna go ahead. Well, I do want to stick with my word and take out my Nugget instead of my J. So I gotta think of what I need to do here. Essentially, I'll stick around for another 30 minutes. I'll let this trade marinate a little before I see what they do here. I'm not really in danger of busting out here, but I'm gonna set my stop limit here for at least for I'll be flat for the day here. If J Nug is my target. Yeah, let me look at Nugget.
My QQQ, man. I need a miracle. It ain't that bad, but.
Are you buying the top?
Yeah, I should have listened to YOLO when he said don't do it. But I wanted to get in. I told him though, if it gets to what was the price I gave? So at 140, 142.50 around there, I'll probably get out. But IWM, it's like a champ today.
What do you guys think? Get rid of my Nugget or get rid of my J Nug? What do you guys think? If I get rid of my J Nug or my Nugget, I'll be complete undiversified, just concentrated J Nug. Thinking of
Where'd you go in it on J-Nug?
I went. I have a lot of positions J Nug. 2012, 1689, and 1863. Go on, J Nug. You guys are fucking assholes. Nice assholes. I like nice assholes. Go
Well,
on.
on two of those, you got profit on.
Big profits on.
Still in profit.
I'm up a pretty penny on my Nugget as well. Which is
I caught the one that you had at 20. What'd you say? 20 something.
21. That's a loser. I don't want to cut the loser. That's a small. That position is less than or half the size of of the other two positions. The one losing position is half the size of the two winning positions. So those two
Cut
winning
it
positions.
anyway. If it's small, just cut it anyway. Don't keep it.
I mean, it's the same thing, but I'm saying like. I mean, I still have other positions, so I can just. I mean, essentially, it's just it's averaged, like it's. It's just debate whether or not do I want to go full full undiversified JNUG, or do I want to be swing nugget still. I gotta see what my average is between these fucking accounts. Ugh. Fucking making me log in. Scott, I'm glad you clarified it's your ex-girlfriend and not your ex-boyfriend that had the big J nugs. Because if you didn't put a gender, I would have thought differently. Because we've been talking as our J nugs as our cojones.
Hey, E.
Sup?
I'm just me, because I like looking at market cap. I mean, I like Nugget just because it's got a bigger market cap.
Look at GDX and GXJ. GX should be much more stable, but I'm saying why I want to be diversified fully in JNUG is because I think JNUG has higher potential to run upwards the next time gold pops. And the rebalance issue.
I mean, GDX is good. I like GDXJ too because market cap is decent. I just don't, honestly, I just don't like anything under 500 million. That's just my
What's the market cap right now for GDXJ?
GDXJ is at 2.8 billion.
GDX is at probably a little bit.
GDX is at 9.5 billion. I mean, they're
pretty,
both good.
They're
for,
big.
as far as I'm
That's
concerned.
big. Yo, me and the 87 people in this room, we're totally moving that market cap each day. Yo, once upon a time, aka earlier this year, I bought puts on Tesla. Farts. Oh, another 30 minutes, guys. So it's rebalancing time for everything. Let's see what happens. See, this 4-hour rejection came in clutch. Why do I care about market cap? Because our Davian brought it up.
Yeah, that's just a personal thing that's been, well, not personal thing. That was drilled in me when I was working at the old firm too, even then. But personally, I've always just wanted to be in whatever's ETF, stock, whatever. As long as the market cap is over 500 million, I'm good. I feel safe. I feel comfortable.
Yeah, there's a bull flagging on the 5, definitely. Just gotta wait and see. Oh, by the way, I did not get an out burger. I also fucked up on that. I could not. Yeah, I didn't. That didn't happen. As a matter of fact, I barely ate anything in Vegas. Now that I think about it, that's fucked up, isn't it? I barely ate anything in Vegas. I just had like a rack of lamb, a few burgers, $8 bagel, a foot long hot dog. Dude, I was considering Shake Shack, but I almost missed my flight yesterday because of playing so much blackjack at the end of the day. Oh, you like that? It was delicious, right? So whenever you go to a casino place where there's multiple casinos, Gordon Ramsay's will always have his signature restaurant. I think it's the Ramsay's Pub and Grill. He'll have that everywhere. There's, oh wait, they have one in Caesar's Palace too in Atlantic City as well. It's my favorite. My honestly, like my favorite restaurant. It's not too expensive. It's not, it's not inexpensive, but it's not too expensive. You're not like buying $100 steak there. And to me, honestly, like I can't tell the difference between, a 70 $60 steak versus, $150 steak. I literally cannot tell the difference. I can't. It just all depends on like the sauces and the sides. I read something that about sushi is no matter where you get sushi is all going to be the same quality. It's just a perception that if you're closer by the water, the sushi's going to be more fresh because the FDA requires all fishermen to freeze the fish after they catch it, especially for sushi because of the bacteria. So no matter where you get your sushi, that fish has been frozen before because of FDA standards. Unless you're literally right by the ocean, the guy cuts the fish open and slices off a piece of his flesh. You know,
Oh my God, QQQ. It's coming back.
yeah, I'm gonna dump my nugget. I don't feel comfortable here. Uh, I might be selling at Lowe's if I dump it here, but it doesn't really matter. Let's stick with the day trades here. So I'm gonna stick with the day trades here.
Dude, somebody upstairs loves me. QQQ's coming back.
I'm gonna be consistent here, guys. Since I've been consistent recently, I'm not gonna break any of my things. So where's that? You know what? I was up almost like another $600, but I'm happy where it is, especially because of the bounces. I'm going back to the day trade here. I can leave this as a day trade.
It's all to Jern and YouTube. It's all relative, man. To Jern though. Sour Patch Kids.
All right, so I'm out of that nugget. I'm gonna keep to what I say it is. I'm just gonna exit here. I could have exited, $500 go up higher, but I'm okay with pretty much almost 700 here for the day after the losses as well. So I'm gonna stick with my word. I swing and I want to keep my diversification here. So which puts me positive 689 for the day. Yeah, I had to get rid of one of those. Either way, it's I'm up over $2,000 on my nuggets, so it's like I'm up like $3,000. It's like it doesn't really matter for that. So I'm up 700 for the day. Nice. Just on my day trades too. Getting back to the day trade vibes. So I did sell in support. That's shame on me, but I don't want to. I don't want to keep the chance to 359 here. I'll just sell here, given the fact that gold is kind of slowing down here. That's the only thing I see. Gold slowing slightly down, so I might start chopping sideways here. Sideways chop generally isn't that well for miners. So it's still, I can't complain. Can't complain. I wish I took profit low earlier at the time, but it is what it is. I still think we close at 33.60 and 10 cents up for GXJ. It's fine though. Dude, can't fight the Fed. You gotta realize gold dropped like $18 today. Right? Gold dropped from 12.88 to 12.71. So it fell $17 here. Gold fell $17, but JNUG only fell 4%. Right? If this was back in the day where JNUG was falling like a rock, JNUG would be down like 30% right now.
Yeah, speaking of election, is when does that end for the UK? Anybody know?
Isn't that tonight or something?
I don't know. It is tonight. Thanks, Ivan.
Guys, tonight. Skyper. I'm gonna have to blame this one on your husband. I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. It's up 6%.
Well, what can I say?
It is what it is.
It is what it is, and it probably wasn't because of Cal. So
Yeah, it probably wasn't. Probably wasn't. But I'm just poking some fun at you.
it's okay. No worries.
It's just like what Putin said the other day. No, don't worry, be happy. Right? Do you remember that?
He said that?
Yeah, but the climate change thing. After he was asked about Trump and his pull out of the Paris Agreement, Putin said it in English. He said, "Don't worry, be happy," in English.
Oh wow!
And on a Russian talk show.
Was that the one with the Megan Kelly interview or no? This was.
No, this is like in a Russian TV show. He just like randomly said it in English.
Okay.
That Megan Kelly interview was awesome. That was hilarious.
I just saw the highlight. I was just like, wow. I've been meaning to watch that actually. I just never had the time.
For anyone who hasn't seen it, you gotta watch it. It's hilarious.
What, Dave, Megyn Kelly, Trump, Putin?
He basically just made Megyn Kelly look like an idiot, man.
He knows fluent English, right?
Putin, yeah.
I'm kind of disappointed 1280 couldn't hold here in gold, but we still have another day here for a $3 move if it wants to go there. And I still think UJ is a little bearish. The 4-hour candle is tug of war right now.
Dude, I'm back in profit on QQQ. Not a lot, but
Can't fight the Fed. I'm pretty sure most of us are already long market. That's why. That's why I don't talk about the obvious.
Davian, what's the actual symbol that you trade?
well, I'm using QQQ for a more longer trade. It's just that what I should have done, I should have listened to YOLO when he was telling to wait for a pullback. I was being so anxious. I wasn't being patient. That's on me. Whatever.
So it's like 143.51 right now.
Yeah, so I'm back in profit right now, man.
I don't want to look at QCOM. I don't want to look at QCOM. I was so long QCOM. I don't want to even look at that right now. I'm sorry, Scott. It hurts my heart when I see my. We were talking about this earlier about was it or chips, right? Semiconductors.
You get charged as a day trade for that, or is it a future type situation?
No, this is I just bought QQQ for a long just for a long trade, for more of an investment actually. I bought QQQ and IWM yesterday.
NQ is the futures. NQ is the futures.
NQ, right? NQ for the futures. NQ, Nasdaq Mini. Futures.
Yo, Jerry, I think you would do good trading like the indexes, like day trading indexes.
I tried the Dow already. That was tough.
Don't the Dow.
Like the Dow.
Don't do the. I hate the Dow. Out of all the indices out there, Dow I think is the worst for some reason.
I think you know what? I say wait for July 10th for Russell futures, and then give that a try.
See the thing.
Yeah, I only see Russell Mini. There's no Russell not Mini futures.
No, it's the Russell Mini futures.
See,
right.
TF. Right.
There's no Russell that's not Mini.
No, that's the only one.
What was the symbol you said?
Always double up on it, you know. You know.
What was the symbol he said?
TF for Russell. For Russell Mini, it's TF.
Yeah, I see that, and I get nothing when I plug it in because I got no feed either.
Right, because ICE in their shenanigans, but it's
so
gonna come
what
back.
is it that you trade every day? The QQQ symbol?
No, what I trade every day is NQ, the futures. That's the tech futures. And then the QQQ is a tech ETF.
I'm looking for NQ now.
See, the reason why I don't like the Dow
/ NQ. I'm sorry, go ahead, man.
Oh no, I'm saying I don't like the Dow Jones because it's price weighted, not market cap weighted. I don't like how it changes on price. I just don't like that. The Dow is just a not the black sheep. It's just different from the other indices because of how it's calculated, and that's why I don't like it.
I know. See, Bob, he loves it, man.
I don't like
He
the
loves trading.
companies. I don't like the companies in the Dow Jones either.
Bob Vander's in trading. He loves trading the Dow.
Oh, that's NASDAQ that you're trading, NASDAQ 100 futures. Okay.
Well, yeah, I call it the tech futures, but yeah, Nasdaq 100 futures.
I get it now. I was just curious. Man, there's a what a mate for a $5 a tick. You got a 4,000, almost $5,000 maintenance requirement. Holy shit.
Yeah, what's wrong with that? It's only money.
Well, every time you get a tick, it's 5, 10, 15,000 you got to have behind it. I mean, every time you get a contract.
Yeah, the contract is a little.
Well, so if you want 4 contracts, you got to have 20 grand sitting there just to babysit it.
Yes, sir. This is why I tell folks, if you're gonna play futures, I really prefer if you had $100,000. However, if you must start somewhere, at least do 50,000.
Yeah, no, I don't worry about. I have the money. It's just a lot tying up. I like when I trade gas and stuff. It's like $500 a contract, you know, and most of the other ones are like 2,000.
I see. It's just preference when it comes to these indices. My favorite, of course, is SP 500. I don't know why. I just like the SP 500 because when I was taught in school, we were mostly learn stuff from the SP 500, and we barely touch on. It's just a preference thing, honestly. I just don't like the Dow Jones because it's price weighted versus market cap weighted for some reason. I don't like the price weighted garbage. I don't like that.
Nah, I was trading at the S&P mini, man, but it was trading funny, and then I started messing with the Russell, and I really liked that. But then they took that away from me, so that's when I went to the NQ, and I like the 10 year. That's another one but I don't trade that one often. It's when I can catch that one.
Do you trade ZB at all?
ZN, not
ZN.
ZB. I ain't got money like that.
Oh, I was talking about. Do you trade ZB at all?
No, ZN, I do.
That's a 10-year.
Right, I trade the 10 year.
I was talking about.
I don't mess with the 30 year.
You don't mess with the 30-year at all. Okay.
Yeah, I don't mess with that. That's for folks like Sophia.
I wonder how much is that for a tick?
It's like $30, man. I'm not messing with that.
Those contracts are so fucking huge.
There's another one too. I'm gonna probably mess with next week. It's like a $5 one. It's a little one. ZF, the 5 year.
Gotcha.
Yeah, when it's slow like this, I was just shopping around, exploring, because my screens are all like flatline, no movement anywhere.
Well, the reason why I'm gonna probably mess with this because it mirrors the 30 year and the 10 year. So.
By the way, Jerry, I want to say I don't know if you heard this from me earlier. It might have been AFK, but I said nice job on taking that gold. They closed the gold short pretty much at the lows here at the day.
Yeah, man, I heard you. I appreciate it. No, man, I had to save myself. I got really lucky, man. That's the second time I fucking took a ride like that. I got to stop breaking my rules, man. That's stupid.
That's still balls of steel, though, to hold like that and then come back with only a small loss.
God, dude, and I'm on vacation looking at this shit on my phone, man. I'm trying to go to sleep at night, man. I can't do that.
He's on vacation. Hey, y'all, that's an expert. He's on vacation trading. I can't do that.
So
Jerry can.
Yeah, when I left the computer yesterday, the only one time I checked my phone was when someone tweeted to me like, "Oh, dude, GDX is crashing" or something like that. So I looked at GDX and all I wrote back to that comment was, "Buy the fucking dip," and it was perfectly right at noon, and right afterwards, and that thing ripped so hard.
I got Thinkorswim and Robinhood on my phone, but the problem, what I was worried about, was there's so much uncertainty in being short gold. I said, God, what if this fucking thing rips to like 1,400? I said, I'll be, I mean, man, I wouldn't want to, I can afford the loss, but it's almost like just losing a baseball game, man. I just don't want to lose like that. So I was like, I got to get out of this fucking thing.
Yeah, that's great. That's awesome. What was the $4 billion sale came in? $4 billion. Sorry, I wonder I wonder if honestly, I think it was just one big guy selling out, and then it just caused a lot of stop losses to be triggered. One or two few big guys selling at once, and then it's just essentially that rip below 12. I think 1276 was target, and they just ripped it a little farther than that, exaggerated the down move. But we gotta confirm this tomorrow. We gotta watch for EG. Oh, guys, by the way, we have 5 minutes left. 5 minutes left in the market.
I'm just surprised it just fell back like that.
By the way, guys, my estimate today closes 33.59, right at that circle I drew. So let's see if it happens.
But then everything after Comey went on, everything just fucking laid down and just stayed there like nothing.
Yeah.
I mean, the dollar flatline, UJ flatline, gold flatline. It's just nat gas had a nice little pop this morning. I caught a small scalp, but got out early because it's everybody was saying it was going to go up for some fucking reason. I missed a few bucks, but even that, well, the pick closed on that, so that dies all the time after pit anyway.
By the way, guys, thumbs up for me if you enjoyed today's feed. That's all I ask for, and I appreciate you guys joining me today.
Yeah, man, I try to make sure to hit you every day there.
Thank you.
Thank you, brother.
It's just the virtual points. They make me so happy. And it doesn't mean anything, but it just makes me happy. I don't know. It's like, I don't know, it's internet points. That's how we grow GDP with those thumbs up. Grow that GDP with me.
I'm always laughing at the handful of down thumbs you get. I'm like, how can anybody give you a down thumb? You know, it's stupid.
It's whatever. It's my language, probably.
Nah, it's probably his friend from TradingView.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true.
It's like, oh, what 8:30 or 9:30 every morning. Let me go to YouTube real quick and press a dislike. But guess what? Joke's on you. Those 4 dislikes, you watch my ads. Joke's on you.
He shall not be named. To can't fight the Fed, I use Thinkorswim platform. So I like it because it was similar to a TC2000 platform. So
Oh, by the way, Emmanuel. Manuel, yeah, you said you lived in Henderson or something for 8 years, something like that. That's North Vegas, right? Minute and a half here, guys. Minute and a half. Let's see what happens with JNUG. Last minute. We're about to go crazy here, guys. Crazy time about to happen with the markets. Sorry, guys, about being a little lackluster today. I'm kind of just like decompressing from my trip. Tomorrow will be full steam ahead. It looks like they're selling here. This is what I was afraid of. Since the day was down, I expected the one last. What the fuck? Let's just watch. $50, guys. I think we're closing. Guys, we're closing. If we close above 33.35, that's very positive, in my opinion. A close above 33.35 is very positive for me. For GDXJ. A close above 33.35 would make me a bit. Well, a close around 33.35 would make me very happy. I was thinking about 33.36, but that's why I took my losses. Wait, that's why I took my gains before 3.59, because this could have happened because it was a down day. But let's see, 33.33, 33.34. So remember my circle I drew right here. So we closed on support. We pretty much closed right on support, guys. So just a quick recap before I end the day. I need to take a little nap here. I'm a little tired. Oh, hell yeah, I can't fight the Fed. Nice job. Just a recap. So S&P futures flat for the day. NASDAQ futures up 0.10. Dow up 0.05. The VIX got slammed 10.27. However, the VIX popped a little bit intraday. It was down in the gutters today, about like 9.6, I think, 9.68 or something like that. So it recovered nicely off the lows for the VIX. But I'm still looking for the VXX. I'm still looking VIX to go below 9.57 or 9.56 before I long the VIX for a swing play. Still looking for that because I think the VIX can go lower since we're still at all-time highs. So I'm going to be on the safe side and not long the VXX, even 9-day VIX. Gold is down 1%. Silver down 1.32% on the futures. Crude oil also down. So I largely ignored crude today. Essentially had that big bounce here off the 48, and now we're sinking back down. So we got to see whether or not we go lower tomorrow, or we get another bounce here. We chop sideways between 45 and 46, essentially. So we're looking for the chop between 45 and 46. And maybe look for a range there. UJ had a big pop on the Japanese GDP loss last night. It's at 109.991, which is up just marginally for the day. But the big loser here is Euro down 0.34 at 1.1218. The pound is actually flat today. Bitcoin's below 2,800. But for the Euro, the reason why the Euro went down is because of the ECB meeting that went on this morning. So we had Comey's testimony today. Really didn't tell us anything because we could have read because we really didn't tell us anything other than he told us he was a coward for not being aggressive towards Trump because he is the president. That's all I got, and that's why today's video is called Cowardly Comey. He even said he was a little coward. So I'm gonna do that. John, I'm gonna look so what happens with my USO puts? So I have some of my USO puts expiring tomorrow, and I have most of my USO puts expiring next Friday. So I'm gonna look to that 45 target once again to sell out my USO puts. Likely, I don't know. I'm not too sure how much the money these 950s are here today, these weeklies ones. But I'm looking for probably another knife down, and I'll close out at least the ones tomorrow. Again, the ones tomorrow. I'm looking for the ones from next week to be the big money makers here now, because I thought more of a knife down. Instead, they took a little turn last week and it went up. So that decayed the price of the options. I'm looking for the next week 950 puts to actually generate a lot more cash here. But it's a big pop here for these puts, but I haven't yet closed them out. I'm still holding them. Again, so right now on my target list we have CVE and we also have KTOS on my target list. So those two I'm looking to acquire for a swing trade. Again, if you guys are looking at that as well, just let me know whenever you see the price go up, go down, and we'll keep on talking about it, keeping our interest. I gotta I'm gonna do some fundamental analysis of KTOS because once again, my long portfolio is lacking a little bit in defense, so I kind of want to beef up the defense, especially because all this Middle East stuff is going on, and I want to go ahead and I want to make sure that I'm in it before it actually happens. Gain's a gain, Greg. Oh, thank you, Ben. See you later, Sean. See you later, Matt. See you later, everyone. See, is that GDX? This is this over here is GDXJ. So we closed on relatively on support for GDX, which is the 50% retracement. So I'll show you guys what the 50% retracement is. Right, it's this right here. So we literally closed right on the whoa. Close of yesterday. So pretty much on the 50%, 33.42. Oh, it's a little bit below the 50% retracement, but essentially we're closing around. We went a little bit up, a little bit down there, but I'm looking for this support right here. This 33.10 held, and that was the 50% retracement of the bigger move, right? So again, thank you everybody. I'm up $700 for the day. Made me a little worried in the morning, but I pulled out in the afternoon. Pretty good trades. Thank you everyone once again for being here. If you liked the video, thumbs up. I'll be back here again 9 o'clock. This is my job. I'm home from Vegas tomorrow. Again, serious face on, ready for the weekend. Thank you everyone. Thank you Bailey. Thank you Frankie, Frank the Relic. Sorry Joe about making your sorry Joe for yelling out about the random stuff when your interns were in the office. They probably think you're a badass now for being the Wolf of Wall Street. But again, T-Foul. See you later, Greg. I'll catch you guys tomorrow. See you later, Chris. See you later, Emmanuel. Peace.
Chairman.
See you later, Jerry. See you later,
Adios.
Davian.
Adios.
See you later,
Eat some
third
chicken
man.
grease.
See you later, Skyper.
Davian. Davian, you still there?
Yo, what's up?
I'm looking at this US Tech chart, and it looks like all it's done is go up and up and up and up, like, and with a couple of little red bars where it knocks